Hi.
Hello, Madam Mayor.
Good morning. Morning.
Good morning, everyone. We will be starting your meeting in just a second. We're getting ready to transition over to live meeting mode. All right, Madam Mayor, you are now in live broadcast mode, and you can call your meeting to order whenever you are ready.
Okay, so Madam Clerk, let me ask you this. What is the best way to call on council members? Is it, do you guys want to show me hands or?
So, Madam Mayor, I think the best way for council to let you know that they would like to speak is for them to raise their virtual hand, which is their little blue hand available through Zoom. We have made you a co-host of the meeting, so you should be able to see when their hand is raised on your end. If you don't see that, then they can also wave you down manually as Councilmember Dewar is doing right now. You can see Councilmember
Okay,
Delgado has his hand raised. So it'll be in the top left-hand corner of his picture.
I don't see it. I don't see it on my end.
You need to open the participants at the bottom.
Okay, hold on.
Bottom, there'll
Oh,
be,
so
you can click on participants, and then it'll show on the right-hand side the council members who are listed as panelists, and you'll be able to see a little blue hand. Can you see Councilmember Delgado has his hand up, and so does Councilmember Weber?
yeah, I can see it now, but I think it might just be better with a show of hands. So you can do both, but I just want to make sure that I get to everyone's turn. Okay. Sounds good. Is everyone on?
I believe we
Madam
are.
Clerk?
Yep, yes, we are ready to go, and we will start, Madam Mayor. The first item on your agenda today is the Pledge of Allegiance.
All right, so at this time, I'm going to call this meeting to order, and I would love it if Councilwoman Jordan would lead us in the pledge with your beautiful flag in the background. I like it.
Absolutely. Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, nice job. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Breckus?
Here.
Dewar?
Here.
Delgado?
Here.
Weber?
Here.
Jordan?
Here.
Reese?
Here.
Peavy?
Here.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum of the Reno City Council. At this time, Madam Mayor,
All right,
we'll transition to general public comment. This is public comment identified for non-specific agendized items today. It should be noted that any comments received prior to 4 p.m. will be listed in this area if they are not agenda item specific. Additionally, as I read through these, Madam Mayor, we will also be listening to voicemails received on the phone number prior to 4 p.m. Any comment that is received after 4 p.m. yesterday will be placed in our closing general public comment, item J1, at the end of the meeting. Madam Mayor, with that, I would like to note for the record that we've received online public comment and letters from Deborah and Richard Von Arx, Alicia Barber, Lori Ray, William Murphy, Gordon Gossage, Cassandra Little, Christopher Baker, Ralph Stephen Coppola, Mark Campbell, Zachary Kahn, Louis Magriel, Duncan Boren, Tara Tran, Ben Albrecht, Taylor Herrick, Miranda Marone, Adrian Lowry, Nicholas Shepak, Sarah Coyle, and Ruth Angel. These are for various items that are not specific to an agenda item today. Madam Mayor, these have been submitted to council and are part of the official record. At this time, we will now transition to the voicemails received. The first voicemail received for general public comment is from Louis Barron. The second one will be from Anna Perez McKay.
Okay, thanks so much.
Number one on item D4, the approval for software through this Blue Cover company that you're paying $100 an hour to for software, including phone updates, et cetera, for the police department. I strongly disapprove of. I think a really wonderful way that folks on city council could show any kind of solidarity with Black Lives Matter, excluding one mural, would be to reach into your own pockets and perhaps match that amount in a donation to the children of your city so that they can safely do online schooling. I know that that's a little bit out of the box, but just a suggestion. I also kind of have the same suggestion for the helmets. Perhaps you could reach into your own pockets and also donate a bike and a helmet to the children of your city to show solidarity with the citizens of your city and not just the police. Also, D5, the Victim Services Unit, $255,000 I feel should go straight to the social service or adequate program, not through the police department. Very confused about B6, the $182,250 to be reimbursed by the Children's Cabinet to the city for children's recreational funds. I'm very confused. I've never heard of city Children's Cabinet having to reimburse anyone for anything. As we know, they're an organization that really helps keep people safe and helps citizens stay afloat. D1, about the Pioneer Center, I think that's amazing. I'm wondering what about the Lear Theater, which is one of the only buildings built by a Black architect and is extremely historically relevant and should perhaps receive some sort of municipal reparation that could also be seen as you standing in solidarity with people of color in your city, as well as amazing works of art created by people of color in your city. Item H1 about the Gwen Center report. I look forward to hearing what everyone's applications are for that. But as we know, many officer-involved shootings have occurred since 2018 and were not improved by whatever implemented things from that report have been done. I think it's wonderful that you're looking at it now. However, it's 2 years old and seems kind of too little too late to just now be looking at it after extreme pressure has been applied. My last item would just be to urge you to make Edward Coleman in the first tier for looking for an acting city manager, as I believe that he has the best interest for the city at hand and that he could really be a uniting person for the city. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Hey, Ashley, she was a little bit hard to hear. I'm wondering, is there some way you can adjust the volume at all?
We will work on volume for the next one. Just to clarify for the record, her name was Lilith Batum, and so the next person is Anna Perez McKay, and we will see if we can up the volume best we can.
Okay, and you have her contact info?
I have a phone number, which is what was left via the voicemail system. I do not have emails or addresses as they're not listed.
Okay, I would ask that anyone listening that does submit a comment, if they could leave an email address or physical address when they do call in, that would be helpful. All right, thanks so much.
Hi, my name is Anna Perez McKay. I am a constituent of Ward 5. I have a couple of general public comments. Firstly, that the exclusion of live public comment has to be figured out. It's quite unacceptable that that still hasn't been figured out. I would suggest having people able to call in before the meeting, record a comment, and then have it played immediately afterwards if the council is still concerned about racist takeovers. My second general comment is to vouch for Edward Coleman as the city manager and that he be bumped to the first tier of qualification based on public favor and his own qualifications. That is Edward Coleman to be city manager. I would like to oppose items B4 and B5. I'm also concerned with item B6. I think that to ask the Children's Cabinet to reimburse the city in the same breath as proposing additional police spending is irresponsible. and a reflection of how little this council and this city values youth and just wants to augment police spending. On items D1 and D2, I would like to recommend that the Lear Theater also be considered in addition to the Pioneer Center and the Washoe County Library as a candidate to be entered into the Register of Historic Places, and that the Lear Theater be placed on an agenda in the near future for consideration for this. I would also like to ask why item H1, giving recommendations and discussion of community policing, is being placed at the end of this agenda after voting on items D1 and D2. Not items D1 and D2, excuse me. Sorry, after voting on items B4 and B5. So why is this presentation on police spending and policing being placed at the end of the agenda after that vote already happened? I think that if possible, that should get switched around on the agenda. And if not, I think that this council needs to reconsider how they are putting together the agendas, and that discussions of this need to happen before the votes on that. Thank you. Again, vouching for Edward Coleman. Thank you. Bye.
Madam Mayor.
Madam Clerk, what was her? Sorry,
Nope, that's all right. Go right ahead.
what was her name?
Anna Perez McKay.
Okay, all right, thanks so much.
With that, Madam Mayor, we have no further general public comment, and we would be transitioning to your approval of the agenda.
All right, thank you so much. May I get a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved, Councilman Reese.
Second, Dewar.
All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Mayor, looking for approval of the minutes from March 4th and June 19th.
All
So
right,
moved.
thank you. Oh, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries
Aye.
unanimously.
Aye.
Madam
All
Mayor,
right.
Next
Madam-
item is your consent agenda. It should be noted that we received public comment. Allison Zarko, Genevieve Parker, Sydney Vandenberg, Shay Satmary, and Adam Barrington are in opposition of item B4. Adam Barrington is also in opposition of item B5. Should be noted Andrew Samuelson has concerns with item B3. Madam Mayor, these have been submitted to council and are part of the official record. We have no voicemail specific to this, so at this time we'll be sending to council for items to be pulled for discussion.
All right, thank you so much. At this time, council members, I'm going to start with you. Councilman Breckus, do you have any items?
Yeah, since we did receive comment, maybe we could get a little staff report on B4, 5, and 6. And I'd also like to pull B8.
So just
All
clarifying.
right, Councilwoman Weber. All right, seeing none. Councilman Delgado.
Oh, I'm sorry. My items were pulled. Thank you.
Councilman Delgado.
Yep, nothing on my end, thank you.
Okay,
Good call.
Councilwoman Jordan.
Already pulled, thank you.
All right. Councilman Reese.
Aye, Madam Mayor. Items B10 and B11, please.
Oh, I'm glad you pulled the 11 because I meant to pull that as well. Thank you.
All right, just to confirm, Councilwoman Dewar, your items were also pulled, right?
My items were pulled.
Okay, thanks so much. Okay, at this time, give me a motion to accept all other items on the consent agenda.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear from you, so I just, let me know.
Thank you. I don't have anything to pull, but I just wanted to make sure you heard from me. Thank you.
Okay, all right, good. Okay, at this time, may I get a motion to approve all other agenda items?
So moved.
So moved. Dewar,
I have
second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. All
Aye.
those-
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, at this time, I'm going to send it to Councilman Breckus, item B4. And then I'm
Yeah.
going to try to keep everyone on track, so 3 minutes.
Okay, they're putting on a roof next door to my house, so if I'm not coming through clear, please, let me know and I'll put on a headset. B4, is one of our chiefs around to answer, this program, which, we've been doing almost every year with this company, is a computer program, as I understand it, to help us track, crimes for reporting to the Justice Department. So we can know the profiles, or not profiles, we can know and understand what policing is going on in our community. Is that correct? I see Lieutenant Garlock, maybe? I don't know.
All right, do we have any staff that can speak to that?
Madam Mayor, we have Deputy Chief Oliver Miller and then Commander Sean Garlock are both available to answer questions today. We've moved both of them over to panelists, so they'll just need to unmute on their end so they may answer any questions.
Okay, great.
Can you hear
So,
me okay?
yes, we can, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. This is Commander Sean Garlock. The work with Blue Cover 6 covers all of the current programs that we use, which currently stands, I believe the last count was 25 separate programs specific to our police department. What is currently on the agenda is the digital range and armory management program that we are requesting, as well as admin services, CGIS environment updates.
Okay.
Okay,
So it helps us track what actually, and have a good understanding of what is the police department's doing to help improve. And also, don't we have reporting requirements with U.S. Department of Justice that we use this program for?
Yes, ma'am. So various numbers of the programs that we have local, state, and federal mandates for compliance and reporting purposes. The Digital Armory and Range program will suffice for our post requirements, for our annual post requirements, track our individual officers' training to make sure that they meet the training standards required to maintain a post certificate, as well as I'd mentioned, the Armory system with regards to our ATF. I was fortunate enough to be part of a recent ATF audit, which included over 40 pages of registered items through the ATF that are in the Reno Police Department's inventory. And currently everything on our end is paper format. So going through file cabinets and paper files was very time consuming, and I don't believe as efficient and as accurate as the program that we're proposing.
Okay. Well, I've always supported this program because I think it's compliance, it's evidence, it's information. So, and I know, the vendor is one that the department seems to be pretty happy with, and that's why we bring it in a non-bid manner.
all right. Thank you. Councilwoman Dewar, 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. I have over the years supported the improvement in the programming, but can you answer, Commander Garlock, one of the biggest issues for my constituents has been that when they submit a police report, it does not tie into the police department online tracking, and it has to be hand entered. Is that still the case?
Yes, ma'am. So since my assignment to this position in January, that's been a priority. The unfortunate part is obviously with COVID, that kind of slowed things down. But additionally, adding the new NIBRs, the new federal reporting requirements called NIBRs that replaced our old Uniform Crime Report, is much more comprehensive and time consuming. And so when we built the program, as it stands where we are, our end is done. Liaisoning with Tiburon, our host company that contains all of our police reports, and attempting to build the bridge between our online reporting system and the company that we Tiburon was what ended up being the challenge, especially in the time with COVID.
Mhm. So I appreciate that. Let me just mention, I mean, a lot of programming is done at home and at workstations, especially by a private consulting company. So I'm not quite understanding the COVID, unless COVID has increased your workload in some area or reprioritize the programming needs for the department, I might get that. But I really think, and I'll just share with you because I've never spoken to you about this issue, that this is a top priority so that the reports can get timely submitted into the police department and they can follow up. So I would really like to see this going forward back on the schedule. I have requested this for 5 years, so it's not a new request, and I know you just took over, but I just wanted to make sure you know that. Secondly, I am in support of holding the items B4 and B5 until after the Gwen report, once we have a better understanding, but I am in support of this item generally at this time. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Members at this time. Seeing that there are none, I'm going to send it to you, Councilwoman Breckus. You pulled the item.
Yeah, I'll move.
All right, thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second by Weber.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Going to send it back to you, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, B5 is grant funds from the Department of Health and Human Services to interface, for us to have the personnel resources, as I understand it, to interface with victims of crime. Is that correct? And why does this live in the police department? Why is the police department the most appropriate place for this function to live? I'm just wondering why, what the thinking on that is.
Councilwoman Breckus, can I just ask you, are you thinking that it should be in victims services? I think maybe that's under the city attorney's office.
Well, I just don't know. I mean, I think it's probably an appropriate place. I think it's reflective maybe that in lieu of having a social services department, a human services department, we got to put it somewhere. And I know there's been things in the attorney's department that also has victim support, but I thought that the break was from the criminal, to the court. When it goes into the justice system, that's when the attorney's victim services come over.
Yeah. Yeah,
So,
I was wondering maybe under Suzanne Ramos or something. She's amazing. But anyway,
yeah.
I would think, do we still have someone from the department on that can answer Councilwoman Breckus' question?
We do,
Yes,
Madam Mayor.
ma'am.
Commander Garlock is still available, as well as Deputy Chief Miller.
All right, I'm going to send it to you, Commander Garlock.
So I will tell you from overseeing the detective division and working with our detectives and our VSU, some of our most critical times are the initial contact with our victims, in which case we bring our victim services unit along with our detectives and with our officers when investigating a crime that had just occurred. There are services that are vital that need to be offered and explained at that point. But you're absolutely right. When it goes over to the court systems, which is why we work very closely with Lori Freilich and the Victim Services Unit over in the courts to keep that continuity of victim care and victim-centered approach.
All right, thank you so much. 3 minutes, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. I too had questions about this, and I asked them during the agenda review, and much of the same answer was given, Commander Garlock. And I think, after I thought about it for a while, I did wonder if this was the right place. But as I thought about it, a lot of times, I knew we had victim services in the attorney's office, and a lot of times it does make sense for the services to be co-located where they're needed. So at the point of delivery for best management and prioritization of those services. For example, if we had these services over in another department and you had to call them when a crime occurred and maybe they're working on something else and try to get them out with you to provide victim services, there would be a delay. And so after I thought about it, I think it does make good sense for efficiency to have the service housed in the police departments so that you can dispatch them immediately when needed. That made sense to me as I started thinking about it. So I just wanted to let you know I did think about it and I did question it, but after I thought about it on my own, I agree it's a good location. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commander Garlock, just really quickly, I would imagine you probably get the recommendations and feedback from Lori or Ms. Freilich and so forth, and then you kind of figure out, you know, how you need to allocate those. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. I meet with the Victim Services Unit, specifically us, Bree Burgess and her crew, as well as with Lori Freilich over at the District Attorney's Office.
Okay, great. And I just want to say thank you so much. You know, typically the mayor hears everything, and I have heard nothing but amazing things from what everyone is doing with victim services and the great work of, I mean, it really is impressive. I've had some pretty moving correspondence out of this program, so thank you very much. All right, anyone else?
You know,
Go ahead.
Mayor?
Go ahead.
Madam Mayor, I just wanted to let you know that Acting Chief Manager Soto also would like to say something prior to council taking a motion.
Thank you.
Okay, that's fine. Councilwoman Breckus, go ahead, and then I'll go to our city manager.
You know, I think because the county has the social services and human services function that provides most of the need to people in crises, do you work very closely with, say, those departments also, like Child Protective Services? Do you interface with them also? Because they're the external agency, but they're the one that really has purview over this area too, right?
We work very closely with CPS as well, both with Child Protective Services and Elderly Services, and they do provide a separate set of services that are within the scope of their duties.
But this is funds that we get from the Department of Health. Could they have applied for this grant instead and integrated into their side of the house?
I apologize. I don't know enough about the grant details to see who was qualified to apply for them or who is not. Okay. I know the program that we run allowed us, we met the requirements to be able to apply for that.
Okay, okay. Well, thank you very much. And I'll make a motion, but I guess the acting chief wanted to talk about this, so.
Yeah. All right, thank you. At this time, I'm going to send it to you, City Manager Chief Soto.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'll make this brief, but I really think that this council and our community, just to have a little bit of understanding of this victim-centered approach that our Victim Services Unit has put forth. This is now a nationally recognized model. And just to give you an example, when we had the 1 October shootings down in Las Vegas, that large department reached out to our Victim Services Unit for assistance in terms of how to deal with victims of crime. So this is a very, very, they have decades of experience now, and a lot of that is attributed to Ms. Freilich and her efforts, and then our new director, Bree. This is an essential service for victims of crime in this community. Thank you.
All right, I have a motion from Councilwoman Breckus. Second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay. Item B6.
So B6, I have a similar question with B6 and B8 that I pulled. And specifically about B6, this is just a routine pass-through from the Children's Cabinet. They somehow get a grant every year, and then they pass it through to us to provide after-school recreation programs at schools. So question number one is, are we operating those this year? And at what level? And then two, and this is where B8 comes in, is we know we received $46 million in CARES Fund. And I asked this at my agenda briefing is, could we somehow, tell Children's Cabinet they can keep this money and put it to a different grant purpose, and we can bring in the CARES Fund money to operate whatever we're going to operate in the after-school program, even if we decide to go big on that somehow, because we have the resources from the CARES Fund to help families who are struggling with COVID-related needs. So that was my question. And Ms. Schroeder is there, our Parks Director.
Are you on the line, Ms. Schroeder?
Yes, I
Okay,
am.
go ahead.
Thank you, Councilmember Breckus. So the first question about using the Children's Cabinet funding, basically this is something that we've done for well over a decade each year. The funding goes towards helping parents and families to be able to afford our before and after school program. And you'll notice that this year the amount is half, but that's just due to the fact that the Children's Cabinet did a 6-month contract and then they will revisit it again. So we'll bring this to you probably in November, December for the second amount. You also asked if we were going to be providing the before and after school program. We definitely paid attention to the school district's meeting yesterday to find out what they were going to do as far as the start date. So we had already planned to offer the before and after school program at the school sites earlier in the month when the school district did give us the facility use forms. And so we've been working through different waivers, reciprocal agreements as far as what we would do for COVID-19 liability. And we've also taken into consideration all of the guidelines that are out there for providing childcare in a pandemic. And so we will be providing the before and after school program. It will be at a reduced enrollment due to the fact that we have to limit the crowd sizes. And we've been in contact with the school district to figure out what the maximum capacities will be in the different classrooms or cafeterias, because obviously the school district has had to do quite a few modifications as well, and cafeterias will be jointly used between our program as well as storage of equipment due to the fact that they've had to make space in the classrooms. So that is all being finalized now that we know what the school district is recommending for K through 6. And we hope to have that information out to the families by the end of the week, if not early next week.
All right, Councilman Breckus, 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If the school, for example, is on that hybrid schedule where some kids are staying home during the day, can they then bring the kids in for that aftercare on that day?
We have not looked at that yet. There is a potential to be able to offer the vacation station program at Evelyn Mount, since that's typically where we used to hold our year-round camp for kids that were off track. Right now, we're really focused on more of the before and after school program at school sites, and then we need to see what the demand will be as far as if there's going to be a large percentage of families that choose to do more of that virtual.
Okay, well, I guess we'll talk about it later in the agenda, and thank you for that.
Okay, any other questions from council members? Seeing that there are none, may I get a motion?
I'll move.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, motion carries. All right.
Madam Mayor, maybe I could take the 8. I think both Councilwoman Breckus and I pulled it.
Oh, okay, I don't have it on here, so go right ahead. 3 minutes, Councilman Dewar.
Yeah, first of all, Jamie, where did you go? I wanted to congratulate Jamie for successfully working with the Pennington Foundation to maintain this grant. Initially, they had said that they would only potentially consider extending it 6 months. So this is a $9 million grant, which requires match. And due to COVID and the shrinking of budgets, we've been unable to mount a matching fundraising campaign in the last 6 months. So we asked Jamie to go visit with the Pennington Foundation and see what she could work out. And I'd like her to tell you what she did work out.
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember Dewar. So being in contact with the Pennington Foundation, they've been incredibly generous and understanding of the pandemic's impact on our ability to fundraise, as well as Sierra Nevada Community Aquatics' impact to fundraise. So we've requested a 12-month extension, hoping that the pandemic will calm down in the next few months, and then know that there'll be a little bit of a lag time for the economy to recuperate from the pandemic. And so the Pennington Foundation was very gracious and approved a 12-month extension. So what you see before you today on the agenda item is an extension of the contract, and basically the milestones, which would be 50%, and then 25%, and then 25% have all been pushed back by 12 months, which is a very fantastic thing to keep this hope going that we can rebuild Moana Pool.
So just to recap, we had to make the match within 1 year, and it was incredibly difficult. And now we have these milestones of 50, 25, and 25. Is the entire amount though still 12 months, or is it 50% by 12 months, or how does this work?
Correct. It'll be the 50% milestone has been extended 12 months, and then the 25% milestone that was basically 18 months after that has been extended, and so forth. Yes.
So what I would ask the council is just, I'm beginning a full-on matching campaign along with Sierra Aquatics and our staff, and we have to raise $4.5 million in 1 year in order to keep this grant going. And so that's half of our match amount, $4.5 million. So I would just request the council, if you have contacts or people that you think would be interested, either send them to myself or Jamie, or it's a full-on press, because this pool is for the entire community. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. All right, Councilmember Eckes, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The question I raised in my agenda review about this one is, we had a plan. It was fundraising. We also had a plan for our police station, which involved private fundraising. We think the fundraising climate is not as robust as it was. That's a COVID impact. Can we use some of the $46 million that we received in CARES Fund? It's COVID related. So those are the questions that I've asked. I know we're going to talk about the CARES Act money later on, but I think we really should be exploring eligibility of those funds as creatively as we can.
And I'll just thank you for that. I was going to bring it up later with the coronavirus.
Okay. All right. Any other council members? All right. Thank you so much. At this time, I'm going to request a motion.
So moved, Doer.
All right. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. All right. Item B10, I believe, Vice Mayor.
Madam Mayor, thank you. Item B10 is a Public Works Assistance Grant from the U.S. Economic Development Administration in the amount of $5 million. I'm hoping that our Director of Public Works he's here in the room. Mr. Flansburgh, welcome. I pulled this item because I think it is important to highlight the good work that your department is doing, and I think you and Mr. Jensen took the lead on this, but I'll let you speak to that. Oh, and Mr. Jensen is here as well. So Mr. Jensen, welcome to Chambers, and if you could just tell us a little bit about what we're looking at.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Reese. It's a pleasure to be with council today. Very briefly, I just wanted to take an Oscar moment, if I could, and not Oscar Delgado, but Oscar as in the like the Emmys and the Oscars, to thank everybody who made this happen. This is the single largest grant ever awarded by the EDA, by the Economic Development Administration in the state of Nevada. The grant ceiling was actually $3 million, and they gave us $5 million, $2 million more than their grant ceiling. And I want to explain why and to thank the people who made it happen. A couple of years back, our Public Works Department participated in a program called One Nevada Water, which basically worked to identify water resources and to come up with a plan to preserve those resources and to reuse them to the extent possible. And our current expansion of the Reservoir plant instead includes components that recapture effluent, treat it to a high degree, to an A-level quality, store it, and then would set it aside and pump it to additional users, which could be anything from the golf course to the future industrial manufacturing plant on the Stead airport property, to other users, including ones that the council will look at on future agendas. And this grant essentially recognizes the value of that program and those components, and recognizes them with a $5 million award. And so I want to thank the people who did this. First of all, Cheryl Gonzalez with Western Nevada Development District. She is wonderful. She's the person who first put me in contact with EDA and with their grant folks to make this happen. I want to recognize Carlene Herring, who is our EDA rep based out of Idaho, who has absolutely been amazing. She's on call all the time. We speak every week. I cannot thank her enough. Leonard Smith, the regional director of the Seattle office of EDA. He's the person who put it on the agenda and pushed it through his board for approval. Senator Cortez Masto, Senator Jackie Rosen, and Congressman Mark Amodei, their offices all wrote letters of support to EDA for this, and there's no doubt in my mind that it's because of their support we've got $5 million instead of the maximum of $3 million, which the program had. Then in addition, NDEP, who also has supported us through this, and then last of all, our public works staff, to John and to Joe Coudrier, who helped me draft and spent weeks and weeks and weeks putting together the paperwork and the application to make this happen. So I wanted to thank all of them and to tell them that it is not without all these people coming together that we could have made this happen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jensen. I appreciate that very much. Councilmember Dewar, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that a lot of these grants, Eric mentioned Cheryl Gonzalez, and I don't know that many of you have met her, but she is our executive director of the Western Nevada Development District, which covers 9 counties, maybe now 8. I think 1 county left. But and I was recently made the vice chair of this group, and the purpose of this group is to make sure that these dollars, these grant dollars, do get distributed to all the county participants. So I do think it's a worthwhile membership for us, and I'm so pleased that we were able to work with them to get this money. Thank you.
Mr. Flansburgh, did you have anything to add to Mr. Jensen's excellent comments?
Just grateful for this award, and obviously we came to the council for a bond for the Stead expansion. This will help offset what we don't take in need for that expansion, allows us to not have to borrow that money. So this will help offset in that project. This was part of that project that was bid. So I think win-win.
Okay, thanks to everyone involved, and I'll make a motion to accept.
All right, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second, Dewar.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, back at you, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, item B11, I asked to pull. This is an important but often misunderstood and overlooked part of what Public Works does. And I just wanted to be able to have a conversation for our community. As I understand it, this is the confirmation of streets for both 2022 and 2023 as we go through our street rehabilitation program. And in meeting with Mr. Flansburgh and Ms. Koski, I learned a great deal about this program, and also wanted to be thoughtful about community comments that I've received over the last year, just about how the program is rolled out, what it does, why it's designed the way it is. At the end of the day, I think what I learned in that conversation too was that we have, somewhere in the neighborhood of $100 to $200 million in deferred maintenance for our streets, which is something that is probably unsustainable for us long term as a city. So I'm likely to be asking for additional efforts to be made to figure out how we as a community are going to address that outstanding liability. But in this regard, I think that this presentation that I hope that Mr. Flansburgh or Ms. Koski can make to it will help to explain how we got to where we are. I absolutely am supportive. It's a fabulous and fantastic effort that they've undertaken, and the depth of work that their department goes into to make the decisions that they've made, very scientific, very calculated, very much coordinated with all of our other regional partners. And I just think it's important for us to all have that conversation with our community. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Koski or Mr. Flansburgh, whichever is going to address the item.
Go ahead, Carrie.
Thank you so much, Councilman Reese. I really appreciate all of the comments that you made, and I would like to just briefly give the council a summary of what this item is today. We're bringing confirmation of over 40 streets within the southwest area and the northwest area for rehabilitation in 2022 and 2023. 2022 will be the southwest area and 2023 will be the northwest area. We typically bring these street selections to council for confirmation early so we can get cooperation with other agencies, our water partners with Tumwa, NV Energy, but also to give our residents and our property owners the notification that they would need also. They may want to be doing some improvements to their property, and this gives them the ability to do that. During our process, we go through and we send out letters to each one of the property owners within the street units that are selected. And oftentimes we meet with each one of them one by one. This year, we are working in the northwest area, and we're just wrapping up 3 units, which we're very happy to report. All are paved, well, with the exception of 11th Street. We also have some sewer utilities that we're doing over in 11th Street, so that one's not quite paved yet. I would like to recognize my staff. The pavement management staff goes, it's a lot of work, as you indicated, and we do have a process that we rotate rotate throughout the city in thirds. So this year, like I mentioned, we're working in the Northwest. Next year, we are working in 2021, we're working in the Northeast and Southeast, and those were selected back in 2018. So unless anyone has any questions, I was hoping to keep that brief and high level. Does that help?
All right, fantastic. All right, Councilwoman Dewar, 2 minutes.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that the program that Public Works did under Carrie's supervision last session, the one right previous to this, went incredibly well. I heard nothing but praise. In particular, I wanted to identify what happened with the trees. So they were paving and redoing curb and gutter and streets and sidewalks in the Old Southwest, which is really Ward 1. And the original estimate from Q&D was they would have to take out 100 trees to make this work. Matt Basil, our urban forester, was able to reduce that to 30 with his new designs, which included rubber sidewalk, metal grates instead of sidewalk, thinner set sidewalk. In the end, because of the great close coordination with Carrie, her office, Q&D, they only actually lost about 6 trees. And it was just a remarkable partnership, and I can't highlight it enough. I mean, I think you all deserve an award for this. It was truly remarkable. I've already heard from residents in your next set of areas. They're looking for some street narrowing and some of those issues. So I know you'll be reaching out individually to them. And I just think it's the way you guys are implementing this and executing it is really terrific. So thank you.
All right, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, and I'll just say thank you to Mr. Reese for pulling it. You know, the staff report says only about 75% of the street network gets touched by this. The majority of it, you know, is eligible for RTC funds, but the 78% of the street network, we got to scrape out of our city funds, but that's where we all hear the concerns. And I, this morning, was just in a renewed conversation. I thought he was going to send in an email with his pictures of some very old sidewalk, curb and gutter around Lander and Humboldt Street, which is one of the sections. It's this very old aggregate. It's very big aggregate, and the erosion of those sidewalk, curb, and gutter in 70, maybe 90 years of wear has been so extensive. And I've been hearing about that for 5-6 years from folks, and I'm really excited we're getting in there. But those streets don't really need the calming. But I think that, you know, hopefully we can get some more resources, and when we go back in, it's just not rebuilding as was, is responding to the calming desires that we hear, because a lot of these older areas, as areas build beyond them, they're also subject to a lot of traffic cut through, different you know, different design and volumes going through their neighborhoods, and we get complaints. So I think we also need to marry this up with a traffic calming analysis when we go in and do these projects. And I had one going on right now on Ambassador Drive that isn't being calmed as much as really I think it should be. And I think we need to, it's a great program, but we need to get the resources there. And we also need to think about safety retrofits when we go through. But people in the Humboldt-Lander area are very happy because they are, that erosion is such a hazard for them.
Great.
All right, Vice Mayor.
Madam Mayor, I'll just close before I move and just say, look, the rehabilitations of streets is one of the areas in which our citizens are very much personally affected and touched every day. It is a massive undertaking. It is perhaps the thing that drives conversations about safety, about the rehabilitation of sewers. It is the question of property values. What I think is important for us to point out is that Ms. Koski and her team approach this in a systematic way. They look at each region and it rotates. We're not always doing things in one specific neighborhood or ward. It literally goes from ward to ward around a schedule. And that's because I think that prevents it from becoming a political issue. It becomes a social justice issue in some ways because people want to make sure that their neighborhoods are receiving the care and upkeep that other neighborhoods are. And I just want to make sure that everyone in our community knows how much work goes into it, how much coordination Ms. Koski and her team are doing, and Mr. Flansburgh. And there are a lot of people to thank, but at the end of the day, we're going to have to get to a place in the future where we are making investments in infrastructure that we aren't currently making. And it will be one of the things that I want us to bring back and consider in the future. It could be related to our BDR bill draft request that we have on the agenda for later. There's a lot going on here. It's not a simple thing, but I again thank absolutely the Public Works people for being people of integrity and bringing it forward in the manner they do. And with that, I'll make a motion to approve.
All right, thank you so much. And by the way, so nice to see you, Carrie, and I miss you.
Second doer.
Right.
Reno's finest.
Motion and do I have a second?
Doer.
All
Second
those in
doer.
favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay,
Madam Mayor,
great
with
job.
that,
Sending it
you-
back to you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. You have finished your consent items. There are no 10 a.m. public hearings. We will now be transitioning to your D items. First on your agenda is discussion and potential designation of the Pioneer Center for Performing Arts to the City of Reno Register of Historic Places. We have Claudia Hansen is, go ahead.
So I'm sorry to stop you, but can you clarify? It's 10:58, and I believe we have attorney-client. Where are we going?
You do have attorney-client today, Madam Mayor. We do have it just as a placeholder. My recommendation is that we get through at least some of your D items before you go into your break.
Okay, and that break was scheduled at 11 o'clock. That's why I'm calling it out now. But we're going to continue to move on, and then I think if council's okay, we'll do that around the noon hour. Sound good, everyone? Okay, perfect. All right.
Madam Mayor, the next two items on the agenda, I don't believe are particularly, controversial. I don't personally need a staff report on either one of them and would be happy to make a motion. So I'm just trying to help with the flow of the meeting.
All right, thank you so much.
I'm
I'm just going to bring it back really quick. Claudia, why don't you just explain for anyone of the public that's listening what this is? It's very exciting. I'm really glad to see this. I know there's a lot of people out there that probably are. But go ahead and, we won't take up too much of your time because I know how busy you are. So
Sure, no problem.
the floor is yours, Claudia.
Thank you. So the first one before you is the Pioneer Theater. We also have the Washoe County Library to be placed on the local register. Two very prominent structures in our downtown that were a big influence in the development boom in the 60s that were followed up, that were kind of influenced by the Olympics that were going on in the 60s as well. And so we've had Sharon Honig-Bear and Alicia Barber bring forward these on behalf of the two facilities and the agencies to place these two properties on our local register.
Okay, that's super awesome. I love it. I'm sorry, I have dogs in the background. This is the problem that you have. Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Durr.
Yeah, I'm really supportive of this and appreciate the effort that's gone into and analyze these buildings and put them on the register. Can you just tell us, Claudia, what it means to be on the register?
Sure. Both these properties are already on the state and national register. So this is bringing it, kind of recognizing it at home, how important it is to the influence in the arts and culture and education in Reno when the development boom was going on in the 60s. These are both very unique buildings in our architectural fabric in downtown. It's really honorary to be put on the list downtown. If they were to do any exterior modifications to the building, they would have to go to the HRC for approval on that. I don't really see either agency moving forward with any major reconstruction on the outside, maybe some upgrades on color or windows or something that might have to go to the HRC. But that's really the only impact there. If there were any
the question I have is that they're already on the federal and state register, and I don't know if that conveys a level of protection, but would they already have to go to the HRC being on the federal and state, or is it because they're going on the city register?
It's only the city register. The state and national are just truly honorary. There's no regulations associated with that.
Okay, that's really helpful. So that, anyway, this does add a level of protection in that HRC would have to evaluate any changes, is what you're saying.
Correct.
Whereas they didn't before under the federal and the state.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilwoman Breckus.
No, I don't have anything more to add.
Okay. All right. I just saw your hand up earlier. All right. May I get a motion? Councilman Reese.
So move. Yeah, Reese.
I'll
I have a
second.
motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Great job. I love it, love it, love it. Good job, Claudia.
Thank you. Thanks.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, next
Hang on.
items. Next items are item D3 and D4. They are separate, but we will open them together. D3 is the City of Reno's 2021 State Legislative Platform. D4 is the City of Reno's Federal Legislative Platform. We have Dylan Shaver as well as Callie Wilsey to give your presentations today.
Okay, great. We're looking forward to this. I will start off these items just before we get into it. So everyone has context that I'm sure a lot of these priorities have changed. I mean, all of our lives have changed, dramatically, and what was important surely, 5-6 months ago may not be as important today. So I did look over the list, and I know some of those items were on there before COVID. So I want everyone to be cognizant of pre-COVID, post-COVID, where we're going, and how we're getting there. So, I don't want anyone to get too worked up because this is the beginning of conversations and what we're going to go after at the legislature. So anyways, with that being said, I see Vice Mayor, he has his hand up. Go ahead.
Madam Mayor, I apologize, and it's just a moment of personal privilege before Mr. Shaver or Ms. Wilsey speak. You'll notice that I've engaged in some uniform change here, and I just wanted to shout out to our Reno Fire Department. They have a new shirt out, and I could show you the back of it, but it'd be hard to see. But that shirt has been used to raise money for businesses affected by COVID-19, and I wanted to just make sure that we gave them a moment to just see that they have these awesome shirts. I'm not in my PJs. I actually am wearing it for a cause, And so I made the uniform change here a moment ago and just wanted to give them a shout out. I think they've raised about $9,000 for local businesses to help them in their struggle as they move through these problems with COVID-19. And so I believe they're still available through Reno Fire Department. And I'll let someone maybe mention that later if we have our chief here at all. But thank you, and I apologize for making a slight interruption.
All right, thank you so much. That's very commendable. I love it because those businesses have been so hard hit. All right, thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to turn the floor back to you, Mr. Schaefer.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, members of council. As always, it is a privilege to be here today. I wanted to open these items up for you by way to talk about the process just very briefly, which is to say we started soliciting ideas from staff and council members really at the close of the last legislative session, some of them even during the last legislative session that we just were not able to accomplish because of how and when they came in. You may recall the last legislative session, the city brought 2 bills where one of them had been worked very thoroughly going into the session, one of them less so. On that second bill, it was difficult to find even 2 members of our own staff who would acknowledge or who would be able to sort of say what the bill did. And I really wanted to avoid that going into the 2021 legislature. We sort of started a process internally at that time. Of course, also in that time, for whatever reason, I was promoted out of the role of being the city's primary lobbyist. And we very quickly filled that so as not to lose momentum. As you know, if you start planning for a legislative session in October or December of the previous year, you're really already late. You know, I've always told folks I've worked with that the legislature is over as soon as it gavels in. That story is written, and all you can do at that point is react to things that are almost entirely outside of your control. So to that end, we looked for somebody who had both government affairs experience, who had a sense of the interplay between the politics of what happens in Carson City, the way the public perceives what happens in Carson City, the needs of our organization, and of course the needs of our council. And in doing that search, who we found was, of course, Callie Wilsey, who is here to really deliver you the bulk of this staff report. I am here because I was your lobbyist last time around, and she wasn't. There are going to be things that she just wasn't there for. But I wanted to use this opportunity to introduce Callie, who will be our primary representative at the 2021 legislature and beyond. We're excited to be working with her. I know she's spoken to each of you about what we're doing here, but I hope you're as excited as we are. And with that end, Ms. Wilsey, by all means, present the great work you've done for these folks.
Well, thanks, Dylan, for that introduction. Mayor and council members and Chief Soto, I'm really excited to be in this role and to serve you and the community in this new capacity. So I'm excited to kind of kick off this new process. We're gonna try this process this year, and hopefully it sets us up for success going into the next regular session. So I am going to share my screen here. And hopefully you are seeing a PowerPoint on the legislative platform. All right, great. So as we kind of kick off, just to kind of set the stage, we are looking forward in this presentation and kind of what's on the table today to what will start in February, the 2021 legislative platform. I know that there are conversations now about a special session, what we're particularly...
Madam Mayor?
Go right ahead.
I apologize for interrupting, and I want to make sure that never mind. I answered my own question. I apologize.
Oh, all right.
Sorry.
No problem. Okay, go ahead.
So this presentation is taking a look forward and is our first kind of step looking to the regular session. And that session is going to start February 1st of next year. So what we're going to be talking about today is our legislative platform and operations plan. This document really provides guidance to city staff on potential legislation that we anticipate or regular issues that we see come up during the session. It outlines our processes internally and kind of expectations, as well as we're going to start the conversation around the two BDRs that the city gets for the legislative session. So just as a brief overview, what you see in our platform, there are a couple of major themes that you will see throughout that document related to local government authority. So when we see bills coming through, we would support increased flexibility and discretion at the local level, and we would oppose preemption of the ability for this body to set policy at the local level. Additionally, when we talk about regional roles and services, we would support legislation that would strengthen the role of the City Council or its members on regional boards, and support measures that empower us and our regional partners to work together to solve problems here at the local level. There are a lot of kind of policy statements in there related to fiscal sustainability, and I've outlined just a few of the major ones here, talking about opposing unfunded mandates. We would support the changes to the tax structure, such as property tax, that we've had numerous conversations about, and opposing efforts to divert local resources. Some of the new things that you will see in the general principles this year, we added some additional topics based on things we know that there's going to be conversations about, as well as to add alignment with the council adopted strategic plan from February. So you will see statements in this platform that we will engage productively as the community conversation around equity and social justice continue, around police reform, and engaging in that conversation. We know that that's an important issue to you and our community, as we've heard, so we've added that in there. We've also regularly hear that open meeting law will be a topic of conversation in these at the legislature, and so wanting to recognize that we'll be participating in those conversations. We've also added support for different initiatives such as homeless services, mental health services, and sustainability and resiliency, as those align with the council's strategic plan. As we move into kind of the operational section, the processes of this plan, what we're recommending for this upcoming session, in an effort to keep you, this body, engaged in the process, we will maintain standard items on the regular biweekly council meetings as an opportunity for the body to have a dialogue on any important and pressing issues and provide direction if needed. We will also plan to set up regular briefing phone calls to keep council apprised of legislative happenings. When we talk about how we determine city positions, we've carried forward a lot of that process from previous years. And what that looks like is using this platform to determine city positions, and issues not addressed in that platform may be brought to council for specific direction. Operational issues could be determined by staff, and the city manager can elevate those to council if needed. The last piece of kind of the operations plan is kind of how we all coordinate together, and it outlines requests for testimony or information. I will serve as that kind of coordinator for you and for our city and our staff. I will also be coordinating with local government representatives here, as well as different bodies that serve on RTC, coordinating with them, TUMWA, on what are their legislative priorities as well, so we can do our best to kind of coordinate as a region. City departments will identify subject matter experts who will help review these bills and provide input on what the impact is. The last piece of today's conversation is related to the bill draft request process. And as Dylan mentioned, we really started to kind of keep a list of the ideas that have been brought up since the last legislative session. And to the mayor's point that she referenced, so some of these that you are going to see on this list are pre-COVID. And we've also been sitting one-on-one with council to gather additional ideas up there. So this is the timeline that we're looking at. So we're at the very beginning kind of stage of the BDR conversation. we have to submit up to 2 BDRs by September 1st. That is the deadline, our short-term deadline that we are looking at. Council will have also received a memo with some additional explanation, but these are the ideas that have come out of this process that we have seen. We wanted to, as I anticipate that this will be a major portion of today's conversation, just take a minute to kind of walk through this list a bit, but please note that there is a council memo with some additional details. Recognizing that property tax is a really important conversation that we've regularly had, we wanted to note that it's on that list. We do feel like this is covered in the platform, and we anticipate this to be a statewide conversation. So we wouldn't necessarily recommend this being one of our BDRs, because we do think that this conversation will occur statewide. The second one is related to giving a binding ballot initiative that would allow the city to impose certain taxes for a specific operational need. Different ideas have come up with what that operational need may be. So additional conversations will need to occur if this is an option council will like. The conversation around revenue reform could be, it's an ambitious one at the legislative session, but it's also important to keep our needs in front of the state legislature as we continue these conversations. The second one is an item related to planning commissioner terms and aligning those with the terms of the city council member who recommends their appointment. The next one on the list relates to some process improvements that that staff has recognized that would help improve the service delivery related to public noticing. So there's a few components in there. Kind of the first one really relating to a functional way in which we certify that agendas are posted. The second one is to try to find ways that expand our legal noticing options to include additional outlets that would meet the legal requirement. There's also a conversation about the language in NRS that requires us to send postcards to different parcels if a cemetery is within our noticing radius. The next option is to expand the authority of our volunteers. Our program is called SAVED. Right now that they have the authority to issue citations for parking violations in handicap spots. This idea is to expand that authority to something a little bit more particular, say metered parking as well. Our small parking enforcement team right now is often dealing with the high call volume of abandoned vehicles, et cetera. And this would allow us to increase our resources. This next item is one of those items that was brought up previously in terms of the seat composition of some of the regional boards and commissions. And this was kind of one that was on the list a while ago, but wanting to ensure that it's here so council can have that conversation whether they still want this on the list. This would be a difficult conversation with our regional partners, but again, wanting to bring that forward for transparency and council discussion. The next one is allowing road maintenance vehicles to have blue lights for the safety of the traveling public. The language in NRS is pretty specific on what vehicles can have blue lights, and this would advocate for our vehicles to have those. The next several ideas are related to transient lodging tax proposals in terms of one, redirecting those funds to the city's general fund. Second idea that was brought forward was expanding the capital project's $2 surcharge, which is right now just charged in downtown, to all facilities in the city. There would be some additional conversations that would need to be had. Again, this is an important conversation around revenue and identified revenue advocacy is identified as a strategic priority in the City Council strategic plan. We would expect this one to be a very complex topic with stakeholders and a lot of comments would be involved in that one. Changes to the city charter this year, you know, due to COVID, the charter committee didn't have the opportunity to kind of fully vet the process. And so the recommendation at this point is to, their changes would be to eliminate the gendered terminology in our city charter. There is, you know, great merit to this recommendation. However, it doesn't really create operational or functional change for the city. The next one is to formalize some sort of authority for the Community Homelessness Advisory Board. And I know Councilmember Jardin has brought this up with our her colleagues at the regional level and anticipating you know, future conversations on that, and we're recommending that conversation to continue at that level. The next one is related to revising residential construction tax that helps us fund our parks. And to also allow those funds to be used for park maintenance and operations. Next would be to develop a concept and a mechanism that would require development to provide parcels of land for parks and schools and support facilities for public safety. We would need to do a lot more to kind of flesh this idea out. In its conceptual form and figure out what the right mechanism is for moving that forward. And lastly on this list that has been brought forward is a conversation that we hear from our community in terms of changing the law that would require cause for evictions. You know, certainly an important topic and for the council to have a conversation about that. As staff was kind of considering these, and I put these forward just for council to kind of help frame the conversation more than anything, you know, we took into consideration council input heavily into this list, as well as reviewing them with the strategic plan priorities, the impact and operational need that we have for those in the city, and our ability to effectuate that change. Is it something that we control as a city? Is it kind of bigger than us? As well as the political capacity of our state, as well as here locally to kind of take on some of the bigger issues. So just to kind of wrap up, there's kind of a lot to digest in here, but today's actions, there's two things that we're asking for council today. One is adoption of the platform and operations plan. And then the second is to provide direction on the BDRs and recognizing that this is a lot of information. So, you know, if council, you know, gets to a point where selecting the two is not, you know, feasible today, staff would recommend that we maybe narrow it down to say 4 concepts, whether it's these ideas or other ideas that council has today, and directing staff to bring those back for additional conversation. So with that, I will turn it back to you, Madam Mayor, for questions and how you want to proceed.
All right. First of all, Kelly, amazing job. I love how you put this presentation together. You are just a rock star. So fantastic work. I'm going to start out by saying all of these are incredible, but you know, we only have 2 BDRs. I also want to have more conversation at the council level to decide, you know, what we are going to move forward with. I think today, because we're just sort of rolling this out, would probably be too premature, because I want to be really, really thoughtful, because we know that those BDRs are kind of like gold when they come across. So I want to have council discussion, but I want to be very careful about choosing anything today and maybe just bringing it back to the next council meeting. And if we have to have emergency meetings or special meetings, I mean, to, you know, get this wrapped up so you have direction, I'm happy to do that as well. I just want to have dialogue with council members, make sure we're going in the right direction, because we get one bite at the apple, and that's about it. So thank you. Fantastic job, Callie. You're amazing. Fantastic. Okay, I'm going to open it up to council members. I'm going to keep you on at 3 minutes. I'm not trying to dismiss you, but I am going to keep us moving. Okay, who would like to speak first?
It looks like Mr. Reese.
Madam Mayor, yeah.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess I would say a couple of things. I agree with you entirely in principle that this is not the day for us to get our priorities ready. And ultimately, I like a lot of the presentation. For me, and where I'm leaning towards, number one is those items that are related to revenue generation, right, in whatever form it takes. And I think that's a very broad statement. I just think that there were several on the list that fall into that category. And I think that's super priority for us, is to understand where we derive our revenue from. Is it from construction taxes? What will it go to? Parks, arts, public safety, those kind of things. So I'll say that broadly. The second thing is Councilmember Weber and I, when we were in, and the Councilmember Breckus, when we were in San Antonio in the fall, and that seems like a long time ago, but there were some really great conversations about movements by cities to examine their own home rule and the difference between home rule states and Dillon's rule states. And I think that this is worth our having a conversation about. It doesn't have to happen today. I'm just suggesting that sometimes what happens for me as a council member is there are things I want to do and I want our body to do, but we don't really have a lot of powers and authorities. Our powers and authorities derive specifically from the charter. And when people ask us to step out of that, it makes me very uncomfortable because our roles have been defined for us by the legislature. And I absolutely understand and want to have as much power and authority as we can as a body, but I'm often made uncomfortable by people who ask me to do things that aren't within our charter authorities. And so that's the difference for me between being a Dillon's rule state, some 1800s case involving Mr. Dillon that tells us what powers we have, and being a home rule state where our city would actually have more powers. So that's a very broad statement about a concern that I raise. And then the last thing is just, with regard to social justice and equity movements and the questions around a reform, a lot of that is going to be dictated, I think, by our next special session, and it may inform what we do. What I want us to do is have the ability to pivot and have the conversation, so that the timeline you presented looks awesome to me, but what happens if we get through the next couple of weeks and we find that the legislature has left it up to us? And again, it goes back to my home rule versus Dillon's rule question. If that's true, I want us to be able to pivot if we need to as a body at any time. And so I'm looking for, again, revenue. I'm looking for the ability to control our own destiny. And then the third thing I'm looking for, very importantly, is the ability to be flexible in the process, because I just don't know what's coming down in the coming months. And again, I'm speaking very broadly, not specifically about a policy that I want to pursue, but just about where my feelings come for how we use the VDRs that we have, which are limited in number, and have to take into account a whole range of things about what can we reasonably get our legislature to do? What will the governor veto or not? So many questions, and those are just my thoughts off the top of my head. Thank you for the excellent presentation, and I'll turn it back over to the body.
All right, next up is going to be Councilwoman Durr.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think that was a great summary, Vice Mayor Reese, of kind of some buckets. I too support the initiatives that would help us with our finances. In particular, I really liked number one, which had to do with the ballot initiative. And over the years I've been on council, we've talked about ballot initiatives for different things at different times. Right now, what I could potentially see that being used for, which ties in with COVID, social distancing, and our master plan, is parks and recreation. We have underfunded those due to necessity from the 2005 recession. And so for 15 years, we've done the barest minimum. We've prioritized public safety for all those years. And I think at this point, our parks are in disrepair, and they really could use some added amenities. We've talked about the pool. We have skate parks that are needed. I've talked about a Virginia Range open outdoor recreation area. These are big lifts, and they're big capital projects, and they really need help. And I don't, so I think it should be a priority, and that we should consider it for Parks and Recreation. And I think our community would support that as well, especially in the time of COVID, especially given that outdoor recreation was number one on our master plan. And we had 7,000 people comment on that. To that end, if we decide not to move forward with something like a ballot initiative, I re-put residential construction tax on this list. I think we should take a look at it in terms of what the amount is. It's been a static amount. I think it should be reset to a more current amount. It's been $1,000 a door and I think $750 for apartments for a long time. I'd love to see that number go up and then have it indexed to CPI so that we don't have to continue to revisit this. But what I find is in the new developments, of which I've had many, the RCT can barely buy a piece of land for a park. It can't outfit the park. It can't maintain the park. It just doesn't really get us there. So I'd like to recommend that. And that is why I also would recommend if we do tackle RCT, that we talk about what it can be used for. Not just new items, but maintenance and repair and refurbishment, those kind of things. And I don't know if that was a bell, but if it was, I'm fine to yield the floor.
Yeah, I was just going to wrap you up. Thanks so much. Okay, next up, Councilwoman Jordan, go right ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. And I tend to agree with Councilmember Reese and some of his kind of 30,000-foot observations of the things we need. And I think what maybe we could get for the next discussion is to get our strategic priorities that we spent an enormous amount of staff resources and our time to go through and really, you know, narrow down our, as I recall, we had top 3 priorities. There might have been 4, but I do recall there being 3. And maybe while COVID has had some impacts on what we might want to modify as a BDR, it may not. And how do those BDR suggestions fit in with our strategic priorities? I just want to make sure that we aren't, you know, I just want to make sure that we are keeping streamlined with what we, as I recall, it was housing and homelessness, public safety, and maybe I lumped the 2 together at the beginning, but I do remember those first 2, and certainly my priorities have not veered from either of those. But I think there was another one that I failed to remember right now. So maybe we could have those next time. We could see how all of these things funnel into our all the work that went into our strategic priorities and see if we can stay within, you know, that focus. And just so everybody knows, the homeless advisory board issue, I think we've all seen that the CHAB as a regional board collectively brings forward issues as a region, which homelessness is, but we find ourselves at the end of the day not having a lot of teeth. We don't have funding dedicated to that board, so we can make all the decisions as that board body we want, but unless and until each individual body that each of the representatives represent goes back and votes on and dedicates resources and money to, it's kind of a hamster wheel in which does good work, doesn't have a lot of funding stream behind it, and I think that's something worth talking about. Thank you.
Councilwoman Jordan, can I just ask really quickly, just to throw it out there? I wonder, could the CHAB go to a legislator and request a BDR for recommendations? And one of those recommendations, obviously not in our BDR, but I think, you know, any city that has a population over 100,000 should be required to have a shelter in their city, quite honestly. So, I mean, just certain recommendations from the CHAB that you could have a legislature carry a bill. I don't know if that's possible, but, you know, maybe you could get there.
And that is something, Madam Mayor, that we have tried to discuss is, you know, the way in which we are kind of tied to the system in which we're in, and we can't make a lot of movements globally that we would like to for the exact reasons that you're saying. And a lot of this, as you well know, falls on the city of Reno. And it's not just a Reno issue. And I know the county has made great strides, but there's a lot of work to be done, and the issues surrounding homelessness are growing by the day. And, you know, having a funding mechanism similar to the regional board of an RTC, which makes decisions as a region and gets funding as such, which it then spends out on a regional board decision-making process. I think there's value in that discussion. So whether or not it's the City of Reno that puts forth the bill, whether it's the CHAB that gets the legislator to help us do that, those are discussions I think that we need to keep front and center to move the ball.
All right, great idea. Thanks so much. Oh, next up, Councilwoman Breckus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I I think this is a really good discussion and preliminary identification of the issues. I would maybe take a little bit of a tilt on it. I mean, I think obviously our priorities that we did at our workshop are really have to be front and center, but I think to some degree we need to explore things where, you know, is it a Reno issue, or are we going to be needing to bring in some reform that's statewide that's going to need a whole lot of other people to get involved, come on board, or bring in a whole lot of people against? And some of these I'm seeing with that way, and I'll just identify a couple, is the property tax reform. I've seen City of Sparks carry that maybe 10 years back. I've seen a state senator carry it. Hasn't gone. I don't know if we want to keep doing that. The residential construction tax, I've seen efforts on that. I think it's a good idea, particularly to index it, but that would have been a discussion, I think, last fall to start with every single parks department in the state, frankly. So if we're going to go in for Reno needs, I think we really need to go in pinpointed that Reno property or tax ballot. I think it's one to chase down, but if it's where council wants to go, I think it really does need to be fleshed out in 3 or 4 meetings so we understand very clearly what we would like to approach about. So if it's revenue, I think it needs to be very Reno specific. If it's the lodger's tax, which we all know what the lodger's tax is set to, and we want to reallocate, divert to Reno, that's very specific. No one from Las Vegas is going to come in and be a part of that discussion. I think that's the easier lift for us. Some other things, and I'll go back to the first session that I served when Reno carried a BDR for bloodborne pathogens. It was related to police departments across the state and something about getting samples. We don't need to carry other people's water. Let a legislator carry that on behalf of someone somewhere. Let's not carry the blue lights for maintenance vehicles, if it's for every vehicle everywhere. That's just my thinking. Unfortunately, I don't think we're progressed far enough because of COVID to make any charter decisions, but I do think the charter committee needs to meet and they need to record their thoughts for the next go around on the charter. I want to see the gender changed on the charters, but I just don't think we've had enough time to go in, and when you open the charter, anything can happen. And I feel the same way about some of the NRS 278 issues too. But on the tenant stuff, because we did stand a committee up, we knew housing costs was such a big issue. I think maybe we should, on some of these issues, talk to some of our delegation and see if they're going to be moving forward, because I think there were things they tried to do on that issue that they didn't get. And then the last point I would say is, let's not go down there to do things we can do for ourselves already. There was a home rule bill, a little mini home rule bill a little while ago. Are the SAVE officers citing citations out on the street part of that? Could we make that argument? Maybe. But the CHAB, which is this regional body, which I think is a thread worth exploring, but that's created through an interlocal. We can create interlocals all day long, if we want. That's fine. We can do that. I don't think we need to go down to create, if that conversation is standing up a new RTC, a semi-autonomous agency, I think we have a lot of autonomous agencies for a very simple region that only has 2 cities in 1 county. You see some of these counties where you have 15 cities, you have a lot more special agencies. I don't know. I think the issue, which is worth exploring on the CHAB, is really that the state gives dedicated funding to the county that for the shelter and some of the homeless services that then they pass through to us. So I think the fundamental question there, and I'm willing to kind of go down, is does the county continue to be a pass-through, or do we want to get the direct and get them out of that funding source, or do we want to have them have the obligation to staff up what they're funding? To me, that's the very specificity of that issue. So I know I've thrown a lot out, but I think it's, kind of a free-flowing discussion. But if I was to pick 2.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. If I was to pick 2, it would be Reno-specific solutions
asking our legislator what they're carrying up of issues that we've had, and exploring this indigent fund that the county is basically a pass-through on. Thank you.
Okay, great suggestion. All right, Councilwoman Weber, are you there?
I am. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I want to support what Councilwoman Jordan and as well as Vice Mayor Reese has talked about. I really think that it's important for us to look at our strategic plan and go with that route. But also we need to remember that there is the Nevada League of Cities that has the ability to do some of these things too. Nevada League of Cities, as well as the Nevada Association of Counties. So there's the ability for us to be working with them as well, you know. So I just want to throw that out. I think they have two BDRs. So in some of these things, we may be able to apply it to or ask them for their support. That's it. Thank you so much, Madam Mayor.
All right, great. All right, any other council members? Councilman Delgado, go right ahead. The floor is yours.
Hey, Madam Mayor, I'll be really quick. Hearing how thoughtful all of my other colleagues were, I think Callie got the big picture, the big ideas, looking at the strategic plan and with the focus of Reno and how we can carry that, and just touching base with all of our delegation in the north to see what overlaps won't exist, so that way if they're doing something we can focus and pinpoint. But thank you to Callie and thank you to all my colleagues, very thoughtful. I'll look forward to sitting down with both Callie and possibly Dylan on how we can then strategically try to get some of these things done. But thank you to everyone.
All right, and I would just wrap this up, and then I'm going to send it to Vice Mayor Reese really quickly. But Callie, thank you so much for putting mental health initiatives on there. I think that is extremely important. I think it's one of the biggest challenges any city faces, or quite frankly, the country. So I do want to look deeply into mental health initiatives as well. And I know it's a county function, but I think we all need to realize that the issues with homelessness and addiction are much bigger than any one entity. It's got to be all of us lifting each other up. So the other point I would just like to make, Callie, and maybe something to add to your list of to-dos, before we get into the legislative session, I would really like to invite our legislators to a special meeting. They need to be at the table, because oftentimes there are bills that they are carrying that have direct impacts on cities, and by the time those are passed, we don't really know a lot about why they were passed, what the initiative was, what the intent was, and, you know, especially we're also their constituents, right? So I do think it's really important that they are invited to a special council meeting or on a regular council meeting for all of us to weigh in, ask questions, what they're carrying, why they're carrying it, and be able to make sure that we have some oversight and input into those bills, because quite honestly, again, so many of those things are passed, and then actually our constituents come back to us and don't realize that that was actually a legislative act and not a city act. And so I think there needs to be communication and education on those specifics of what a bill does, where it goes, and why it was implemented. So, but that's going to be critical to having those legislators here at the table with us before they get into session. I think that's pretty mandatory. So thank you so much. And I'm going to send it to you. The floor is yours, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll just be very brief, and then I'm prepared to make a motion. But at the end of the day, I think Councilmember Dewar has made a very important point, as well as Councilmember Breckus, that are essentially related points, and that is, you know, we have some control over our parks. We have some control over our city's unsheltered populations, and oftentimes that those get taken or out of our hands by the concept that the county has the greater authority. And so I think this is something that is just related to our history as a state. Clark County obviously has an incredible amount of power, but their city has very little. We have all the people in Reno, but the county has powers over the things that we wish to accomplish. So those are the kinds of things that I want to see explored, because our residents are asking us for things like greater park amenities. They're asking us for more arts and cultural opportunities. Our residents are asking us to care for our unsheltered populations, and we don't necessarily have all the tools in the toolbox that we might use. And so, Ms. Wilsey and Mr. Shaver, those are the kind of things that I think as you develop and refine this in the coming months, that's what I would be looking for. That being said, I'm prepared to move to approve the staff recommendations and with the direction that we've given, and we'll look forward to having additional conversations with you in the future.
All right, fantastic. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Vice Mayor Reese, can I just get clarity on the motion for me? Does this include adoption of the platform and the operations component of it? Those are kind of two separate actions.
Yeah, I think you've identified what I believe is the proper path forward, how it will be conducted. So that I'm agreeing with the staff recommendations in that regard. I think that tinkering is what the council has started to do today to have those conversations. And I'm suggesting that there's both the approval of your path, but there's also the idea that we've given some direction and we want to see that coming back. And that was my motion.
Weber, second. All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Great job, Callie. Great job, Dylan. I know you put so much hard work into this, and I feel really good about it, so thank you. All right, Madam Clerk,
Madam
I'm giving
Mayor?
the floor to you.
Next item will be item D4. This is discussion of the City of Reno's 2020-2021 federal legislative platform. We will again have Callie Wilsey and Dylan Shaver present to discuss and answer any questions.
All right, go ahead, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. While we're kind of getting that prepped, I know we're going to go into attorney-client at some point. Can someone remind the group who the email came from with the link for the attorney-client?
I'll resend it to you. Give me a minute.
Thank you.
And
Okay, and
Mayor,
I'll let you guys know before that special, okay?
And I would
Go ahead,
recommend that we go
Madam.
to your attorney-client after this item has ended.
Okay, sounds good. All right, we're gonna now go into federal legislative platform. I guess I'm gonna hand it over to you, Dylan. Or Callie?
I was lucky enough to have received your indulgence on the last item to say what I needed to say, and I am always here to answer your questions, but we will allow Ms. Wilsey to proceed with her presentation.
All right, fantastic. Go for it.
Thank you. So now we'll switch to the federal legislative platform and updating this document. So what you see in this document is our federal lobbyist, Chris Giglio, was here in December prior to COVID and met individually with council members as well as directors. So you're going to see some of those concerns and ideas reflected in this document. We've also made some updates based on the adoption of the City Council strategic plan and major events in 2020. Similarly, you're going to see sections in here about COVID as well as law enforcement reform conversations. So those are also going to be reflected in here. And I will just quickly provide highlights over the new and important things that you'll see in this document. So there's two overarching principles. One is to really preserve and enhance direct funding to Reno. And the second one is to oppose the federal preemption of our local authority. And as we kind of get deeper into the documents broken up into different sections where we talk about fiscal issues and economic development. So we added here the importance of federal support to local governments as a part of the COVID response and recovery. There is also an effort to repeal a portion of a prior tax bill that would allow for what's called advanced refunding, and that would really allow more flexibility to local governments. And as related to previous council action to support the city's effort to apply as a community development entity, we've added support for the new market tax credit program in this platform as well. From the infrastructure standpoint, we've highlighted a few of our key projects that are really important to the city. The Spaghetti Bowl needs associated in our North Valleys area, expansion of the Reno Steadwater Reclamation Facility, as well as carried forward the importance of the effort to bring awareness and mitigate climate change and increase local resiliency. The next section also discusses needs around public safety for our community. Again, here we've talked about, we know that these conversations are important to our community and will be occurring at the federal level, and we will be engaging productively in those. We've also carried forward Council's policy stances around immigration, such as support for the DACA program. And the document also outlines specific needs of our public safety departments, such as dispatch, fire, and police. In the housing and community development section, we've really added more emphasis around homeless assistance in alignment with the council's strategic priorities, kind of built out that platform a bit more, and added support for programs and initiatives that increase access to and provide funding for mental health services. We've also called out support for a few specific programs, the Low Income Housing Tax Credit Program and the National Endowment of the Arts. From the Parks and Recreation side, we've highlighted our needs around Moana Pool. Council has had that conversation a little bit even today. And our need for assistance with local recreation, conservation, and preservation programs. One of the things I did want to highlight is in this platform, we've actually removed the reference to the Land and Conservation Fund as Congress has passed the Great American Outdoor Act with the support of Nevada, both of our Nevada senators and Representative Amodei. But this essentially guarantees funding to that fund that we previously had in there. Very exciting news. And half of that funding goes to state formula grants. So it represents a really significant increase for parks in Nevada, recreation and conservation programs. Again, and then at the end of this document, we talk about local control, local decision making, and a few specific topics are highlighted about where we are particularly concerned about federal regulations related to telecommunications, drones, and autonomous vehicles. That gives you the highlight of what is seen in the federal platform. And with that, I will answer questions. The action today is to adopt the latest version and move forward with this as our advocacy platform at the federal level.
All right. Callie, I absolutely love it. Again, seeing those initiatives are, I think, some of the most important in our city. And I assume that you are working with the one and only tremendous Chris Giglio from DC. Okay, he's the best in the business. Love the guy. So we're in good hands there as well. So
absolutely. Talked with him this morning.
Oh, he's amazing. I love that man, and he's so talented and has great relationships in DC and just does a fantastic job. So hopefully, you know, when everything sort of settles, we can get back to DC and get moving. So great job. Okay, council members, gonna send it to you, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Wilsey, what does it say about public lands? I missed that in my read through about public lands legislation. A land bill. I thought, is that in there? What does it say?
Yeah, this is carry forward from the previous platform where we would support the effort to have this conversation locally about the federal lands bill. The platform, I'll just kind of read the first sentence, supports comprehensive public lands legislation that addresses economic development, conservation, and recreational needs in Washoe County. There's a paragraph in there that was in there previously. That effort was stalled with a lot kind of other things with COVID and the priorities related to what's going on. Locally, the 3 jurisdictions are having conversations right now about kind of what that looks like moving forward. And as soon as we have more information, we'll of course keep you looped in on what that looks like.
Well, I mean, it's not as strong as I would like. I would like at this time, Reno has not adopted or supported any draft legislation. I would like to see that. And frankly, those conversations that are going on, they always seem to be going on somewhere else and not at this table. And so I think it is time to come back around on that. But I would like to propose to the council that it's time that we support the proposed Green New Deal. It's unlikely that the Green New Deal will go before for hearings, my understanding, before this year and this calendar year, but it should be teed up next year. And of all the competing environmental bills, proposals that have come forward in the last couple of years, it is the true marriage of sustainability, environmentalism, and social equity. And I think it's the best one out there, and I think we would be in good company if we sat forward and said the city of Reno is for the Green New Deal, and maybe in January when they get back with it, tee it up, we can send Chris out there advocating for that along with the others who are standing for it.
All right. Next up, Councilwoman Jordan, I believe, is that you?
Yes, it is. Thank you. I think before making any sort of blanket statements on the last two that Councilwoman Breckus suggested, I would want more information about the status of the lands bill. I've certainly not heard anything in a long time, but a blanket statement that we oppose anything in draft, I've not seen the latest draft, so I can't comment that I support parts of it or none of it or all of it. I don't know, so I'm not comfortable saying that. And the Green New Deal is the same. Without the full understanding of its implications, its benefits, I'm not comfortable giving that blanket support here today.
Could I just interrupt? I think could I just?
Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, I think my statements on the lands deal was misrepresented. We're not opposing anything. That was not what I was representing. Is at this time, the city of Reno does not support any drafts because we haven't seen them. It's not opposing. It's just that we're not in a position of support.
Then we'd say we're neutral on it then. Well, I took those words as saying we oppose. So I'm fine with a position of neutral for not knowing at this point.
Okay, any other council members? Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar, and raise your hand on our Zoom if you want to speak. Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. I remain neutral on most of everything that we heard. I mean, we need to hear more. It's just an area we haven't been very engaged in the last, I would say, 8-9 months. And so I don't even know what's percolating. It may be more clear after the elections what might go. But I did want to just put a pitch in. Since the Conservation and Lands Bill did pass and there are grants out there, this is something to consider. Many times those grants require a match. And this is really a pitch to just think about a ballot initiative, because what I saw when the county did a ballot initiative, they were often able to use the money from the ballot initiative to match federal funds and bring an even larger component into our community. So whether it's residential construction tax, a ballot initiative, or whatever, it would mean we could access those funds in a more direct and probably successful way. So just a pitch on that. Thank you.
All right, fantastic. Go ahead, Councilman Vice Mayor Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'll be brief. I think the presentation is excellent again. With regard specifically to the two items that have been discussed by our colleagues, you know, the Green New Deal is certainly something that has been pillarized in various medium, but I think its goals, which are aspirational, which are a reduction in greenhouse gases, is something we have already said we are supportive of through our Sustainability and Climate Action Plan. So Councilmember Brecker's recommendation is not far off the mark. I too would need additional information about what it really means to say we're a supporter of the Green New Deal, because it's changed, and just calling it that, I think, turns some people off to it. But we have already as a body talked about how we can reduce our greenhouse emissions by 2050, which is, I think, the Green New Deal's goal. And we've talked about making more sustainable investments in our community, reducing our carbon footprint, increasing trees. So I don't think that this body is any way off the mark in pursuing those important certain climate-related issues, I think we have a framework to do it in, and I would be certainly supportive of having a more in-depth conversation than we're prepared to have today. The point is well taken by Councilmember Breckus that we have to, we only have one planet. We've got to make sure that we're protecting it. And so I'm excited to hear those conversations more depth at a later time. With regard to the public lands bill, this is something that just continues to kind of hang out and hang around. I haven't heard very much movement on it for many, many months. I think it's important that it remains a point of our interest level in terms of like a bullet point on a list of things that we're interested in having a conversation around, because if those conversations do happen, we should be at the table. And so to the extent that it is relevant, I think it's that we are not pushing it, we've not advocated for it, we've not done anything really with it in many months, but we might want to at some future point in time, and we would want to have those conversations to include us. I would want not to be excluded from those conversations. And again, not that I have a strong position about the public lands bill, because the forms that I've seen it have been so rough and so non-fleshed out that I really can't say I would be supportive of it or not. So again, I think Councilmember Breckus raises very important points, many of which I'm sure that we would be on the same page about. Just too early for me to say with totality that I would. But again, these are the starting points for a conversation, not the end points. And those are two incredibly complex things and will have to involve our greater discussion.
All right, great. Are there any other council members wishing to speak on this? Okay, Councilwoman Breckus, 30 seconds.
No, I'd just like to make a motion to approve with the provision of a statement of neutrality on public lands legislation, and also requesting that more information come forward in a memo to the council about the Green New Deal.
Second.
All right, before we take a motion, Callie, one more checklist item. I think because now, we're doing everything with technology, again, it would be, I think, advantageous to invite Congressman Amodei, Senators Catherine Cortez Masto, and Senators Jackie Rosen to have conversations with the council before we dip into those initiatives. And I just think it would benefit all of us. And like I said, because of the technology aspect, I think they could easily do it remotely, obviously. So love to give them invites to the table. All right. Thank you, everyone. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, thanks so much. Now we're going to go, we're going to leave the meeting. We will be back after our attorney-client. And so I'm going to ask everyone to log on to a separate Zoom, I believe. And Councilman Reese, you have distributed that link.
I think IT sent it originally, but I sent it. If anyone needs it, I can resend it, or I'll just ask IT to resend it now. Ms. Kimji, or in Chambers, Brian, if you could resend it so that we all have it. It should be.
Okay.
Now.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And then I would just tell everyone to use this existing link to get back on to the council meeting. All right. Thanks, everyone.
All right, Madam Mayor, if you would like to bring your meeting back to order, you may do so.
I would. Okay, is everyone back with us, clerk?
We have all council members are present back on the Zoom.
Okay, perfect. Okay, I'm going to send it back to you to get us back on track, please.
All right, getting us back on track, we are on item D5. This is the Reignite Reno update. This will be a brief presentation and discussion from Angela Foos. We will be moving her over now. Also, we will have Arlo Stockham available for questions as well, and the two of them will be able to answer your questions and move you forward.
Okay, great. Hi, Angela.
Hi, everyone.
Take it away.
Great. So I'm going to share my screen. Okay. So last May, we brought forth an initiative called Reignite Reno. And since then, we haven't really given you an update in terms of where we're at on numbers. So this presentation is really just to give you some information on where we've been during COVID so that you have a better idea of kind of statistics-wise where our numbers are at and what programs we're bringing forth. This is not just for you, but also for the community to have a better idea of where the city of Reno as a whole kind of sits with everything happening with COVID. So with that, again, you know, the whole purpose of Reno Reignite was really to provide a relief and recovery initiative. This was intended to help both businesses and residents, and it was something that was universal throughout the city. So almost every department within the city of Reno has a role in Reignite. It's everything from grant writing to processing building permits to working on our Parks and Recreation program. So it's really all encompassing. I want to start with giving you some statistics. So here is a graph that shows over the last year, so the last 12 months, where we have been in terms of building permit submittals, and then specifically where the building permit submittals have come in terms of COVID. So this gives you an idea starting from July of 2019 through June 30th of 2020. And as you can see, the gold bar, which is the tallest bar, are the number of building permits submitted on a monthly basis. As we look at the blue bar and the green bar, those are the number of building permits that were submitted either electronically or in hard copy. So you can see everything in hard copy is that green bar. So we had a lot of building permits submitted early on in the year in the green bar. And then as COVID hit in March, that blue bar, which is the electronic permits, went up substantially. And so you can see that by far the number of building permits being submitted electronically has gone up drastically from the last year. It should be noted too that it just so happened at the same time COVID was hitting is the same time that we actually released our electronic review format. So coincidentally, it just worked out very well for the community that they then had the ability to submit all types of building permits electronically. Prior to March, they could only submit certain types of electronic permits electronically. So this worked out very well. If anything good could have come out of this, it was that we timed it just right with COVID. So the good thing is that over the last year, the number of building permits submitted has been pretty consistent. And in fact, we hit the 10,000 number mark at the end of the year, which was great. That is it's a very high number of building permits are still coming in. We're reviewing them. Staff is extremely busy with this new electronic review process, but these are all good signs, good indicators in terms of the development community. The other thing that we wanted to point out, another indicator, is planning and engineering case review. These are the cases that come in for tentative maps and special use permits and zone changes, any of the mapping cases, all of that is quantified on this chart. So again, looking at July of last year through June of this year, you can see the numbers have been pretty consistent. And during COVID in particular, for whatever reason, we had a very busy submittal month in April. And then the last 2 months, May and June, have again been pretty consistent with how it was the previous rest of the 12 months. The other update we want to give you was in terms of business licenses. As you know, when COVID hit, we initiated this business license deferral fee. So this gave business license applicants an opportunity, if they wanted to fill out an application make sure that they met the minimum qualifications, and then they would have the ability to have their fees deferred. So just as a heads up, we had about 281 requests to defer their business license fees. Those fees are not going to be due until September, the end of September, so we still have a little bit of time before that happens. And just as COVID is continuing to go on and businesses are continuing to be impacted, we are continuing to work with those businesses on a case-by-case basis. So just as a heads up, again, we've had about 281 requests for relief as of June 30th. Another thing that we brought forth as part of Reignite was the idea of outdoor dining. We talked about this as an opportunity for businesses that were small and were having a hard time opening with the governor's directive of only being allowed to have 50% occupancy within the building. So one thing that we did is we opened it up to the city to say, if you have an existing business and you want to continue operations outdoors, there are things that you can do depending on what type of business you have. So any business that wants to use the outdoor seating within the right-of-way, meaning within a city-owned sidewalk or area, they do still have to go through a permit process to make sure it's legal. So just we've been tracking that since COVID. In the last 3 to 4 months, we've received 25 different inquiries for outdoor dining permits. And if you've been to downtown, you've been to Midtown, you've seen that there's definitely a change in that area. On one hand, it's I think timing-wise good because of all the work that's been happening in Midtown with the streets. And also this gives businesses an opportunity to now have a much wider sidewalk. A lot of those businesses were fronting 3-foot sidewalks, and now a lot of those are fronting 10-foot sidewalks. So again, timing-wise, COVID hit if you could say a good time because the Midtown project was underway and is being fast-tracked because we have the ability to do that now. So just in terms of outdoor dining, if you go to Midtown, you can see a lot of those businesses are taking us up on this offer, which is great. We want to make sure that it's safe and that the sidewalks are being maintained and being cleaned afterwards. So all that is part of the process. And the next one is what is happening with our arts, culture, and special events. This is a department that has been hit significantly with COVID. All of the special events have been put on hold until fall and potentially later. So what can we do in the meantime? So much of what we do is dependent on the governor's directive. So we wanted to give you a heads up. In the last probably 2 months, we've had much more activity than we've had in the past. A lot of that is because the governor's directive has allowed for 50 people to congregate at one time, again, with social distancing and with masks still being required. And here's a couple of events that we've been able to have. Again, not our typical special events, and we're doing them slightly differently, but we're excited to be able to at least bring forth some of these events. The farmers markets, as of June, were permitted. So we have a number of different farmers markets throughout the whole region that are now happening, which is great. We also have an event called Feed the Camel. This is a food truck event. Happens every Wednesday at the McKinley Arts and Culture Center. It is limited though. We can only have 8 vendors and they are limited to carry out. And we are still limited on the number of people and the social distancing requirements. But again, this is great weather. People want to get out, but they want to do it safely. So this provides a good opportunity for the community to get out and also to help those businesses and those food truck vendors. If you've been through downtown, you've seen a lot of murals. This is something new that because of COVID and because of the BLM and everything that's been happening and associated with Black Lives Matter, we have taken a different look at downtown, and we actually have a lot of murals, so it's great. A couple of them are up there for you to see. There was a lot of murals on the City Hall windows as well on the first floor, so now that we're replacing those windows, those murals are coming down. But it is great to see the artists kind of bring their skills forward for the community to see. And then another big event that we've been working on, and thanks to several city council members who have donated money to this event, is the Reno Recreates events. And this is an event where we're able to close down streets and get people to come out and participate. And so we've done three of these events with different parks, the Wilkinson Park, the Stewart Park, and the Pat Baker Park. And again, this provides an ability for those neighbors in that kind of local community to come out and be outside and see each other, but again, with socially distanced mask wearing and distancing requirements as part of that. So there's a number of other arts and culture events, but I wanted to highlight the key things that have kind of taken place in the past few months. We do have Alexis Hill on the line as well. If any of you have specific questions on anything within this slide or anything other than that you wanted to bring up, but I will wait to the end of the presentation if you have questions specifically for her. Housing and Neighborhood Development Services. This is one that I know is near and dear to many of you. This is the division that looks at financial assistance. And so we have been looking at financial assistance kind of in three different ways recently. One is, what can we do for utility deposits, security deposits, and just overall rental assistance. So over the past couple of months, we've had about 300 different inquiries. We do have a process where people can go online, they can see if they qualify, and then if they do, we've been able to give them financial assistance. And just to date so far, we've had about 120 households that we've been able to help. Again, most of those have been tied to rental assistance. There is quite a bit more money that we have already in the system that we can use separate from the COVID or the CARES money. So that's great. It's good to know that we have the ability to start helping the community, so we will continue to do that as well. And then finally, Parks and Rec. And Jamie Schroeder is also on the line if you have specific questions for her. Big picture-wise, just to give you an update on what facilities are opening and how they're opening. Any facility that's open through Parks and Rec is done on a limited basis. Again, the hardest problem we're having is making sure that people are safe through social distancing and masks. Another one of the challenges that we're having is just staff in general. We did have to furlough some of our temporary staff, and bringing them back, we found that not all the staff is actually coming back. We have a lot of students through TNCC and through UNR who are just choosing not to come back. So we are struggling with making sure that we have staff and that they're trained and that they're ready to go. That is one, I would say, kind of challenge that we're dealing with. Then another one is just the ever-changing rules and regulations. So just as a heads up, the Evelyn Mount Northeast Community Center, that pool is under construction. There's some work being done on that, so it's closed right now while that work is being done. That facility is open, but just to the youth camps. The other facility that we work, or the other program that we run, is the Vacation Station, and that's the child care operation. We have limited it to just 3 different locations. One is, again, the Evelyn Mount, the Plumas Gym, and the McKinley Arts and Culture Center. So those are open. They are operating with limited capacity, so they are not running at full capacity as they were prior to COVID. Sierra Kids, which is the before and after school program, we are ever changing as the school district comes up with their plan. And so we are working in coordination with the school district to see how we are going to operate that Sierra Kids program. And then in terms of pools is definitely, as it's getting hot and it's summer, kids want a place to swim. That is something that is in the front of all of our minds right now, especially on a day like today. So we have 3 pools that are open, again, with limited capacity, and that's the Northwest Pool, Idlewild Pool, and the Trainer Pool. All of our adult athletic events are on hold. They have not come back. So that's kickball, softball, baseball, all of those events that are adult activities have been put on hold. And then finally, the Neal Road Recreation Center, it is open. It has programs running. Again, it's still limited capacity and not operating at the way it had a year ago. But again, we are adjusting with every new day and trying to find ways to do things better to help this community get through this tough time. So that is it in terms of Reignite. Our next agenda item is going to focus on the CARES Act, and I know there's going to be a lot of discussion on that, but we wanted to make sure that you guys are up to date. So that if you have constituents asking, what is this Reignite initiative and what is it actually doing? Now you have some sound bites and some data to share with your fellow constituents. So with that, like I said, both Alexis Hill and Jamie Schroeder are on the line if any of you have questions for the 3 of us.
All right, thank you so much, Angela. Great job. Okay, Council, any questions? Can we go back to the regular screen? There you go. Perfect. Okay, go ahead, Councilman Reese, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess I want to focus in 2 areas. One, Ms. Boos, is the business and sort of support or aspects of this program. When we rolled this program out at the beginning, it was the mayor's hope, and I think all of our hope as well, that our businesses would be able to be creative and move forward in whatever way they had to survive. And so I want to talk very specifically about bars who have been shut down by the governor's orders that do not serve food. And so there have been some creative ideas offered, either allowing them to serve food, even though they don't have a grease interceptor or a trap or whatever it is that's holding them back, or it's pairing them with food trucks, which we now know Food Truck Friday and Feed the Camel have both been shut down. You mentioned Food Truck Friday in your presentation. And I guess what I'm trying to say is we have a business community that is hurting. And I'll give you one other example that might isolate the point, which is this group called Picasso and Wine, the kind of group where you go in and paint by numbers and also have a cocktail or two. And bottom line is what I'm trying to suggest, and what I believe our mayor, why this program got off the ground, is because we wanted to find every way that we could for businesses to get to yes, rather than us preventing them from whatever way they could pivot to survive. And so I want to know, how can we address those specific businesses that are finding themselves, closed? They're saying, casinos are open, restaurants are open, all these places where people go are open, and we're still closed. What can we do to help those businesses survive as part of this reignition effort? Because that, I think, was the original concern. And it's been something that I've been pressing for from the beginning. We've made some great strides. We've really helped people to pivot with like to-go alcohol and that sort of thing. But what do we do for those businesses? How can we help them?
Yeah, and I will kind of start this discussion. I know Arlo has been taking kind of the lead on this as well, so he may have some additional items. So one of the first things we start with is, what is the governor's direction? And so at this point, he has closed bars that don't serve food. So step one is we want to make sure we are in compliance with the governor. There are a lot of one-offs, and that's the examples you gave are the perfect examples, right? The Picasso and Wine, the Eddie. There's a number of these facilities that maybe don't fit into that square of, are they just a bar or are they more than just a bar? So each of those we're kind of looking at on a case-by-case basis. Again, the big picture here is, if they're just a bar, I want to make sure we're not doing something that goes against the governor's directive. We are doing everything we can to try and be open-minded and come up with creative solutions. And again, some of these that are the case-by-case basis, we have had to work with them individually to figure out a way to get to either yes, they can open their doors, or no, they can't. Curbside is still an option for everyone, so all these bars still do have curbside option. Arlo, did you have any additional items you wanted to chime in with?
And let me pause before Arlo comes in and just say, Mr. Stockham, Mr. Champ, you, Ms. Foose, Mr. Shaver have gone, I mean, way above and beyond, in my opinion, in terms of your responsiveness to this community. There has not been a time when I did not turn to Mr. Stockham or you or Mr. Champ or Mr. Shaver and say, help this business navigate this thing, in which you didn't jump in. I mean, Mr. Stockham did that on the weekends, nights, after hours. I mean, it's been incredible to watch, and yet we still have some folks who are just caught in a weird world where we have not been able to find a solution for them. And I'm suggesting that, our mayor and this body want solutions for those folks. Obviously, safety is the paramount concern. And so if there is any way to get to a yes for those people, either by saying you can microwave quesadillas in the back, or you can hold food trucks out front, I want us to be supporting that. It just as a general predilection. If it's not true that it won't happen, I'm okay with that too. But just please make sure we've done everything we can humanly possible to allow these businesses to survive. And I apologize, I didn't want to cut off Mr. Stockham, but I did want to acknowledge the incredible depth of work and the effort that's gone into trying to get to yes, because I'm not complaining that you haven't done that. I'm saying you've done awesome. Let's see if we can't go the extra step.
Yes, well, thank you. I agree with what Angela said. I don't have a whole lot to add. We have been in communication with a number of these businesses. The bar situation is really extremely difficult where we're at right now. They were closed for quite a while. They were allowed to open, and then they were shut down again. So we have to be very careful to stay consistent with the governor's orders. That being said, I need to check on it today after this discussion, but we're working up a program to see what we can do along the lines of what's been suggested here, but do it in a safe way. Those businesses that have outdoor spaces available, it makes it a lot easier if they have an adjacent restaurant that they could essentially merge operations with for a period of time. That works pretty well. Some of the other bars are really tough, where they're just inside and they don't have the space for social distancing. So as Angela mentioned, we've been trying to work it out kind of business by business. We really have about 20 businesses that are just straight bars and aren't affiliated with other types of facilities that can be open. Hopefully our COVID numbers dip down a little bit and they can reopen with safety guidelines soon. But we'll circle back and, increase our efforts to expedite some type of arrangement. It's just exceedingly tough to kind of balance the economic interests and the safety interests, and it's a moving target that changes by the day. So if any of these businesses are listening and they haven't already contacted us or figured out a solution, feel free to do so. And I will circle back with our business license team to get the status of where we are on the different businesses and what we're able to do.
Councilmember Jordan, I think you were up next. I'm sorry. I think we're having technical difficulties.
That's okay. I did have a question, and this is something that I know that a number of businesses, I believe it's on Sierra Street, have been tossing around, and I wanted to kind of put it out here for a discussion. There's been this discussion of closing streets off to be able to see if like they've done in some other cities, where they can bring their food and their drink outside more, they can expand more, they can stretch out more, they can be outdoors. My question with that is, if we were to be able, let's say, in a systematic way, to get a street from a Friday to a Monday, that we could coordinate closure, and it encompassed a number of restaurants and a number of bars, including bars that don't serve food. Could we come up with a program with some of our COVID dollars to engage one of the party supply places for tables and umbrellas to help them facilitate a Friday through Sunday sort of outdoor venue where people could facilitate this? Because this is what I'm hearing from a number of folks is, we love that you allow us to go into our parking lots, or you allow us to stretch out on the sidewalks, these great sidewalks in Midtown, for example. However, the staffing and the ability to purchase and store said tables to put in these areas, they find it very difficult. And then the people that you have to engage to set it up, tear it down, store it, the next day, set it up, tear it down, store it. I just kind of think that maybe I guess my question to staff is, one, could we come up, if there is that sort of proposal, could we try it out? And two, would that then meet the food drink quotient during that period? In other words, could you have the bars open if it's all outdoors in a communal type area outside?
I guess I'll take a try at this one. It's a very good concept. There's a lot of details to go into it. I think it's something we can pursue. My immediate reaction is probably the limiting factor is going to be the occupancy limits under the various state directives. For example, we couldn't have 300 people coming to a big block party type situation. But if we're able to work through those details and do it consistent with the governor's guidelines, I think it's feasible. I do think that would, bars could operate as part of that kind of shared activity. I don't think that would violate that type of situation, and it's outside, so it's a pretty safe way to do things. But I think it would probably, to work, need to be on a relatively small scale where it could be managed to maintain safety. It's really that exceedingly difficult balance of how do we do this safely. But I'm very open to pursuing it.
Thank you for that. And I do know businesses are trying to help other businesses and trying to figure out the staffing issues. And maybe if there's a coordination with a variety of bars and restaurants or services and retail that can say, hey, you're my neighbor, how about we get 6 of us together and from a Friday through a Sunday, and we use a Camelot or something that can help with the setup and so you get some uniformity to it and you get some consistency with the setup and the tear down and the storage. And then we're giving a Camelot type business as well. So that's just something that was a suggestion, and I think I've seen it in some other cities that have done it. And I do think it's worthwhile to try to help do this. So thank you.
Ms. Foose, I had a second part to my question, and I apologize, we got off track, but I wanted to keep the related concepts together. Can we go back to the slide that had to do with housing and neighborhood development summary? It was a really important slide, and I think it is worth just pausing here a minute again. So I guess what I'm trying to ask here is that we have some funds that are still available. Not every dollar has been allocated. And later in the discussion, we're going to be talking about dollars from the CARES Act as it relates to some of these issues. And so, and I'm not sure who is best here to answer some of these questions, but I just want to make sure that we are doing a good job of messaging to our community that we have these dollars that are designed to help people. And in fact, we have engaged those dollars to do that, because I think it's very positive. And one example I'll show, and it's not on the, oh yes, it is. This number, 130 rental assistance. I think what that is supposed to say is 130 months of rent have been paid. No?
No, 130 different households have received financial assistance for rental assistance.
Okay, where is there is a number that's in the staff report on page 3 that says 130 months of rent have been paid to landlords. Is that number accurate?
No, there should have been a total quantity amount.
Well, in any event, the staff report on page 3 says that 300 individuals have inquired, 120 households have been assisted, 73 households have been assisted with security, 4 with utility deposits, and it says 130 months of rent have been paid to landlords.
Nope, and I apologize. That is a typo.
Well, how many months of rent?
Oh, no, I see what you're looking at. Months rent. No, you're right. 130 months of rent have been paid to landlords.
Yeah, and I wasn't trying to put you on the spot. I know that this is not the program you don't administer on a daily basis. I just think it's important for us to identify that we have put money into this program and it has done this good work. Now it has much more work to do, and that's why we're talking about it with the CARES Act money. But I think this gets to the heart of supporting our community, our most vulnerable citizens, to help them with the rental assistance that they need. And as we go forward, we may have to shore it up, is what I'm suggesting to my colleagues. But that was really it, and I just wanted to have that conversation with you. The work that you're doing is tremendous. Can't thank you enough for all the hard work that you've put in. Oh, Councilmember Delgado, I think you were next, and then Councilmember Breckes.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Can you pull that screen up again really quick? Sorry, thanks, Angela. So really the question for me is, on that one is, I still hear from tons of people is, how do they get support? How do they get help? How do these 130 people get rental assistance? Who do they go to? Is it on the website? How do they apply?
Yeah, so we do have a link on our website, and maybe what we can do is we can blast that out through our different City of Reno sources. So we can definitely pass that on to council so you guys can blast it out to your sources and share that with your people as well. But we have phone numbers and different email addresses, depending on which program, whether it's a residential program or a business program they're looking for help with. We can put some information together and get that out to you guys.
Perfect.
If I could add, when the council first authorized this, I guess it was a couple months ago, I'm not sure, time's been flying by, we did a bunch of proactive media outreach, and we really tried to get the word out and big email blasts. I think it's a situation where people are just getting information overload. So this is a good reminder that we should probably do it again, because we have significant funds remaining, aside from the CARES allocations that are coming up next. And we do have programs available that are funded that can help those in need. So we'll work with the communications team to kind of get the word out again. But we really did try on the front end. I know Vice Mayor Reese was on a couple of those media events with me. And anyone listening here online today, please do check our webpage, call us. We have this available. We have a team processing these as quickly as possible. And while it's not a panacea for every problem, it's some measure of assistance.
Thank you, Arlo. Yeah, I know from some of these efforts, especially social service efforts, it's a continuous outreach. It's not just a one-time campaign. It's continuously, because people fall into these situations. Not always in the immediate when we push it out. It happens to them, 1 month later, 45 days later, 2 months later. So it's just a continuous piece of push. But I appreciate all those efforts. Let me know if there's any way I can help, and I'll push it out through my channels as well. Thanks.
Thank you. And just in closing for that one, depending on the action on the CARES allocations, it may be wise to roll this program into a bigger program that has that additional funding, so we're not administering multiple programs. But we have this available today to the community.
Awesome.
Arlo, Mr. Stockham, can you also make sure that whatever messaging we do, number one, that it's comprehensive, right? We've got some money, the state has some money. It gets confusing in the social services world because people are not sure which of them they fall into. Sometimes you can get both, maybe you can only get one or the other. I just don't know. And also that the information be put out in Spanish as well. So it's just an important component of this. I think there is money out there for people to avoid evictions and rental assistance, and we're going to have a deeper discussion about that shortly. But also, I think people just need to be aware of the variety of resources for which they might be eligible, and that would be helpful for people to do that. And so I think you've done that. Let's continue to do it. I think it's an important part of communicating the ability to do it. I also will mention one other thing. I had a conversation, and this is for our body and for the public at home. I had a conversation with folks who were both in the apartment association and the property managers association, because I was trying to get some sense about where the eviction crisis could head. And one of the things that was, I think, beneficial for me to learn was that it looked like only about 5% of our renters were at risk of facing eviction, meaning they were in that category of people who were not sure how they were going to pay next month's rent. Now, 5% of our population is a huge number, but it is not necessarily the same as the number I was hearing out of other cities nationally, or some of the numbers that I've heard nationwide. So it sounds like at least some of the funds that came out of the various funding mechanisms that were to support people through the pandemic did get spent on rent, were spent in the right place, whether it was the additional $600 in unemployment benefits or the public unemployment assistance program. So it's hard to gauge what our need is in the absence of the kinds of programs that you're talking about to direct traffic to. So I hope that makes sense. Councilmember Breckus, I think you were up next.
Yeah, I mean, I think it gets into the next discussion, but can you all hear me? Can you hear me okay? Yeah, I really feel that messaging through social media, our own channels, really needs to get upped on our game of street level outreach. You know, the VA is so successful because they have the federal resources backing them, but they send social workers out. Wherever there's a camp, they're bringing those folks in and letting them know, meeting them where they are. And I kind of feel that we need to meet people where they are to let them know about these big programs, to be honest. Maybe, so I hope we can be strategic in thinking about that. But I was confused about something that Sue said about the numbers of assemblies. I guess the governor is at 50. I thought it was 25. Or is the health department saying one number and then the governor's saying another number? Is that how it's working?
I'm not sure where the 25 came from. I believe the number that we're going with right now, just from the governor, is 50.
25 is the number that the CDC guidelines recommend based on whether you were in the green, yellow, or red zone. The state of Nevada was in the red zone. So while the governor set the number at 50, the CDC's number was at 25. And ultimately, I think that it has caused some confusion, but it is for sure had an effect. For example, Feed the Camel, which had been operating because it could do so under the 50 rule, stopped operating when it believed that the rule was 25, which it is technically 25, but it's just, I think, a matter of where those numbers came from. And I didn't mean to jump in. I just didn't know if anyone else was going to share that information, Councilmember Breckus.
Well, I think that's helpful. And I think when there's inconsistencies out there, those should be identified, because I'm just confused on the whole, I guess the health department is telling the schools to not open, advising that, but then the school district is saying do open, and the governor's saying the school district should figure it out, and maybe we can highlight those and state for our purposes what our understanding is. So if the health department's saying 25, but the governor is saying 50, where is the city of Reno with our activities? Have we landed on a spot, or I'm just trying to, like you said, the one understood it was one thing and they closed. Did we?
Councilmember Breckus, this is Alexis Hill.
Okay.
I just wanted to pop in and answer that question. The city of Reno is enforcing the 25. We canceled Feed the Camel 2 weeks ago due to the response to the governor's office. So we are waiting to hear an update on whether we can go back up to 50. I didn't feel like Feed the Camel could meet that guideline. So that's why I postponed it until we're back up.
So 25 is what we're operating on, and how else does this relate? Is it pertain to the police or the fire academy that's starting up? Is it just assemblies or special events?
It's just events from what I know, and that's what I'm enforcing, and I'll let other people step in on those other questions.
Okay.
To that question specifically, there are different guidelines for different types of activities. It gets exceedingly complex. Just last night, we got a new directive dealing with schools and essentially relaxing some of the social distancing around schools, just as one example. Our whole team is doing our very best to keep up with the constantly evolving rules and regulations around this topic. And truthfully, our team is stretched beyond capacity right now. We took some pretty big budget cuts and staffing freezes, and it's just extremely hard to keep up with the evolving directives and stay on top of it. And I think we're doing a pretty good job doing it, but we think we have an arrangement one day and then the next day it changes. And it's been like that now for quite a few months. So that's probably where some of the confusion came in here. I'm sure, changes happened even after these presentations were put together. But in terms, our general rule is we are administering the stricter of the requirements. If there are overlapping requirements coming out of state or local, or in some cases like our park and rec guidelines have added some additional details and requirements, we're doing that and just really trying to keep safety in mind and also balancing the economics of it all. So I just wanted to say that we're strained keeping up with the changes with our limited staffing resources that we have now.
And Arlo, I would be remiss not to say you're doing an outstanding job. Keep up the good work. I know we're asking a lot of you. We want for more support for you. It's just, yeah, I don't think it's coming anytime soon. Just keep up the good work. I think Councilmember Jordan, you were next.
Thank you very much. So is the regional group is still formed, correct? Washoe County, Sparks, and Reno.
Yes, we are administering guidelines on a regional basis for consistency and coordinating pretty regularly.
Okay. And you guys I actually think you do a pretty tremendous job of information that goes out online and through our social media channels. But to Councilmember Delgado and your comments is that people are on a little bit of a information overload, and there's so many websites and so many links and so many, I think it's a little bit overwhelming. I just wonder if there's an opportunity to have a printout that just shows from a regional basis all of the things that are available and where, a one sheet, maybe two-sided, that gets handed out at the food bank events, at Dining with Dignity, something like that, that we can start getting maybe some of this stuff in a non-electronic form that people can then reference with all the different links per their needs on rental assistance or, whatever it may be. I think maybe that's an opportunity we could partner regionally with some folks and just find a different way. I know we all struggle. People receive their information in different ways. And demographics, ages, we all, we just need to be a little maybe more creative and get that information out, because I agree with Councilmember Delgado. I think there's just some folks that don't know what's available, and it's a little overwhelming, for sure.
Yeah, that's a very good point. We do have a printout we've been distributing, but it has been getting lost in the shuffle, and it now needs an update. And in all likelihood, after action on the CARES allocations, it'll probably need another update again. So I'm sure Rebecca's listening here, and we will work with our communications team to, keep everything updated as best we can and get it distributed as broadly as we can.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stockman. I think we can close out this item. Ms. Venus, if she is listening, I anticipate she would be. She's also doing an outstanding job and has been juggling a lot of different roles and providing information in a way that has been just incredible. I mean, literally nights and weekends. It's very appreciated and certainly not expected. Thank you for that. Any additional questions on this item for any council members at this time? I don't think so. Mr. Stockman, it wasn't for action or vote, so it was just a presentation. So thank you for that. Let's move on to
Councilman Reese, just really, really quickly.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I'm having some technical
I know
difficulties.
you were.
So if you can't hear me, then please just jump in and take from there. Thank you so much. Just really quickly, Arlo or someone, that's distributing those, what are they? I don't know, rental assistance down payments. One of the things that comes across my desk a lot where there's a lot of maneuvering, and I'm wondering if, I'm just going to throw it out there, and I don't want to have any discussion on it, but I'm just going to put it out there for staff so we can start thinking about it. But one of the challenges too, sometimes I found it's not even money, it's actually credit. And hard for, some of these people now more than ever to, have adequate credit to get into some of these locations. And so I've seen that several times actually. So I don't know, it's just something to start thinking about, and we could work with the Housing Authority, but, maybe having some sort of guarantee, and maybe that's putting, their own money in some sort of deposit, and then we sign on and we know that money's there for, 3-6 months, whatever, something like that. But I would just like to figure out some way, because I have absolutely seen many times where people have income, have jobs, but they don't have the credit to qualify. So just something to think about. Anyway, okay, well, we can have, that's another discussion later, but before I forget, because I'll forget if I don't. Okay, thanks so much. Moving on. And great job, you guys. I know how hard you've worked. I mean, you guys are just, you're unbelievable. I mean, we were just moving and shaking before COVID. Whoa, let alone during COVID, everything that's been, you know, thrown at you guys and having to adapt and work on the fly and work late hours. I just want you guys to know you have done a tremendous job, and City Manager Soto also constantly is telling me that. So I just want you guys to know he's grateful and we're all grateful. So good job. Okay.
Thank you for that. Really, the entire staff, and I know everyone in the community is stepping it up right now. Difficult times, but that's where people have to step up a little more. So thank you for that.
Yeah, I just know it's very stressful. All of us are under a tremendous amount of stress, but you guys have really just done a phenomenal job, and we're really, really proud. So Arlo, please know that. Really grateful.
Thank you.
All right, you guys, moving on. Sending it back to you, Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, we are on item D6. This is discussion on the coronavirus relief funds for the city of Reno. This will be presented to you by Dylan Shaver.
All right, Dylan. Hi, how are you?
Doing well, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you again today.
Okay, take it away.
Absolutely. Staff is here for a second time. I believe I'm sharing the Phase 1 opportunities slide in front of you at the moment. I'll just give you a quick refresher as to where we are at on this particular project. Staff presented an overview of the coronavirus relief fund allocations and the mechanics around them at your meeting last Wednesday, July 22nd. That is an allocation in the suspected amount of $46.6 million in 2 phases. The first half requires a certification from the city manager that is completed, as well as a high-level plan for how the funds would propose to be spent for that first half of the allocation, which totals to just over $23.3 million. Staff again presented opportunities that had been identified, which are in front of you on your screen right now, that we believe would comprise an adequate high-level plan as required by the governor's office. None of this, as it appears before you, is set in stone, but we do have to file some sort of plan to release the funds. The governor's office says that the plans can be amended with agreement from both sides, meaning the city and the governor's finance office, and we can make course corrections as we determine the needs or shortfalls in areas, or perhaps over budgeting in some areas along the way. The opportunities laid out for you are not the only extant opportunities in the world, and when developing these, staff aimed to propose things that were as broad as possible, so as to allow the maximum flexibility in accomplishing the goals that the council has in inserting these money, which is to say, we do not have currently work plans developed around each of these proposals, and those work plans would need to come back to the council for further expense in many of these categories. Some of these categories, I will remind you, are really granting opportunities. For example, if we were to look at line 7 about food distribution to residents, the city does not have the capacity to engage in something that so many great organizations around this community are already doing. This would be an opportunity for these organizations to tell us how best to get food to residents under the auspices of the CARES Act. Similarly, with whether we're talking about the mental health response or some of the other items that you see here, where the city itself does not have its own expertise. I had mentioned that there would be 2 phases here. The second phase requires its own plan, its own budget, and there are a lot of needs. And so if we, forgive me, there we are. Throw in options you know, maybe we realize that there's additional support for the unsheltered population, additional support in mental health. Remote education relief has been, I think, popular with each of you, where, you know, we would sort of look at what the school district did and find a way to support the families that may need a little extra boost in distance learning or with some of the things they're doing. These are all options on the table. There have been a handful of questions brought up in the last week. But we are here today at your request, and so I certainly don't want to step on your toes. Staff stands at the ready to make any amendments to this as you see fit, or you can authorize us to proceed with the numbers that you see in front of you. With that said, I am happy to answer any questions or lend any expertise I may have on this matter.
I have a question.
Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple questions. On item 2, reserve city share, when I was $3 million, when I was reviewing the memo, it said that we were going to apply for 100%, and that's in case FEMA doesn't pay. And so my question was, is that correct? And then if FEMA does pay, do we have to refund this money?
So thank you for the question. If FEMA were to reimburse really the county, as all of these are so far expenses that they've incurred directly, we would then have to bring that number back to council for reallocation. There is a scenario wherein FEMA potentially reimburses, but perhaps in 2024. If that happens, we would then need to refund that money back to FEMA.
Yeah.
Any refunds we take have to be put towards CARES eligible expenses, and obviously the CARES Act expires.
Okay. Then I had a question on item 11. What about our own parks? So I was unclear. First of all, just to be clear, this phase 1, all the money has to be spent in the next 30 days. It ends September 1, 2020.
No, ma'am. The plan is due September, so we have to submit to them no later than September 1, 2020.
All right, because it said in the memo that the money must be spent or planned to be spent by September 1, 2020, the first phase.
Yes, planned to be spent, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So another question was, it sounded like in your memo we had programming grants for parks. And I guess my question is if we obligate through a contract to do something, can they continue to spend past the date of December 31?
A strict reading of the guidance we have been given would indicate no, they may not.
Okay, and last question is, well, there's 2 last questions. On number 10, COVID tracing, is Washoe County getting money to pay district health for the testing, or are they looking to us for a portion of that? In other words, district health is a community board, and I don't know what our obligation would be to paying for this testing. You have $200,000. Is that outside the board? Is this to Renown or a hospital or a lab or a CVS? Could you just explain that? And then in case I run out of time, the last one was on 11, the enhancements. We definitely recommend more, or I would recommend more than $100,000 in that category. So if you could address those.
Thank you very much for the questions, ma'am. As it relates to contact tracing and testing through the District Board of Health, that is a subject of ongoing negotiation between the managers at this time. We are, we have certainly seen ideas from the health district as to how they could spend the money, but we have seen no firm proposals as to how that would go, and we really need to entertain such a thing. Any funding.
But I mean, is Washoe County getting money and they would pay for the, in other words, is all the district health expenses related to COVID, are they eligible for this money, this CARES Act money?
District health expenses related to COVID would be an eligible expenditure by any of the jurisdictions who have received it.
And so what you're working out is if there's a proportionality we might contribute 200,000. Is that aimed at district health, the number you have plotted there, or?
It is named at all manner of things. The district health proposal, as with many proposals, well, I don't even want to use the word proposal because it's not a proposal. The primary encumbrance for that would appear in the phase 2, which you can see here on the screen now, which has not been entirely, we're really leaving it to you to direct us how to concoct those proposals.
Well, just to finish up, I have no idea what district health expenses have been. So it's very hard at this point to say 200,000 is the right number, and that's like a Reno proportion of a district health expense. Do you guys have they submitted any numbers? Like, you have numbers for EOC and all that stuff, but.
Yeah, and I repeat, we have seen no firm proposal for the District Board of Health as to how they would pursue or
Okay, thank you.
We will consider it.
And then look at an increase in 100 grand.
Yes.
I don't think it's enough to do any programming or planning, really.
Let me, Mr. Singer, let me just say, because I think it answers Councilmember Dewar's question, that as I understood this presentation and last week's presentation, these are very broad buckets that are a necessary component to allow us to make our presentation to the governor to get the release of the funds. I don't think any one of us today can say that this specific line item will be for this specific proposal. I think that is to come later, and we will get more into it. I'll give you an example. We had some folks today, and Councilmember Breckus wisely said, we want to support our children's cabinet programming, right, which is also related to us. And so I'm sure that there will be a way for us to get some dollars to well-intentioned programs like the children's cabinet through the buckets that are here. I, like you, believe that some of the numbers should be a little higher. Maybe they should be a little lower. But I don't know that I'm going to say today what each of those things are, in part because I think it's now incumbent upon us to provide the proposal to the governor, receive the funds, and then go out and do the work to connect it. Because I think we're going to find that a lot of these numbers are going to be somewhat fluid. We may move $500,000 from 5 to 6 and $100,000 from 8 to 9 and cut out 10 entirely. I don't know. But I also don't know that that would be what we want to do today, is to get into the true weeds of it. I think we. But
if I could just ask this, Dylan said that in order to change these things, that we need to have the governor's office got to agree with us. And so all I'm trying to understand is, can we move money within the buckets, or is that what they're approving? Like, they're approving $100,000 for 11. And if we want to move money into that bucket or out of the COVID tracing bucket, we have to get the governor's office to sign off on that. I'm trying to understand the level of detail the governor is going to hold us to in this plan.
Thank you for the question, and that is actually a great one where we have asked for further clarity, but that clarity is not available to us at the moment. All we have is the document from the governor's office that indicates that this is an agreement that can be changed with the approval of both parties.
Well, I would not put anything at 100 grand. I just think it's too little, and I would reallocate just a little bit. If this is, are we voting today to have you send this in?
The staff would request guidance today to submit the final, the high-level plan, not final plan, the high level.
Well, I'd put no bucket less than 200 grand just to give us some more flexibility. That's one piece of advice, or 250. So there you go.
Very smart. Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah, I would agree with Ms. Dewar. I'd like to see the parks go up to 250,000. I mean, I have the concept for parks programming that I was going to use my discretionary funds for, and it got swept. And I think it was a small project, but it could be broader, more broadly deployed. And let me know, shake your head if I'm not coming through clearly. Also, I heard that solid waste was eligible, and I am just getting continuous concern from some of our parks where we know some of the unsheltered population is spending their times of the day. More people who aren't going on vacation out of town are spending time. And solid waste, the parks crews just can't keep up with the solid waste being generated in the parks and then it's going into the river. And Big Belly purchases, I think, would be really important there. But I think that we should go through these different items and talk about, you know, so at least a little more understanding of what we're going to be doing. So I think I get 1 through 3, but number 4, for example, are we going to contract with someone? Could we go buy the DMV building next to Galletti that's going to be vacant soon as a facility for unsheltered? Could we do that? What's the thinking on number 4? Just maybe 3 sentences.
We have seen other jurisdictions get very ambitious along the lines of item number 4, and we do believe that the purchase of a facility would be an eligible expense here. We have to be very clear to direct it out to COVID, but you know, we have seen other jurisdictions that have received these funds put together both permanent and temporary facilities to address this need.
Okay, so yeah, I think that's great. You know, we know there's, you know, buildings available. We have I've proposed the event center because we're going to be paying general fund debt out of that real soon, and I think that's a great backfill. But the Galletti campus is going to be open soon too. Now on the 5, the eviction relief programs, are you going to be administering those like on the last item in-house, or are we going to administer it out-house, like through the housing authority or someone?
Stand by. I think I am now sharing the document that is included in your packet called CARES Funding Allocation Proposal. It's a spreadsheet. Along line item number 5, you can see here, you know, we do have the ability to administer some of this internally, but the Housing Authority has also set up a program with state money. You know, that there would be certain sense not to set up a competing program.
Okay.
It's already doing this. There may be value in enhancing what Housing and Neighborhood Development is doing, but there are a lot of income restrictions on what HAND is doing now, and it's less over at RHA.
Okay. So that's
all right. Hey, I'm gonna cut you off, Councilman Breckus. I need to move on to someone else. We got to keep the meeting going. Councilwoman Jordan, and then I'll come back to you, Jenny.
Thank you. If we could put the screen back up there, Dylan. And I understand there is movement within these. I am just going to ask a question with regards to the approximate 2.5 for the unsheltered population. While my understanding is that that is for potentially the where, my question is, because the unsheltered population, whether it's the street level engagement and support or the ongoing wraparound services that have created additional unsheltered population due to COVID, are these dollars something that we could engage a contract with experts in the field for the staffing portion, which we know for someone to get back on their feet isn't going to magically go away on December 30, that it will take time? Is that something some of these funds can be used for? And 2, I can tell you right now, with just the purchase of the shelter and potentially the land and this accompanying security around it, that number is way light.
Thank you very much for the questions, and I will take them in reverse order. You can see in the phase 2 opportunities that figure is proposed to more than double. And you know, the reason some of these things are going to be pushed to or that we're recommending some of these be pushed to phase 2 is that we don't want to get too far down the road on any one particular project to, you know, we're trying to be as ambitious as possible, but we do run the risk of ineligibility at certain steps along the way. And so we wanted to sort of address these in 2 phases rather than allocate everything sort of in a one shot on the first go round. In terms of contracting with, you know, the appropriate professionals to respond to what we're seeing happening out there in the world, I will say yes, but we must accrue that expense sometime between March 1 in the past and December 30th. We also cannot, outside the normal way we would do business, sort of prepay for things. You know, I'd love to tell you, yeah, we can hire an army of social workers for $2 million to work for the next couple of years. But unfortunately, the folks at the U.S. Department of Treasury have already thought about that and have told us that we really can't prepay in that manner.
But Dylan, I mean, what if, I'm just gonna play this out a little bit. So, and I understand that, but my question is this, and we know this from someone who you are assisting who's living on the streets or in a tent, to them being at a point where they can be sustainable and employable and on their own, is a solid, 2-year process, and likely longer than that. So are you telling me we can't contract for COVID-related unsheltered population for the whole individual process? In other words, the shelter, the food, the wraparound to get them back on their feet. I mean, we can't engage. I'm going to go back to, are we going to really get anybody that's going to want to engage in a contract for 3 months or 6 months? They're not going to want to commit to something like that. I mean, can we not have some flexibility? Or
so I wish it were as easy as me telling you, council member, yes, that is a great idea and we should do that, because it is and we should. However, we can only rely on the guidance that has been given to us from the state and from the federal government. And that guidance is very clear about how and when the money needs to be spent. The federal government may change that, and I think that there's a certain hope that they would to broaden our ability to do things, but I cannot be the person to stand in front of you and say, hey, the federal government's going to fix it for the first time ever.
But Dylan, I guess my to just boil it down, does it restrict us from engaging a multi-year contract? In other words, to get a service now, let's say, like with anything, most things want a 2 or 3 year contract. Are we prohibited from engaging in said contract with the CARES dollars?
It depends on the nature of the contract, but generally, yes.
Thank you.
Hey, Dylan, can you clarify who else is receiving CARES Act money? I know the hospitals are. Do you have a list by any chance?
I don't have a list on who all is receiving CARES Act money. Part of the CARES Act is the Coronavirus Relief Fund, which is a specific pot of money that was made available to governments. There were different pots of money. You know, the CARES Act money, Madam Mayor, your own businesses were eligible for under PPP. You know, pandemic unemployment assistance was part of the CARES Act. There were a lot of pots of money available.
Okay. I guess my point is, Dylan, I want to be very, very careful to allocate, because you know, certain entities got CARES Act money too, and I know they're coming and they're saying, hey, you got more than I did. We want, you know, yours. And so, you know, yes, I think to be sensitive to those asks, and we want to help everyone, of course, but I also want to make sure, you know, how much funding did we get, so there's some transparency there, so the council understands before we allocate those. And then what's your timeline? When are we looking to get this first phase wrapped up?
Thank you for the questions, Madam Mayor. So in terms of coronavirus relief dollars, I think I'm reading what you're laying down here. So Washoe County got just over $20 million. The city of Sparks got just under $20 million. The city of Reno got about 55% in terms of allocations to just over $46.6 million total. And to your point about, watching the buckets and the allocations very carefully, we absolutely are. And in fact, there is proposals from the county today about how the city of Reno would spend the city of Reno's money on their priorities. And the city manager, I believe, is considering an appropriately toned response to such a request right now.
And I would jump in to say, and again, and I think I said it earlier in the meeting, that, a lot of some of our biggest issues, like taking care of our vulnerable populations, all of us have to do it together, right? I think the problem is just, what every city is facing. But I also think we are doing the heavy lifting. We are the only ones that have a shelter in our city. And so I want to be, very clear. And also, we're allocating towards mental health, which I think is absolutely critical. But if I understand correctly, they do get funds for health and human services. Am I right? Because it seems that we're sort of always, kind of, to put it bluntly, taking care of some of the county responsibilities, and I think and we want to be partners, but at the same time we don't get those funds. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am. I believe you're referring to two different pots of money. One would be money coming to the county from HHS to perform those sort of human services, and then the separate tax that the county collects that they're authorized to collect. I believe they can collect up to 6 cents, basically to engage in indigent care. They currently collect, I believe, 5. Those funds, of course, go to the county outside of the CRF or the CARES Act, but you are correct, ma'am, that they do have extant resources to address some of these needs.
Well, and when we have community members that are saying the city's not doing enough, I got to be really honest. I think our community members also need to help get our other partners involved in our initiatives. Because quite honestly, I know this council cares tremendously about, health and human services and things that we just don't get the funds for. So, I got to be pretty blunt about it. And
Yes,
at some point, you have to call a spade a spade. I'm sorry, but you do. Because like I said, we've all got to do it together as one region and, come to the table. So thank you so much. Councilman Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Appreciate everyone's comments. I think kind of following up on some of the Councilwoman Jardin's questions, Dylan, I know in some of the organizations out there, the way they're working some of this is they're asking organizations that are in support of some of these initiatives that they take on, that they can utilize the CARE funds for the upfront costs associated with getting some of this going, as long as they push forward some of their operational expenses onto the forward months to kind of keep it more sustainable. Is that a conversation you guys are having with community members of saying, here's potentially $1 million, so to say, to help enhance some of the services? They go back to the boards, adjust operations, so forth. So it's, again, that we've enhanced, whether it's mental health, whether it's whatever types of social services that are needed, but kind of it gets past some of those conversations of like, well, we just can't do it because it's not long-term sustainable, right? It's just kind of getting creative with some upfront costs and having them push forward some of their operations into the future months for expansion.
Yes, sir, and I'm reluctant to couch it the same way you did, but we are having conversations along these lines with many groups in the community about how best to use these funds to address eligible needs within the community. Anybody who accepts such funds will need to certify to us as a city that they are going to use them only on eligible expenditures. But yes, we're having many conversations just as you described.
Good. Okay. On another piece, I see, again, I know this is very high level, broadly speaking, but I'm assuming that a lot of these focus points are going to be the kind of the other overlay on top of that is going to go towards communities that are, again, being disproportionately being impacted. I know the governor has now even expressed we're going to start focusing on zip codes. My hope is that by one way or another, some of these pots or funds are going to go and say, so people that are applying for these programs aren't necessarily, or they should, it's region wide. I mean, the funds for everyone, but again, going in and focusing and saying, how can we make sure some of these communities that are being impacted have access to some of these dollars to support them? You know, we can read white papers all over the place and we'll see that funds get out there, but then the communities that are really as intended for don't get the funds and dollars. And so I want to just make sure we are putting that focus as part of some of these overlays, is that we come back and we evaluate what we've done, the successes and outcomes, and who knows how long this is going to be. But that we're saying we are putting those funds into those communities that are being impacted hard by COVID.
Very much appreciate that feedback, council member. And as I mentioned last time, particularly on items 5 and 6 and a little bit 7, those are tremendous. That equity conversation, that making sure it gets to those communities of need is tremendously important to us, as well as item 10 here, or I'm sorry, item 9, the communication piece is just critical. I am by no means under the delusion that where I am in the world right now, I am the right person to go into some of these communities and start selling these programs. And I think that we've had this conversation at the regional level as well, particularly as it comes to as we are setting these things up and we start communicating with the public, that we need specific efforts to make sure the opportunities that this money creates gets into all of the right places.
Yeah, I mean, I could see where it plagues into all of them. I just want to make sure that we're doing that in, and just want to ask the questions, but I appreciate the staff considering all those pieces. So thanks, Dylan.
Madam Mayor or Vice Mayor, I don't know. Can I be recognized?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure too that I'm not sure what category, perhaps providing PPE to group facilities, whether they're for kids, adults, rehab. Is there any bucket for that? Because in all these multi-millions, it seems that the biggest spread of COVID and the biggest amount of people dying are in those facilities, whatever they're for. So I don't know really where that comes in. Is it free? And the reason I'm asking is you have 4,444,000, that seems, and 74 cents. That sounds like a very specific number, which doesn't allow for the kind of things we're talking about. So.
Thank you for the question. It would be in items 2 or 3, ma'am, and there is plenty of flexibility. The numbers look so specific because I had to come up with a total number that totaled to $23,339,006.50. And
okay. All right. Well, I just wanted to make sure that we put on the table that here's our greatest spread and our greatest deaths, our biggest numbers of people. They say that deaths in the facilities account for half the deaths, I think, in Nevada. So I really think that, you know, we need to address it somehow. And it seems like they're all on their own, right? It's every facility for itself, whether it's a Willow Springs or a Lakeside nursing home. And it seems like what I've been really struggling with is how do we bring those needs together? I just don't think that we're doing enough in the EOC to address that, so that we continue to ask them, what do you need? What do you have? Where are the issues? They seem to just like be suffering on their own, and that includes their staff as well. You know, so I want to make sure we have at least some commentary or some money thought about for those kind of issues where people are dying. So.
Yeah.
And could I be recognized?
Go right ahead.
Thanks.
Go ahead.
You know, I think maybe just for our own edification, we need this a little more specified for each of these 11 items. I don't mind having these 11 items, but you know, maybe we need a 12th of the PPE out to the private people isn't in there. And I would not necessarily discount the request by other people, particularly the county, which, you know, one of the biggest uniform concerns that we have with them is they're not doing the social services that they're mandated to. So if they want some of this money to do some social services, let's engage in that talk, because we want them to come to the table on that, and they rarely, they don't to the degree we'd like to. So if we can incentivize them with some of the funds that we've received, maybe that's good, because at the end of the day, if we stand up programs, they're going to need continuing funding, ongoing. And, I'd hate for us who don't have dedicated funding from the indigent funds, for example, with tax revenue on the table, to be the ones holding the bag when the COVID money goes away, whereas they have the bigger, the bigger ability to bring in some revenues to continue these projects. I guess for me, I'm understanding that the residential eviction program is going to be a pass-through to the housing authority. I've already seen them advertising some of their services, so that's married up. The business impact relief program, is that one that we think we'll administer, or is this where the PPEs go in?
Allow me to switch. So the Business Impact Relief Program, we believe the city is best situated to administer. The Reignite Reno team has been pulling together stakeholders sort of around the design process. And as soon as you approve this item, then on your next agenda, the design and the implementation of that particular program will show up. It was originally scheduled to be at this meeting. When we rolled this from last meeting to this one, we rolled that in kind, which is actually good. It gives them more time to refine and prepare for what it is you may ultimately desire.
That's going to be a very complex one. As I listen to what cities are doing around the country, they're really struggling with how to do those sort of programs. But I think it's worth a bucket. Now, the distribution to food residents, for some of these, can we just put out a request for proposals and let people come through the door? And then on that request for proposal, we could put point scoring, weight on things like what Mr. Delgado said is, those most impacted by COVID populations, and can you sole source these, or do you have to go through competitive bidding because it's federal government dollars? Do you know?
So there's a murky area between where we are in terms of the state purchasing law right now. We haven't seen anything that would necessarily require us to go through a competitive bid process. And we think that we have justification in a lot of state laws and government orders, particularly when we're giving money to a nonprofit entity.
Okay.
I'm
going to cut you off there because I want to move along. But state procurement in Nevada is very liberal versus federal, which is woo. But now this mental health number 8, what's the thinking on that? Would that be something given to the hospital, or would we maybe put out an RFP for, how would we do that? Are we going to Medicaid? I mean, do you have that one fleshed out?
So the city itself obviously does not have mental health professionals, and as such, we have the option to work regionally or via grantees. There's a concept that we can, for example, identify the delta between the most team utilization for July of last year and July of this year. We also know that there has been, that mental health cases put tremendous drag on emergency rooms right now, and we believe that efforts to divert mental health cases from ERs would be an eligible expense, because you don't want to expose those people to COVID at that time, nor do you want to overwhelm the emergency rooms that don't necessarily have the space. Having no mental health professionals, we sort of flagged that in the spreadsheet that went to council as something to be administered externally.
Okay, so that's like we could enhance the most to get those social workers out in the field for the 20% of, serious mental health needs, that are unsheltered population, and that's pretty broad. Now, the communication, I'm sure there's a bunch of communication firms that would love to compete for that. And then what about 10? is that going to be for tracing our own work population? Because I've been hearing a lot lately that, you know, how can the city start to move forward, you know, internally and staffing up? And it is just by making sure our city building is very well contained with our own, or is that out in the public? You know, that we're able to test our own workforce and trace within our own workforce.
So both of those suggestions would be eligible for that that particular pod.
Okay, and then the 11, I agree with Ms. Stewart. I'd like to see that up to 250,000. Maybe you take away from one that's not as broad, but also for solid waste in the parks.
All right, Dylan,
Yes, ma'am.
I don't think you answered my question. When, and maybe you did, I apologize. When are we looking to get this finalized?
So staff requests that you would move to authorize us to submit this high-level plan today. And then we would, you know, do the things we needed to do to make sure the money actually showed up in City of Reno bank accounts at that time. You have until September 1st, but we have very serious concerns about implementation timeframes, a number of your questions, and about whether or not we can reasonably get this money out into the community given the limited amount of time we have. And so delays are just going to diminish that period of time. We're much more comfortable, should we need to amend this down the line, taking that approach with your authorization.
Right, so that was my next question. Are we able to, I guess, are we able to restructure if some of these don't come to fruition, or?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because my thought is if we do have partners at the table, then some of this allocation might shift somewhat. So I just want to make sure we're not in a box and we're doing everything we can to spend it wisely, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect.
I will indicate, as I've had two council members say this now, that for line 11, if we were to take that to $250,000, I would recommend pulling it from line 7, and that is simply based on conversations we've had with some of the service providers in here who are, I don't want to say they don't want the money, but they are not certain of their ability to put all of that to use at this time.
Well, I would make a motion, and what about just deleting, taking 250 off the mental health? Because I really think that's going to be hard to accomplish, to suddenly have everyone in mental health counseling, or, you know, I think that's going to be very hard to get out there.
The goal is for 24/7 community crisis centers, so we're keeping people out of jails, we're keeping them out of ERs. I don't want to touch anything with mental health. I think it is.
Well, that'd be great.
I
didn't realize.
The biggest problem out of this pandemic.
What we're asking, I didn't realize that we had a 24-hour mental health crisis center. That's the kind of detail that we're just asking Bill, and to give us some guidance on what is in here. I wouldn't have recommended it if I knew that. So I'm fine with item 7.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I think Dylan's right. Just take the 250 off of the food distribution and put it with the parks. And,
sure.
Make that 1.25.
Yeah.
And hey, Dylan, quick question when we're talking about food distribution. I know you've been in talks with Nicole Amboli at the food bank. Did they receive money as well? How are they doing? Because some food banks are really struggling.
She indicated to me that this community has really risen to the occasion to support the food bank. They are not, if you look down to Southern Nevada and 3 Square, which is in a very tough spot, Nicole indicated to me, and I hate to speak for her, but she indicated to me that this community has really stepped up, and she has got a great team around her in terms of pursuing you know, federal opportunities and things like that, where they're not seeing the pinch that other food banks are. They have seen, I don't have the numbers she had thrown around, and we had discussed committed to memory, but it is literally, they are moving tens of millions of pounds of food into this community to feed tens, if not hundreds of thousands of people right now, and she is comfortable in their ability to continue to do so.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Well, good. We appreciate that. Okay, are there any other council members before we make a motion that want to speak?
Madam Mayor, I'll move to approve staff recommendations as modified.
Okay. Oh, okay, I just was going to ask you, Naomi, did you want to add any comments because you were sort of speaking?
I added my comments and he made that change, and that's it.
Okay, great. All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Good work, everyone. Thanks so much. Okay, back to you, Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, at this time, we are transitioning to item E1. This is an ordinance introduction to be read by the city attorney.
All right, we will send it over to you, Carl Hall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance introduction, bill number 7151. Ordinance to repeal and replace Title IV entitled Business License Code, amending Chapter 4.04 entitled General Provisions, Section 4.04.067, moratorium on the acceptance of business license application for pet stores intending to conduct sales of dogs, cats, or rabbits, to prohibit the retail sale of dogs and cats in commercial establishments, and to add regulations for legally established pet stores to continue the retail sale of dogs and cats for a period of up to 6 months from the date of the ordinance becomes effective, together with other matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith.
All right, thank you. Good job, Carl. First of all, I want to start off by saying, Angela, I know how much time and energy you put into this. We are so appreciative of all your hard work. This is nothing new. We saw this, I don't know how long ago, Councilman Dewar? 6 months ago? I don't remember.
A little longer, 8 months, 9 months maybe.
See how time flies. But anyway, so I hope everyone is up to speed since it's something we've seen before. And I think I'm going to send it to you. Am I right? Angela, did you want to?
Yeah, if I may just give an introductory comment. I wanted to compliment Angela as well. She's been very flexible. We have received some 294 letters of support for the draft so far, with a number of letters recommending some small changes, and some of those recommendations coming from the most active groups such as the SPCA, Billy Howard with Puppies Plus. So in working with Angela, I had asked her to just tell us what some of the proposed changes are, and we can either adopt, move forward with this as written, or carry it over to the next meeting and incorporate any changes that the council would concur with. So I would like to ask Angela to maybe just run us through where we are and some of the proposed changes.
Great. Well, this for the record, Angela Foose, Acting CD Director. This one is very, very exciting. I know that many of you have been waiting for this since you have been in office. And I hope that we can move forward after today with a second reading and actually get something adopted. So I will be brief in my presentation. Again, just for those folks in Zoom land, so everyone understands that this is not something new. This is something that has been in the works for quite some time. Back in 2003, Reno, Sparks, Washoe County, they all got together and they formed an interlocal agreement. And that was related to all services related to animals. So each jurisdiction stopped regulating animals and they put it all into one interlocal agreement. Washoe County now is the regulator of anything to do with animals. Back in 2014, members of this council initiated a 6-month moratorium to deal with this issue that we're dealing with now, a pet store moratorium to make sure that we were protecting dogs and cats. At that time, there was quite a bit of work going on between Reno, Sparks, and Washoe County related to more of the regional animal services and what they could do to help enforce that some of these businesses weren't doing bad things related to animals. So that moratorium ended up expiring and nothing specific to Reno was done. However, back in 2016, Washoe County changed their code and adopted what is now the Commercial Animal Welfare Permit. So that is a permit that anyone who deals with animals, whether it's a vet, a business, a breeder, boarder, they have to go through Washoe County to go through that permit process. Fast forward to where we're at today, back in September, October timeframe, Reno City Council said we're not happy with the commercial animal welfare permit process in terms of protecting, I would say more the puppy mill type facilities, and how can we make sure that those facilities, pet store facilities, are operating according to the way that is safe and humane. So a moratorium went into effect. It was set to expire in April of this year. Due to COVID, we extended that for another 6 months. So that moratorium is still in effect, meaning that no new businesses can operate, and there can be no change in ownership of existing businesses to operate that have the retail sale of cats and dogs. So that moratorium is in place now. It will expire come October 31st. However, if a new ordinance is adopted, then that new ordinance will take place. So let's go back to what was the initial direction from council? It was really 4 things. So one is this council asked for this moratorium to be specific to dogs and cats. We also wanted to make sure that whatever we did, whatever we changed in our ordinance, honored that 2003 local agreement. Again, Reno Sparks Washoe County spent quite some time working on that. We want to make sure that we're not doing something that is in conflict with that interlocal agreement. We also wanted to make sure that we exempted some of those animal rescue organizations from being able to adopt out animals at pet store facilities. So that language was recommended by council to move forward with whatever ordinance comes forward. Schedule-wise, just so everyone knows kind of where we've been. We had planned to do a public workshop in March, and unfortunately COVID hit. We had to cancel that live public workshop. So instead we sent out letters to everyone that we have in our records to show that they have a business that affects pets or pet stores. And then we also posted information on our website. We included the draft ordinance language and took comments. We sent out another round of letters back in June. Again, we were kind of thinking in March that this COVID thing wouldn't happen as long as it has. Unfortunately, it's a thing, and it's happened, and we're not having live meetings. So the idea of having a live public workshop just is not feasible at this time. So we did go ahead and send out letters again to businesses, and we posted information on our website seeking input. So where we are at today, what's before you on the screen is the proposed draft ordinance, and it's very small. This is not your typical ordinance, it's pages and pages. So we can be brief and go through this. I'm going to give you a summary of what this is. This ordinance is specific to dogs and cats. There's been interest from some other agencies or groups to maybe broaden that to more than just dogs and cats. At this point, the direction from council was specific to dogs and cats. So in other words, if you have a retail store, pet store, you cannot sell dogs and cats. You can offer adoption of dogs and cats, but it cannot be something that is sold. Item number 2 deals with the animal rescue organization. So Humane Society, other nonprofits, that 501c3 nonprofit groups that take in rescue animals, they would be able to go to the Pets Plus, or not Pets Plus, Petco, and some of these pet store organizations for adoption. So those that do that are going to, through this ordinance, they wouldn't be limited. They can still do that. They can continue to do that with those nonprofits. The big item is, what do we do with existing businesses that are currently selling dogs and cats? This is a big topic. So what we've done is we've added some language that says any existing business has up to 6 months from the adoption of this ordinance to change their work program and no longer sell dogs and cats. So we are not telling them that they have to go out of business. They can still sell pet supplies, they can sell fish, they can sell a number of other things related to animals. However, they cannot sell dogs and cats. So this specific timeline, 6 months, is up for discussion today. That's what's proposed. So I know that there's going to be further discussion with the group on is 6 months an adequate time. So what I've done is I've put together some items for discussion, just based on the feedback that we've gotten in some of the letters. I'm sure you guys have gotten a number of phone calls. These are the items we wanted to make sure we covered with the group, and then if there were additional items, we wanted to cover those as well. Councilwoman Dewar, this is probably where you want to chime in. If there's things on this list you want to take the lead on.
Okay, I'll just go over it really briefly. So I'm chair of the Washoe County Animal Advisory Board, and in February they held a hearing that was the basis to make recommendations to Reno Sparks and Washoe County about this issue. And they recommended in their proposal, which was adopted, that the list be expanded to include rabbits and ferrets. They made a particular point about rabbits, and ferrets are less of a thing here, so, but trying to be proactive. So they sent a letter to Reno, Sparks, and Washoe County recommending that it be cats, dogs, rabbits, and ferrets. So be interested in getting some feedback. We have several letters recommending this in addition to the Washoe County Animal Advisory Board. Do you want me to go through them, Madam Mayor, or do you want to discuss each one?
No, I think just give me a brief overview. Okay. Can you do it in 3 minutes?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
So the next question is, should a penalty be added to the ordinance? We received a number of letters recommending that. There's already a penalty in Title IV, and do you want to speak to that, Ms. Seuss?
Yeah, so Title IV deals with our business licenses. So in general, all businesses have to comply with Title IV, and this would be no different. So any business, pet store business is a business, it's a legal business. If they are not complying with those regulations, if they were to sell a cat or dog, we are notified as the city, we would take the next steps. It's about I would call it a 4-step process of things they can do to come into compliance. So as part of that, we do have the ability to have a penalty. It's not specific to selling cats and dogs or a per animal penalty. It's just more because they're not complying with regulations. There's fees based on how long they take this non-compliance. The fees go up.
So the recommendation in the letters that we received was that we add a penalty. Obviously, business licensing would get involved, but there's a concern that there could even be litigation, but there should at a minimum be a penalty for violating the law on selling cats and dogs and or ferrets and rabbits. And the recommendation was $500 per instance, and that meant per animal. So if you had a place and you suddenly had 4 cats in there that you're selling, that would total up to $2,000 if it was found. Remember, this would be illegal once we've adopted this. Third one is a 6-month ban, the right amount of time, and it's really in terms of amortization of current store. To my knowledge, there's only one. That one was shut down for a while, and then it was shut down to COVID. So the recommendation, I've received recommendations, everything from immediately, and they did a survey of ordinances that have been adopted in other places, and many of them did it immediately. Some gave a 10-day, some gave more time. The average amount of time for amortization was about 40 days. So we might want to look at reducing the 6 months to even 60 days, which would get it enacted much quicker. And then there was a recommendation throughout, almost everyone mentioned this, that we should exempt home breeders. I mean, we want to encourage people to acquire animals from legitimate sources. And right now the animal organizations are working on what is a legitimate source. But certainly one is a home breeder. And so I know you were recommending that yourself, Angela, you told me. And then do we need a separate section on definitions? Right now, the definitions are kind of spread out in different places, and they're also incorporated into our interlocal. Angela's included 2 definitions in here. The recommendation from SPCA and others was we should define what a pet store is, what a rescue organization is, what animal care is. If I'm fine with it. I'm fine with all of these recommendations. If some of them would necessitate delaying this for 2 weeks to do a first introduction at the first meeting in August, I'm fine with that. I reached out to all the key agencies, and organizations, they felt that it was so important to reduce the 6-month time that they would be fine with adding 2 weeks to maybe reduce this to 0 to 60 days. So that's all I've heard from all the information I've gathered. And I'm really looking for some feedback from council if people are fine with that, and we could, extend it to 2 weeks and have a first introduction on August 12th. That'd be fine with me and the other organizations. If people aren't fine with that, I'm ready to move ahead and make a motion today. So.
All right, council members, raise your hands because I can't see you. This is Councilmember Breckus. Perfect. Go ahead. I do have one question, and I'm not advocating for this. I'm just stating that I'm representing some people who I know who kind of, you know, homesteader types who have bought rabbits in some of these neighborhoods for their backyards, and then they, like chickens, they use them, you know, raise them as livestock, I guess is the word, poultry maybe. Can they continue to do that under this ordinance if we expanded it to rabbits?
This is related to pet stores, right, Ms. Foos?
That's correct. If they are breeding at home, they would be considered a home breeder. So as long as they're not selling it in a commercial establishment, in a pet store, then they would be exempt.
Well, I think some of these people bought them in the feed stores, like where you go buy the chicks. And I'm just wondering if, because my understanding, it's been a while since I've been, you know, solid on the code definitions, is it's generally retail stores, one definition. So could these people continue to buy, or the chicken, well, I guess the chicken we're not putting in there, but could they continue to buy the rabbits to the feed store for that purpose?
They could not. If they're buying them directly from the feed store, then no.
Okay, I don't know that it's a large number of people, but I just wanted to say I have heard that, and I know, you know, some people strongly object to, meat consumption, but it does go on, and people in this community do it just like they go and buy from a rancher a quarter side of beef for the year, or they go and get a tag and then they put it in their freezer. But I was just wondering if that came up a little bit in that context. And then I'm okay with shortening it from 6 down to like 3 months, 90 days. I don't have a problem with that. And frankly, I don't think we need to go advertise that. I think that's not a very big change. So I think we could do a first introduction on something like that.
All right, go ahead, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I'm supportive of 0 time to allow them to adapt or whatever it is that they are trying to do. So I may find myself on the far side of the issue. I want to thank Councilmember Dewar for being dogged, as they say, about bringing this matter to conclusion. And I think I'll take your lead, Councilmember Dewar, as to how you see it rolling out today. I think what I want people to understand is that, you know, animals are an important part of people's lives. They enhance the well-being of our seniors, our families. Everyone has a love for animals, and I want to make sure that we're protecting them. Certainly it relates to mental health. There's so many things in which it overlaps. At the end of the day, I think you have a great deal of support for these programs. I'd just like to see it get implemented sooner rather than later.
Amen. Okay, who else? Go ahead, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. And I tend to lean where Councilwoman Breckus, when I think of rabbits, and maybe it's because I was raised on a ranch, I think of rabbits kind of in the ranch setting and almost the garden. I know their droppings are great fertilizer for gardens, and I do know people that use rabbits in that. And so I'm totally on board with the cats and the dogs, and I too think that, you know, the shorter period or no period, I mean, if the one store isn't clear on where we were headed with all of this, then they clearly not been paying attention, because this has been coming for some time. So I want to give them an opportunity to wind down so that the pets in which they may still have go to a good home and get get in a good situation. But the pets and the ferrets, I don't know how I don't know enough about ferrets, but rabbits, I feel differently. I feel like they're almost a farming sort of thing. But I'm totally in favor of this. The timeline, the sooner the better to close it down, and whatever the notification process to do that.
All right, great. Any other council members?
I'd like to ask Ms. Foos just a question. If we go to 0, which it sounds like, you know, effective immediately, because this has been in a moratorium and we have been in rural development for a long time, and I think they know it's coming. What would be a reasonable time frame? Like 10 days? I don't want them to dump, if I have to use that word, their animals. So they could hand their animals over to probably a rescue organization if they couldn't sell them immediately, or the time frame.
So just as a heads up, there is one business in Reno that sells cats and dogs. They have been closed down. They have not reopened with COVID. There is a sign on their front window that references all their pets can be purchased at their Sparks store. So there are no pets or animals located in the Reno store.
So it could be immediately with no impact. Okay, so I would certainly recommend that change on item 3, which is the time period. And then in deference to the issues about rabbits, we could have them come back later and talk to us about rabbits, maybe when we can have public comment and we could further discuss these issues. Could we already have animal rescue organization defined here and a pet store defined here, and those were some of the key definitions that we talked about. So, and you already say in the memo that you're clear that it excludes home breeders, but you don't think we have to also put that in. Is that true?
So yeah, we've gotten some feedback also from the Humane Society. We've been working with their legal staff. They have some national legal staff that help with drafting ordinances. So they actually gave me some very specific language that we can just add to this, and I think that would cover everyone.
And that would be okay at this first introduction, not to have to come back with that specific language?
Correct. Yep.
Okay. And last question is about a penalty. People felt pretty strongly as a disincentive for breaking our laws that we should have a penalty, but it's not a do or die for me. Does anyone have a feeling about that? Mayor or Councilwoman Jordan?
No, I'm on board.
You want a penalty?
Yeah.
Okay, so, okay, with that, I would,
before you make a motion, if we do add the penalty, that does impact finances, so we are required to do a business impact statement before this comes back.
Could we include the penalty when we update our fees or something when we're already doing a business impact?
And maybe what we do is, if you want to move forward with the proposed language without the penalty, next time we update the code, we can include that and go through the business impact statement.
All right, Jonathan Shipman, our attorney is going to weigh in. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, John Shipman for the record. I don't think you need to do a business, if you're talking about a civil penalty, that is not a fee, so it is not a business impact type of thing. Just because of I'd almost suggest maybe that comes back next time. That one little piece comes back next.
What's that?
Just the penalty piece.
As a separate, maybe.
Yeah, as a separate item, like another one. Item.
Okay. All right, fine. So what I'd like to do is move to a first reading on this ordinance with a couple of changes. One change would be on item 3. It would say may only, I guess it would say legally established pet store may not continue past the ordinance. How would you phrase this, Angela, to put in the immediately, because it's not set up?
Yep, so I'm gonna put up that slide with some specific language that we can add.
Just as apologies, I think you can just set it for the effective date of Friday. I mean, you can just pull the language, and it doesn't. Does that make sense?
Effective date at the second reading?
Yeah. That's when it will be effective.
If I can weigh in, this is Ashley Attorney, City Clerk. The effective date pursuant to our code is after it's been noticed in the paper, so that would be the Friday after the council meeting. So I would just say that it's upon adoption, because that's when it becomes technically legally defensible for John, I believe, is Friday.
Yeah, the point is, I don't think you have to refer to an effective date. It'll just pass, and then as of that second Friday, it can be enforced. Does that make sense?
Well, I'll tell you what, why don't you draft it how it's supposed to be for our second reading? Item 3, I think you just have to change, may only continue until this ordinance is adopted.
Okay, we can come up with
and
that.
under 3, For the penalty, well, we're going to bring back a first reading on August 12th, and I'd like to recommend a penalty of, for starting, $500 per animal per instance. And then lastly, we talked about, so we won't add rabbits and ferrets at this point. The definitions are fine. We've dealt with the date. We don't have to specifically exclude home breeders. That's implied. And we'll deal with the penalty at the next meeting.
And I think, just to clarify, we will add language to exclude home breeders.
Okay.
If everyone's comfortable with that.
Yeah, because that's your intent.
Okay.
It just doesn't say it, and it would be better to say it. Okay, well, that's my motion, Madam Mayor.
All right. Thank you very much. Anyone else?
Second.
All right,
Madam Mayor?
I have a motion and a second. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just to note for the record, we did receive 294 letters in support of this ordinance, 2 letters in opposition, 2 letters of concern. Additionally, Billy Howard submitted petitions from beginning back to 2013. There are upwards of 20,000 signatures on this petition. Those have been submitted to council, and all of these comments are part of the record.
All right, thank you so much. And I want to say thank you so much to Councilwoman Dewar for all your hard work. I know you've worked on this for a very long time.
Perfect timing.
Even the dogs are thanking you. Anyway, so thank you again, everyone who's worked so hard, Angela, and I see Councilwoman Jordan, your baby right there. So everyone, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Congratulations, everyone.
And Mayor, I have to thank you for your leadership because I think you brought this up on day one after becoming mayor. I mean, I think it was in your top 3 agenda items to get done. So.
It was. It certainly was. All right. Madam Clerk,
Madam Mayor,
get us back on track, please.
Yep, we are now transitioning to item H1. This is a presentation and discussion, no action of recommendations contained in the 2018 Gwen Center Report, Community Policing in Northern Nevada.
All right, fantastic. And who do we have presenting today?
We have the Acting Chief Manager, Jason Soto, available in chambers. He will be speaking. And then Deputy Chief Ollie Miller is also available for secondary questions.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to send it to City Manager Chief Jason Soto. Go ahead, take it away.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Prior to presenting the Gwen Center report, I just wanted to bring up some clarification because I know it's been brought to my attention that this clarification may be needed in a public forum such as this to address my position or positions within the City of Reno. As you're all aware, on March 16, 2020, Mayor Sheevy made the difficult yet necessary decision to essentially close our city because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Concurrently, our former city manager had given notice that she would be leaving the City of Reno no later than June 1st, 2020. This was particularly difficult to recruit and interview for the vacant position because of the unknowns related to the COVID pandemic. At the council meeting back in April, my name was mentioned as being a potential acting city manager to assist this council, and more importantly, the citizens of Reno, until such time a permanent city manager could be interviewed and selected to fill the position. Although comfortable in my role as the chief of police, I felt obligated to fill that void for our community and the 1,500 employees that work for all of you. There is an incredible temperature of fear from our City of Reno employees in terms of the disease, budget, working conditions, potential layoffs, and the sudden loss of both our city manager and assistant city manager within a 1-month period. In May, I accepted the temporary acting role of city manager with the precursor that my career and my heart belonged at RPD. I also stated that I would not pursue the city manager role full-time. Now that the job listing is closed, you will notice that I did not apply for that full-time position. As you will recall, we had extensive dialogue at City Council that I would retain my position as the Chief of Police. However, name an acting Chief of Police until such time a permanent manager was selected. Deputy Chief Robinson was selected as the acting chief and has been acting in that role to this day. The Reno Police Department command staff has been doing more with less. 6 executive officers as opposed to 7, because I've been over here at City Hall, and the number's actually 5 today with the retirement of Deputy Chief Venzon, to help the city of Reno through this crisis, and I cannot thank them enough. So to be abundantly clear, I am your Chief of Police, and Chief Robinson is your acting Chief of Police. I will continue to make myself available to this council, the media, and others during some of the most difficult times, to include the COVID pandemic, civil unrest, and the nearly 25 years of working that I've ever seen for this city. My commitment to this community and our employees are always going to be at the top of my priorities. With that said, as your Chief of Police, I'm happy to present accomplishments and opportunities that came from the Gwen Center report. There's a lot of information that I'm going to be giving to you today. So after today's council meeting, I'm directing Chief Robinson to distribute this information out, the most recent update on these accomplishments. But to give you some background and history, in 2016, local law enforcement leaders from the Reno Police Department, Sparks Police Department, and Washoe County Sheriff's Office partnered with Dr. Angie Taylor, Council Member Oscar Delgado, and local and state elected officials and other community stakeholders to work through strategies to address local and national concerns regarding police legitimacy, public trust, and strategies to improve police and community relationships. And I have to give a big thank you to both Dr. Angie Taylor and Councilmember Delgado, because they saw this back in 2016. And I can't tell you that the work that we have achieved from 2016 to today did not assist us. And this direct community in terms of how we dealt with some of the difficulties that our profession has faced for the past several months. The group formed a task force led by Dr. Taylor and ultimately hired the Gwen Center Consulting Group. The goal of the task force was to examine each agency and their application of the recommendation contained within the final report of the President's Task Force on 21st Century Policing, in which the Reno Police Department is recognized within. In April 2019, the completed report, Community Policing in Northern Nevada 2018, was published online by the Gwen Center. Initially, all 3 of the participating agencies were poised to discuss the report at the 5th Annual Symposium on Community and Policing scheduled for late April 2019. However, based on timing, event organizers opted to hold off on presenting the report until the community had an opportunity to fully digest the 91 pages of content contained within the document. Instead, 2019 symposium attendees were provided a link where they could access the report in its entirety. The goal of the symposium organizers was to discuss the report at the next symposium scheduled in 2020. Based off of the global coronavirus pandemic, the 2020 symposium scheduled for April 23rd has been suspended. However, it was certainly important enough for Councilmember Delgado and Dr. Taylor to make sure that we got this information out to our community. I know it was also a priority of Mayor Sheevy that we have regular dialogue as we move through this challenging time. Dr. Taylor and Councilman Delgado had their live Facebook discussion on the report. We have since discussed the report in our Human Rights Committee meetings and, of course, at today's council meeting. Since the completion of the report on community policing in Northern Nevada, 2018, the Reno Police Department has implemented programs and policies and practices related to the 5 categories of task force recommendation, which include public accountability and transparency, hiring and recruitment, training, internal policy development, and finally, human capital and officer wellness. These programs, policies, and practices will be synopsized in chronological order of completion by me today. I really want to iterate to all of you, and especially to our community, that although we have completed a lot of these recommendations within the report, we are not done. We will never be done. There is always room for improvement and expanding these recommendations into what we do every day. I want to mention a couple of things that I did when first appointed by all of you as your chief of police. The first decision I ever made was promoting, at the time, Lieutenant Oliver Miller to the position of commander. He has since promoted to the position of deputy chief within the Reno Police Department and is the highest ranking African-American police officer in Northern Nevada. The second thing I did, well, let me back up. I want to tell you why I did that, because it's always been important for me to have a department that is reflective of our community. The second thing I did was I created the Chiefs Impact Panel. This is a panel that's comprised of, and I'll get to it a little bit later in this report, of a whole a variety of advocate groups within our community, to include the NAACP, the ACLU, our LGBTQ community, our Latino community, and many others. In August of 2015, we reestablished our annual report. These are some of our, I'm sorry, I'm getting into accomplishments because I want to do it in chronological order. So back in 2015 in August, we reestablished our annual report, which was updated to include violent crime stats, traffic crash data, annual survey results, and resource information for the community. The report contains some of the task force recommendations on volunteer hours from our SAVE department, SAVE officers, and victim service volunteer hours. It also contains less specific information such as calls for service statistics, dispatch center call volume, and recovered firearms from our gun initiative grant. We will be seeking to create a more robust report by integrating it with our annual internal affairs report. Our goal is to provide more frequent use of force information disaggregated by race, gender, and national origin. May of 2015, as I stated, we established the Chiefs Impact Panel, consisting of community advocates and activists, to include the groups that I spoke about previously. This panel was instrumental in assisting with policy creation such as body-worn cameras. And I have to tell you that we're the only agency that I'm aware of that has brought our community into these meetings to help us create these policies. There's a lot of things that are important to the community that maybe aren't as important to law enforcement, and we learned that as we created this policy with our community. This group has also been instrumental in helping us gain trust and traction with our community that is underrepresented. In March 2000, that was prior to the Gwen Center report. After the Gwen Center report, in March 2017, we updated our policy on immigration into our impartial policing general order, which states, officers shall not conduct a stop, contact or stop a person merely on suspicion that the person is present in the United States illegally. Officers will not make inquiries into the citizenship status of an individual that has requested police services. In May of 2017, we instituted our annual Citizen Training Day, where our community advocates, activists, and community members are provided an opportunity to participate in force-on-force scenarios, simunitions, and classroom exercises regarding associated policies and case law. This is the first year we've been unable to invite our community to participate in this scenario-based training due to COVID-19. We also organize force-on-force scenarios to provide our community with a deeper understanding of why we do what we do, which increases trust through transparency. In June 2018, our department implemented body-worn cameras for all uniformed officers in compliance with state mandates. 6 to 12 months prior to implementing body-worn cameras, we had extensive discussions, as I stated, with community activists and advocates for best practices and consistency across the region in crafting policy. These conversations helped extensively with community buy-in and provided us the ability to meet their expectations. I should also point out that we did this and put our body-worn cameras into place long before the law was put into place. In April 2018, we implemented the internet program GovQA to increase our community's accessibility to public records requests. We had a significant issue within our community, media, and civil litigators obtaining public records requests in an orderly and timely manner. We work with our amazing city clerk, Ashley Turney, who referred us to GovQA. Since implementing the program 2 years ago, we process an average of 1,200 reports a week. That's how much we get these public records requests. This program has improved both processing speed and access to our community by providing a public access web portal, which allows anyone to make requests from home. In January 2018, we updated our community survey questions, which is published each year in the RPD annual report. Our survey gives our community a voice in letting us know as an organization how we're doing. The reporting metrics include overall performance, crime-fighting efforts, image, safety, and core values. Their responses are disaggregated by anonymous or geographic reporting location to include ward, income, race, ethnicity, age, and employment status. We want to know if we're missing the mark somewhere. And you're not going to get that without some type of community survey. Currently, we're the only Northern Nevada law enforcement agency that organizes a survey for our community. In February 2018, we expanded community participation in police hiring boards to some civilian hiring and promotional boards to include dispatch and the victim services unit. And although we've always had community participation in hiring promotional processes of sworn staff, we've expanded that community involvement into our civilian ranks. So what I'm saying here is that when police officers are hired, we don't just have an oral board of police officers hiring whoever they want to hire. Rather, we bring in members from our community, specifically our underrepresented communities, to come in and do those interviews with us. Having them do that increases our diversity within the department, and it works. On a side note, we're the only Northern Nevada law enforcement agency that allows community participation in its sworn and civilian hiring and promotional processes. In May 2018, and I know Councilman Delgado, you had a specific question on this, we removed the grip strength and in June of 2019, we removed the biodata. And this has to do with hiring and recruitment. And your specific question, Councilman Delgado, was whether or not that had an impact and an effect. In short, yes, it did. The first academy that we had after we removed the grip strength, as you'll recall, half of that academy was female, half of that academy was males. And I'll give you some of those numbers as we get closer to the end of this report. But if it wasn't pointed out by yourself and Dr. Taylor and everybody else in the group, I think we'd still be at a spot where it would be very difficult to get into this profession as a female. As the Gwen Center report reported, aspects of our physical testing were barriers for hiring diverse and multicultural police recruits. The grip strength test that I referred to, where police candidates had to be able to, what they have to do is be able to apply 70 pounds of pressure to the dynamometer to pass that portion of physical testing. What I saw and what Commander Miller saw when we went out to these testing days with these potential candidates is that as these persons would get in line to enter the testing, the first test they had to do is the grip strength. And probably 80 to 90% of all females failed that test. So we were steering them away before we could even ever give them a chance. So I have to give our civil service a big kudos for helping us remove that from our testing process. What we learned was that, a number of those applicants, like I said, they couldn't squeeze that grip hard enough. But that doesn't mean that after an academy that they wouldn't have those skills necessary to be proficient in things such as, shooting a weapon or, going hands-on with somebody if they need to do something like that. That grip strength test was arbitrary and it wasn't utilized by any of the other law enforcement agencies in our region, nor was it required by post. Another big piece to that, Councilman Delgado, was the biographical data testing. And it sounds complicated, and it is. It comprised almost 50% of the older version of the civil service testing that we used to do. And what this biographical data testing did that we learned was that it asked what we felt were unfair questions to persons that may be affected by underrepresented communities, that maybe somebody who had didn't have some of those challenges or struggles growing up wouldn't, they would have answered those questions differently. And so we removed that biographical data testing. And I know that another question you had is, does that help our other underrepresented communities, such as African American and our Latino applicants? And the answer is yes. And I'll give you some of those numbers in a moment. In January 2018, we implemented one box system to improve our response time and access for media and community inquiries. Prior to the implementation of body-worn cameras, we identified a surge in media inquiries and regarding a day-to-day incidents involving our agencies and some of the more complex investigations we had been involved with. We worked with our Office of Communication and Community Engagement Director, Rebecca Venus, who was able to assist us in organizing these responses to our media partners through OneBox. Media requests are now organized and our responses are provided more quickly through the use of this system. We also created a recruiting, hiring, and retention collateral sergeant. And again, this is another question that you had for the position. Another question you had, Councilman Delgado. The goal of that hiring, of that recruiting, hiring, and retention collateral sergeant, it's a female supervisor within our organization. The goal of that initiative was to assist our organization in recruiting, hiring, and retaining sworn and civilian personnel who are reflective of our community in terms of demographics and community values. The goal of the initiative is to engage department stakeholders in order to ensure the department's organizational culture is guided by community policing, procedural justice, and cultural inclusivity. It's also to engage community and department stakeholders in order to ensure our department's workforce reflects the demographics of our community members. Thus far, our recruiting sergeant has been involved in a number of efforts which have been instrumental in our recruiting, hiring, and retention efforts. Luca tactical firearm training specific to female officers, that's a retention piece. But what we learned with that Luca tactical firearm training is there's benefit to training females differently than you would train a male. Because they have different challenges, and then they're better at certain things, and they have opportunities for other areas. The promotional exam, written test, developed based on literature which references cultural competency. Cultural competency training for the department, sworn and civilian. That cultural competency training, we've had a void there for over a decade. So it's something that we're really proud of. We do have some future goals, biannual officer candidate testing. We're very close to being able to test twice a year. We've learned that we've lost a lot of recruits, specifically underrepresented recruits, because we only test a year. If they don't score high enough on the test, then we don't give them another opportunity for another year down the road, and we lose them. We lose out on good candidates. So we're very, very near being able to test twice a year, to give them twice the opportunity to be working with us. Also, leadership opportunities to improve female promotional exams, and a deep dive into our civil service process to determine where minority candidates are failing. We still, in March of 2018, we improved accessibility to the Reno Police Department and Reno Police recruitment page, which is essential to, it's essentially a one-stop shop for recruit participation opportunities, career opportunities, minimum standards for hiring, pay, benefits, and questions and answers. Now, RPD wasn't noticed in the Gwen report in this recommendation. However, our organization is always striving to improve our recruitment and hiring strategies. So we put that into place, and it wasn't a recommendation. If you go to renopd.com/recruit, you can get additional information on how to join our team. In January 2018, we reinstituted crisis intervention, 40 hours of crisis intervention training, which is now mandatory for all sworn officers. I know this is near and dear to Mayor Sheevy's heart in terms of this training. What it really is it's provided. It starts off in the law enforcement academy setting and in-service training for our personnel, but it covers a myriad of topics to include recognizing those who are in crisis, mental health resources, and de-escalation. This is a very, very important step that we took to where our officers can recognize what mental health looks like. And I'll give you one good example that I can explain. We were out on a call for service where an individual who was absolutely suffering from mental health answered the door with a gun. And it was not pointed at officers, it was pointed at the ground. Officers were able to identify that this person was certainly suffering mental health challenges, and they were able to de-escalate the situation to where it wasn't a deadly use of force. These types of training, this is one of the things that I've been saying for so long, is the training of our officers is so critical when it comes to all the things that are important to our mayor and certainly all of our council and Councilman Delgado, to your concerns of having a department that is trained and is reflective of our community. And I'll get into that in a minute as well. In 2019, July of 2019, we implemented an embedded resource officer. That's a sworn police officer who's also a licensed clinical clinician in marriage and family counseling. The embedded resource officer position was created and implemented to proactively address a range of issues that affect officer health, such as day-to-day stress of policing to post-traumatic stress. This emergency embedded resources officer also serves as a conduit to resources for our sworn and civilian personnel. And he has additional responsibilities to include providing peer and family support, coordinating critical incident stress management, or we call them CISM sessions. Just to give you a little bit of further kind of insight on this embedded resource officer, what I learned in my former role as the president of the RPPA was that a lot of police officers just absolutely, if they were dealing with stress or things that maybe looked or sounded or had anything to do with any type of mental health, they just wouldn't go to their supervisors and they wouldn't have those conversations. So they would sit and suffer for years with no real escape, no way out. And this is a fantastic way for our officers to be able to have conversation with one of their peers rather than their boss. And I can tell you, and I've said this, I said it when I met with Senator Cortez Masto and many others, that have expressed interest in this subject. I can't tell you how many times I would receive phone calls from police officers who were in crisis. It is a very, very difficult job in terms of what they deal with and see and work with every single day. And there has to be some type of relief valve. And this is a fantastic program that I think less than 2% of departments across this nation have, but it's something that I would recommend to every department once they're able to put it into place. In July 2019, we also assigned a collateral public information officer to supplement RPD community engagement efforts to improve community access for evening and nighttime hours. Officer Tashika Claiborne was selected as our collateral PIO during swing shift and nighttime hours. The collateral PIO responsibilities include responding to public inquiries and participation in community events. In January 2019, the Reno Police Department, in coordination with Washoe County Sheriff's Office and Sparks PD, established a regional citizens academy to provide the community with insight into the duties and responsibilities of local law enforcement. This 5-week program provides community members with an overview of police topics such as use of force, emergency vehicle operations course, force on force, and applicable case law as an introduction to local law enforcement to improve transparency and as a recruiting tool to those interested in this career field. This is a very successful program and where we allow our community to show them how we do our job and what our job looks like and feels like. It gives them a really good feel for what we do, and we've received nothing but positive feedback from that. In February 2020, this is a big one, and I know this is a big one for Councilman Delgado. We implemented mandatory cultural competency training for all sworn and civilian staff. As I stated, we haven't had that in 10 years, and I'm going to be really raw here for a second and try and explain the challenges of improving our department in areas of diversity. You can't just hire somebody that is Latino or African American or a female or somebody who's gay or lesbian or and expect them to be successful in the Reno Police Department if we don't have the framework built into place with every single employee that we have, not just the people that are coming in. And I know that a lot of this Gwen report, and when you're talking about diversity, is data-driven, and I understand that. But to me, none of my officers, no matter who they are just a number. They're never going to be just a number. They're people. And this cultural competency training includes topics such as implicit bias, racial profiling, improved communication in a multicultural community. Cultural competency training will recommence in August of 2020 because of COVID. We've had some challenges there, as you're all aware. This training will consist of not only Reno Police Department, we've opened it up to our region, at least in terms of their executives from local and state law enforcement agencies. It should be noted that the only way to ensure positive retention rates of underrepresented persons within the Reno Police Department is to prepare that environment for their service. That's the only way that we're going to be successful, and I've learned that. I've seen a lot of people in this profession of all races, of all genders, and I've seen them fail because we weren't prepared within our environment. So that's a big piece. So we're striving to create this culture where our differences are celebrated. So those are some of the accomplishments that we've achieved of this Gwen Center report. And I can tell you right now that a lot of the accomplishments that we've achieved is a large portion of this report. I think we could have done, or I could have done a better job in sharing this with our community. I think there might have been some confusion as to how we did that. So I appreciate the opportunity and the direction to give you these accomplishments today. There's still a lot of things that we want to achieve as an organization and as a department. A couple of the big ones that come to that are at the forefront for me is our data that we share with our community. So we do share the annual report, and we also share an annual internal affairs report. We're looking at ways, and it's going to cost some money, and it's going to cost certainly some time in putting it into place, but ways to where we can share that in a deeper understanding and the word's escaping me, but a much more complex and a much more regular than once a year reporting manner. That's certainly one of it. Another big one that I want to do is I want to be able to allow one of the recommendations of the report is the retaking of physical exam of the portion of the testing. A lot of these persons, they come out there, they take their test, they're extremely nervous, they might fail the test. I know that one agency, at least locally, allows them to try that one more time. I'm not opposed to that. And then one of the really big ones for me, and it was a recommendation by the Gwen Center, is more frequent de-escalation training in force-on-force scenarios. And this is something that we've seen and we've been hearing about nationally for several months now. But that's just, how do we de-escalate a situation? Rather than escalate it, how do we de-escalate it? Well, in order to do that, it's obviously going to take training, and it's obviously going to take dollars, because when we put these types of trainings together, they're quite complex. There's a lot of equipment, a lot of people, a lot of officer safety issues to safely coordinate these types of events. Obviously, that equipment and overtime can be costly, but it's important. It's an important measure of what we do. We always have it. Every year we have de-escalation training at the Reno Police Department, but I would like to see that number triple. We also have some current initiatives that I think probably all of the council is aware of now. We're expanding 360 Blueprint. 360 Blueprint is a program that we've had in place since 2013. It's a partnership between community churches led by the Reno Police Department in partnership with other law enforcement agencies in the Washoe County School District and volunteer mentors. The goal is to improve student academic achievement and to develop relationships with these under-resourced students and their families. We have data that shows a direct correlation between literacy and incarceration rates later in life. Currently, we serve 8 schools between Reno and Sparks, and we're hoping to expand that program again once we get through this COVID pandemic. So that's one of the initiatives that we're working on. Finally, just to give you some numbers, my first full year as chief was in 2016. But in 2015, we had 7 Asian officers working for the Reno Police Department, which was 2.3% of our force. Today, that number is 9. It's 2.7, so you do see some increase there. And just to give you an average, our community is made up of 6.5%, so there's certainly some work to be done. For our African-American community, in 2015, we had 6 African-American officers, which was 2.0%. Today, we have 7, which is 2.1. The demographics in the last census showed that our African-American community is about 2.7%. So there's some work to be done there, but I actually think that we're about 2 hires away in terms of meeting our demographics in that area. Our Native Hawaiian was at 0 in 2015. Today it's at 1, which is 0.30. Still have work to be done because it's 0.08 for our community. Hispanic in 2015, we had 21, which was 7.1% at the time. Today we have 37, which is 11%. However, our community is 24.7%. So there's work to be done there. And I share these numbers with you. Female officers too. In 2015, we had 25. Today, we have 29. There's improvements there. Now, understand that a lot of those 29 actually came after we removed that grip strength test. So I think those numbers are actually going to improve more. But I share those numbers with you because what I've learned and what we've learned as an agency is that this isn't a change where you just flip on a light switch and it changes. They have been improving with the concentrated effort. And there's other things that we can do to continue to improve those numbers. And I'll give you just 1 or 2 examples. Our background investigator unit, it's comprised of an African-American male, a Caucasian male, and a female. It's important that we have diversity within our recruiting efforts. It's important that, when people come and say, hey, I want to get a job with the Reno Police Department, that they see what they know. So there's still a lot of work to be done, and I understand that. But I certainly hope that our mayor and our council understand that this has always been a priority of mine. It was a priority with the very first decision I made at the Reno Police Department. It will continue to be a priority of mine until my retirement. And I will continue to work with our community, which I love. I have a great amount of respect for. I understand how sensitive the past several months have been. And I understand the challenges that our community has felt. And I'm sensitive to that. I care about all of our community, and so do my officers. And with that, again, I know it's a lot of information, which I'll make sure I have Chief Acting Chief Robinson share that with you, that I provided for you today. But I thank you for listening to such an important presentation. Let me make sure that I'm not forgetting anything. Oh, one other question, Councilman Delgado, that you had was after this work that we've done up to this point, whether or not we would bring in any third party to verify the accuracy of the report. And I certainly have no issues with anything like that. In fact, I'm proud of the work that we've done. And if council so desires and they want to bring somebody in other than the Gwen Center to come in and look at this, of course, I'm more than open to working with them. I know that Councilwoman Breckus has talked about it before. I think last year we had a group come in and look at the fire department. I always think that when we do those types of in-depth looks at our department, we get more good out of them than anything else. So we'll continue to be as transparent as we can. And I want to thank all of you for standing beside your police department through these difficult times. I know the last couple of months have been difficult, not only for our community, but for our officers and our elected officials. And like Reno always does, it seems like we always come together and become Reno really, really fast. So I just want to thank you for that. And with that, I'll open it up to comments and questions.
All right. Thank you so much. First of all, I want to commend you on a terrific job. I think you really hit the nail on the head with so many of those initiatives. There's a couple things that I do want to say before we kind of dive into discussion here, is that anyone that knows Chief Soto, you have one of the biggest hearts out of anyone I have ever met. And that is why you are our chief. You have this tremendous amount of love for people, and you have absolute compassion, which is, I think, especially in the line of work that you do, police officers have had to, deal with so much that they tend to have a hard shell, right? And if anyone sits down with you, they immediately see your love for people and the passion you have for the city and for what you do. I also want the public to know, because you probably don't know this, and I think so much of the story has not been told. And I think because we have been living in a pandemic and doing things remotely, and I haven't had the ability to be as public as I would like to be, due to an emergency family situation. But one of the things is Chief Soto was very reluctant to take on the task of being the interim city manager. And the reason he was is because he knows how important the police department is and how much change he's wanted to bring over the years. And I think, he loves the city so much, and also, has a tremendous amount of respect for all of us, that I think in some ways, he felt that maybe, there was some pressure there. And I wanted to say you've done a tremendous job in having to, sort of manage both, because I think that's part of the story that's not being told. And I've seen a lot of criticism. And, I think we have to sort of really look at the history here. And what I mean by that is we started this report a while back, and thanks to the dedication and passion for this as well, hold on, I'm losing you, from Councilman Delgado. This has always been a priority ever since we sat on council together. We've had long talks about this. So people need to understand, we didn't just all of a sudden, hey, here we go. This was something that was a priority to this entire council for a long time, to re-examine what the police department would look like, to really understand what it is that we need as a community. Are we perfect? No. But I got to tell you, there's so much heart in this department. And to be an officer today is really difficult and very, very challenging. And one of the things that really does not get talked about a lot, and you did touch on it, Chief Soto, but is also the amount of stress that these officers have in these jobs. And you know what we do? Then we send them back out on the streets without giving them the tools or the mental health services to deal with it. And I'm really proud that we do have an embedded resource officer, and that was something that was so important to Chief Soto because he's so worried about, you know, their mental health and the things that they needed. And shame on us that we have sent officers back out onto the streets that, you know, had went through some massive traumatic events. I sat with an officer one day that had showed up on the scene of a death of a child, and it really bothered him to the core. And how could it not? And then another officer that, you know, he, you know, was out there looking for a missing child, and, you know, and unfortunate circumstances, how, you know, that child never returned and how it haunted him for the rest of his life. So I think, you know, we have to really understand some of the tasks that we are having our officers encounter can be incredibly traumatizing. And if we're putting them back out on the streets under those conditions, that also can be extremely detrimental, not only to their health, but also the public's health. So, you know, I would say, and we've really made this a priority to look at mental health. And I do think we absolutely need to restructure how we invest in those initiatives to make sure that we aren't sending police officers to mental health crises or putting people in jails and using those as mental health facilities. Now more than ever, we have got to make sure that we are putting the resources behind that. That's why I stress today, you know, so much with the CARES Act and the 24/7 mental health crises. But I want to say, you know, Chief Soto, I really commend you. I commend the department. You all have such very, very difficult jobs on so many levels. And so I just want to say thank you to, you know, what everyone does. And we will continue to work on just continuing to be better. Are there incidences that happen that we're not proud of? Of course there are. We're human, so we do need to do whatever we can to make sure the police department is about compassion and how we recruit, that we recruit people that want to be in public safety for people and all the right reasons, right? I think that's really essential, is the way that we certainly recruit and the intent of why they are want to be a public safety officer, I think is really critical. And I think this is the time and a moment in our country that I'm so grateful that we are looking at how we do restructure police initiatives and police departments because the public, you know, really needs us to step up and do what we can to keep everyone safe. So I just want to say thank you, and I appreciate your tremendous heart and everyone at the Reno Police Department, Chief Soto. So thank you, and like I said, you were tasked with being the city manager, and I know it's been very, very difficult, but I have to say, with what you've had on your plate, you've done a fantastic job. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, with that, I'm going to go to Councilman Delgado because I know this is something that he's been working on for so many years, and you have done a tremendous job of investing time and energy and community partners to come to the table to continue to make us a better community and police department. So if you don't mind, I'm going to call on you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Chief Soto. Thank you to everybody. Long time coming, so this is exciting. I wasn't sure who was going to present today. Thank you, Chief, for presenting and all the work that you put on. My assumption is everything, like you said, you're going to give it to Chief Robinson. That's going to be able to provide it to the rest of the community, everything you had talked about, and you can be able to check off which recommendations are which and so forth, and so we can kind of have an idea as we start to kind of go through the process as to which recommendations you guys have implemented and which ones you guys are working on or which ones you guys have decided not to work on. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, that's a fair statement. We'll give you our list of achievements. It's pretty extensive. I revisited the Gwen Center report for the past week at the accomplishments, and I think all of our council will be very appreciative of how many of these boxes that we actually did check off. And I think that's an important piece for our community to know is that, I've heard some comments saying, well, this is too little, too late, or why now? And when in the reality is, and Councilman Delgado, you understand this better probably than most, is no, this was quite some time ago. This is something that we've been working on for about 4 years now. And that's why we were so successful, even when we had the civil unrest a little ways back. If you look at how our city worked with their community as opposed to what we've seen around our nation, you can tell the departments and the councils that have put in more work than others.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll wait to grab that. I know everyone's been here for a long time, and apologies if we just kind of start jumping through here, but I appreciate all the comments that the Madam Mayor has made too. I think there's a sentiment too that there's a tension between council and PD and the community, and I just want to make sure that that's spoke at on the forefront to really appreciating all the work that RPD has done, especially coming to the table and having conversations with the community. Those conversations can't stop. To your point, a lot of everything that's been accomplished is due to the fact that RPD has been open to willing to sit at the table and have these conversations, and sometimes uncomfortable conversations. And again, they're not going to stop. We shouldn't expect them to stop. Policies are organic; they're ever changing. Our community always changes, and as part of that, our policies got to continue to change. And so, appreciate your openness to all of that, Chief. I know there's been a lot of conversations, and thank you for hitting that on the top of your comments with respect to your role at the city, whether it's city manager or Chief Soto. Today you're Chief Soto, but earlier on you were the manager. I think you've been able to wear the different hats when you need to, but is it questions that have been asked of me, is it safe to say that Chief Tom Robinson is the chief and he gets direction from you? I just need that clarity because those are questions I hear daily. Can you just kind of more for clarity, is Chief Robinson the one that runs the day-to-day operations RPD and he gets that direction from you?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, he runs day-to-day operations. So things such as, patrol deployment or critical incidents, employee discipline, things that happen on a daily basis within the Reno Police Department. Acting Chief Tom Robinson handles those on a day-to-day basis. Obviously, I'm still the chief of police, as we stated prior to you all of you placing me in this position, and I'm going back. We'll have a city manager in the near future, and I think it was important that our community understands that. I got a lot of those same questions in terms of some confusion. I did try to clear it up, with some interviews and things like that, but that doesn't mean everybody watches those or hears those. With things of significant importance, such as what we're talking about today, you'll see me there. Just like you did when you and Dr. Taylor held the Facebook Live as you presented it to the community. I was there as well. There's times where I feel it's appropriate and absolutely necessary that our community hears from me and sees me. I think that, and this is nothing against Acting Chief Robinson. He's done a fantastic job in my absence. But I also know that for the past 5 years, I've been working with, thousands of persons within our community that I know on a personal basis. So hopefully that's
No, and I appreciate that. I know you're at the first meeting we had. It does. It was appreciate you presenting because you were at the first meeting that we had with the Gwen report when we first initiated the conversation. So just wasn't sure on who was going to present today, but I appreciated that it's you because you know these conversations immensely. And And so I don't want to talk too long. I'll give everyone an opportunity to talk. I have several different questions related to the different sections, the 5 different sections. And maybe, I don't know how to go about doing this, Madam Mayor, but I know I'll be more than my 3 minutes allocated.
That's fine, because you know what, Oscar, I hardly ever take up 3 minutes in any council meeting, so go right ahead. You've earned it.
I appreciate that. So diving into some of the hotter topics with relation to use of force, I know you touched on that a little bit. In the report on page 58, it just speaks to the differences between Sparks, Washoe County, and Reno. I know you spoke to a little bit more about the transparency pieces of it, but I get maybe this isn't the meeting, or it is the meeting, but it's a start for what I hope to get from all these questions I ask of you. So does maybe you don't know them right off the cuff, that's not fair, but an opportunity for us to get some more of that meat added to the bones of a lot of this, right? Is I know you have your support team around you to get you this information, but it's just how do we get past some of these conversations? So on page 58, it states RPD saw 28.2% increase in the use of force incidences, whereas the city of Sparks and Washoe County saw declines in their force incidences. So there's some discrepancies, there are large discrepancies. And so just wondering, what have we done and how are we doing that different? And how do we hold ourselves accountable to lessons learned versus just saying we're working on it?
Councilmember Delgado, what page was that? I'm so sorry. I just want
58.
to 58. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Councilman Delgado. You know, that goes back to some of the presentation that I gave you, but I think a lot of it goes back to the training piece. I think a lot of it goes back to de-escalation. I think a lot of it goes back to our day-to-day operations. I can tell you this, I can't compare the Reno Police Department as much with Washoe County Sheriff's Office and Sparks PD in terms of environment. The city of Reno is obviously, this is where it gets kind of complicated, but we're the special events capital really of the world. We have a lot of visitors, we have a lot of guests, we're extremely busy. So the playing field is a little bit different. The environment is certainly different. That being said, I think it comes down to training. I think it comes down to our system in terms of how we identify that, which we do. In our we call it blue team, but what the blue team does is it identifies, let's use of force since you brought it up. If an officer hits a certain number of use of force, then it'll flag our system, and then our system will notify us. It goes up the chain of command. And what that allows us to do is it allows us to give that officer maybe additional training. If an officer has an unusual amount of use of force, what is he or she missing in terms of how they make arrests with individuals? I think that's a very important piece that we have built into our system. And I think, you know, some of these numbers, unfortunately, they're a little bit dated. I can tell you that some of these numbers have gotten better, but that doesn't matter. I'm not here to make excuses. I think it comes to accountability and making sure that when officers don't act like an officer, that they're held accountable.
Yeah, and so that's kind of what my hope into some of these pieces is. I'm sure in developing and working with your team is to come back at some point or to provide for the community is how are we assessing some of these recommendations, and how are we knowing we're making successes or not? What are base level accountabilities that, you know, so just some type of system outside of saying we're working on it, we need more training. I think that's what the community council wants to be able to point to and say we've now made, we're actually advancing in this way. Right, and you are right. The city of Reno is different from the city of Sparks and Washoe County. So, but we need to have comparables, and that's the other conversation. Or other people will make those comparables for us. We're not like Chicago. We're not like LA either. And so, just figuring out what does that mean for us, so we can hold ourselves and making sure we're making advances. And that's kind of what I want to hopefully hear from you, is that that's what we're working on, or soon to be work on. You guys will have an action plan for us. Another question related to that is, you spoke to, is the immigration issue. What you had stated a little bit earlier, it sounds like, I don't want to generalize it, but it sounds like you guys just are not going to profile. I was hoping to have a little bit more meat to the immigration pieces, policies associated with how we're dealing with our immigrant communities. That was one of the big issues that kicked this thing off back in 2016. I don't want to generalize. What you had said is that you guys made inroads by making, you're not going to profile. I hope we're not profiling. That was part of the Welcoming Cities resolution as well. But what other best practices have we been able to do?
Yeah, I apologize. That was more policy of a policy answer that I gave you. And you're right. I think a lot of it is working with our Hispanic community. And as you know, boy, over the past 3 years, I think I've met with our Latino community, probably 10 to 15, at least times formally, but more importantly than that, all the time. It's a regular interaction. And the message that we have really tried to drive home with our Hispanic and Latino community is that we want to have that trust. We want to make sure that individuals that are Hispanic and Latino, that they feel comfortable in calling us when there's a crime to be reported without the fear of being arrested because of their immigration status. And so we've been trying really hard to build those relationships, to continue to have that dialogue, to work with not only our Latino community, but our faith-based community. And I think a lot of that has to do with that trust, because what I've heard, and I'm sure you've heard it more than I have because of your role and position, is that there's a fear of the police, that they don't want to have any interaction with the police because they don't want to be arrested. And that's part of that cultural competency training to get our officers that don't understand, the ability to understand what's coming out of our Hispanic community. That's a big piece of it. So I appreciate the question.
Yeah, so it sounds like we're working on it, but in terms of successes, I guess for me too, is just kind of going back is, I want to be data driven. I understand that it's a lot more complicated than that, and I guess again we'll come back to what you see as successes and how we can determine those.
Yeah, that one's hard to measure, but I will be, I would be, to be honest, Councilman Delgado, I'd be thrilled to work with you because I think you have a better dialogue and understanding. So I think that's going to come, once again, COVID's in the middle of everything, but some of those meetings that you and I have been to side by side to work through some of those challenges and through some of those issues. A lot of it is trust. It's hard to measure trust. Either you have it or you don't, and if you don't, you have to find a way to build it. So I'd be happy to work with you and through any ideas that you have, and I'll continue to look for innovative ways to find successes within our Hispanic community in terms of immigration.
And I'll let my colleagues jump on this too, and I'll just jump down to, because I have tons of questions. I don't want to filibuster this entire piece, but I'll jump down to the recruitment and retention. It looks like on page 20 of the Gwen report, that talks about, to your comments earlier about recruitment and retention, and thanks for highlighting the numbers where you currently are. Clearly there's tons of improvement needed to make sure that we reflect the communities that we represent, especially with law enforcement, especially where we are now. Sounds like we've made some inroads in terms of taking the grip test out and also some of the biometric pieces. One of the comments that I read that really struck me was on page 29 in the Gwen report, where it says that one law enforcement representative commented that officers from diverse backgrounds need a certain internal strength to remain on the force. To me, that signifies that individuals that you spoke to earlier, that they need more support and more, and what does that support look like, and what have we done to support some of those members to stay on the force. And I haven't seen numbers, but that struck me pretty hard to say people, they apply and then they fall out. And you spoke to that earlier. So what have we changed and what have you seen different? And again, I don't have numbers in front of me. I don't have your presentation in front of me. What do we see as successes and what do we see as huge alarms that we need to attack?
I think that's a great question, and it's one that's near and dear to my heart, and it's true. Yeah, and I've had those conversations with employees many times over my career, in many different roles. One is the peer support group that we put together to where they can go to their peers and lean on their peers. I think that's something that was absent. That was a much needed tool and mechanism for them to reach out to. One of them is our embedded resource officer that I spoke to, but that's not the fix-all. I think it comes down to, again, I know you're not, I know I've said it a lot, but this cultural competency training, you have to create the environment that everybody, no matter what their background is, that puts on the uniform is one and the same. And so that cultural competency training, peer support, the embedded resource officer, and then I think another big piece of it is leadership. And, just sitting here thinking about it, talking with you, I think one of the things that I can do, or that I will do, is reach out to the leadership on our next all supervisors and talk about the leadership piece of it. Because as a supervisor, whether you're a sergeant, a lieutenant, commander, deputy chief, I think you need to recognize those things. I don't think they're that hard to spot. Because I've spotted them over the course of my career, and I know I've reached out. But sometimes it has to do with just that support and communication and just saying, hey, you know what, look, I know this is a tough job, and I know that it's even tougher for you. And to give them a phone call and let them know you're thinking about them and being supportive. Because I agree, when I see those types of comments, it has an effect on me that is, hurtful to me. And I want everybody to feel like, like everybody else on the force. So I'll take additional steps in addition to what we've done.
And I'll do one more question. I'll pass it over to my colleagues, and then I got several other ones. I'll let you guys chime in. One that's kind of struck me is, and I don't know if this is true or not, so I ask this of you, is do we have a policy within our HR policy at the RPD where if officers, when you guys interviewed them on the onset, they're several years ago, and then between now and then, they've now affiliated themselves with known organizations that may be conflictive of their everyday jobs or part of, known racist organizations, so forth. Do we have mechanisms in our HR policy to go back and interview and talk about whether that's the appropriate fit for them? I've had conversations in the community where, from my understanding, is we don't have that policy. And correct me if I'm wrong. Just want to make sure we do, because that strikes me as a little bit uncomforting if people now in authority may be affiliated with different organizations, and if they're out enforcing, if that's a certain bias that they're going to carry with them on their shoulders or not.
I'm not sure I understand the question. I can tell you that
the question is yeah. So maybe the question is, if I interviewed for the PD job, I got the job, I'm a certain character. That's how you guys interviewed me. 5 years from now I'm taking on a different type of perspective on everything. I'm now affiliated with maybe a community known racist organization. I may now put a sticker on my car that says I'm affiliated with so forth. Maybe I got a tattoo now saying I'm affiliated with a certain organization. Is that grounds for me to now have a conversation with the HR administration in terms of with RPD? Does that put me in conflict with providing services, or is that something we just kind of not have a conversation about and expect that I'm able to provide non-biased enforcement on behalf of the city.
Well, I think it depends on what it is, but I know that without being too specific, I know that we have terminated employees because of affiliations or comments or things like that, such as racism. If it's not such a clear line, I know we've done investigations in our internal affairs. I know we've given direction to officers if we think that could be offensive, and I suppose corrected behaviors. And we'll continue to do that. I don't know about human resources, but I can tell you that as the chief of police for the Reno Police Department, if it's something that any of my officers do that would reflect the Reno Police Department in a negative light, then I'll address it when it's brought to my attention.
So it falls on your shoulders. You know, my hope is that you would ask us for support in providing policies or so forth to help provide that we, you know, that's something we don't want to see, of course, or hear about.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That was a question.
Yeah.
I'll share some of the opportunities with my colleagues to ask questions. I know I don't want to, again, hog the opportunities to hear about what's going on with RPD.
All right. Okay. Next, Councilman Reese, go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I have found both the presentation and my colleague, Councilmember Delgado's points very valid. I guess I want to say a couple of things. The first is that the conversation about the Gwen report does not exist for me in a vacuum. It seems to me that we have a moment in history where there has been such a massive disinvestment in the social safety net that protects Black and Brown communities, that we are sort of focusing very intensely on policing as one element of it. But of course, we've talked a lot today even about access to healthcare, housing, education, and jobs. And in that regard, I think you have to imagine it's a toolbox for the kind of thing that you're trying to fix. And when you take away the toolbox of mental health support, when you take away the toolbox of education, the only toolbox that is being left then at the end of that then becomes policing. And it is not by fault of our police officers, who I think in this community have worked very hard to change and adapt, especially given some of the recommendations by the Gwen report. But I think there is something more broad that has to be said, because if we use this moment to only think about the limited topic of what comes out of the Gwen report, I think we will have missed a moment to really talk about how we invest in our communities. And so for me, I see the Gwen report as a symptom, but not necessarily a solution. And in part, that's because we do a very good job about talking, but we are sometimes very slow to act. And so what I would like to see happening as we move forward is that either A, and this may be a question for you, Chief Soto, we have to either take the Gwen report and take it through the lens of what we're experiencing now, which is the massive social justice movements, including the Black Lives Matter movement, who are saying we're at a point in time now that's different than when we were. And I guess the Gwen report started in, and Councilman Delgado, can you remind me what year those conversations began?
In late 16, but throughout the year 2017, the report, to your point, Vice Mayor, was really extensive, and there is some truth to it being outdated, but or dated. But I really think, to your point, it's an opportunity for us to really enhance it with best practices without having to go back to the starting board. Right?
Yeah,
it's like, what do we build off of this, with also the conversations of what's taking place, and how can we, coordinate that with our environment? Again, to Chief Soto's point earlier, we're not Sparks, we're not Washoe County, and then we're also not Seattle, we're not Chicago, we're not LA. But how do we also understand the opportunities for us to really not squander the opportunity to really make change is really what these conversations are about.
Well, and I guess in that vein, what I would say is, what would we do better or differently now that we have had, 4 years since the Gwen report began and then came to be created, and now where we know we have a moment in history which is profound and moving, and for which we should make change. I feel like we need to act rather than continuing the conversation about, smaller piecemeal reforms. Those are important, those are meaningful, but we now have a moment in our history that reminds me, I think if you're a student of history, you think about the 1960s and the civil rights litigation and the Civil Rights Act. It came about as a broader conversation, the Voting Rights Act, every great transformational thing that happened through those periods of times arose out of civil disorder and unrest. It created its own groundswell. And so we have to figure out what are the things we can do to improve upon it. And that's where I want to be able to come alongside you, Councilmember Delgado, and work with you. I'm not the person to carry the torch. I want to support you and Angie Taylor and our police chief in doing that. I sometimes feel like I am not the best person to carry that torch. And I don't put it on you, because the labor that goes into making that happen can also be tiring for people who are doing the work.
Thank you. No, I want to work with all of you and work with Chief Soto and work with everyone has all this so much experience, and the community is thirsty and hungry for it. I think to your point, Vice Mayor, a lot of it comes down to is, what do we want our police to reflect and in which way, and work backwards from that, right? We understand the predicament that they're in, that they're having to wear 5 different hats, and that's not fair to them. And so how do we support them, or how do we begin to train, or at least make sure that that they're compassionate, and also they're trained to understand what that compassionate means when they're out there working with people. In the simplest form, I think about the Reno Fire Department. They don't only just put out fires. They're at all the hazards. They jump in the river, they jump on the mountainside, they're at car accidents. They've had to really learn on how to make sure that they're there to provide that safety for our community. I think that's what we're looking at RPD in many different ways, of saying, we don't need you there just to enforce or to break something up, but we need you more than that. And so how do we help you become more than that? And I think these are all opportunities to make sure we're transparent and we're open to the community about saying, how do we hold accountabilities there, and how do we get there? Where do we start and where do we want to go? Versus saying, to your point, that we're just talking and we're going to make things better. And then we need to support them in that. If they need resources, we need to make sure the resources are there appropriately. And we need to work with the union, with the union groups. That's a big part of this conversation that's not really talked about, is how do we get them to the table and make sure that we're supportive of them, but there needs to be some bends and compromises there as well. And I think this council, along with Chief Soto and everyone else in leadership, wants to see those changes happen.
Well, and I'll just bring up one last point, and that is, as I have read through a tremendous amount of material and sat with folks the last several weeks, it comes back to some key points, and that is accountability, transparency, and then the third thing that I continue to hear about is a broader recognition that there are minor offenses for which we have criminalized, a whole range of things, and perhaps it's above our pay grade at this level, but those criminalization of everything brings people into contact with policing, and it creates the concern that should not be there. Our police officers are doing the work. I know one of the things that when I was at the last graduation, I heard Chief Soto talked a lot about the warrior mentality versus maybe it was the helpful angel mentality, and how policing has changed in his lifetime. And that, for me, is part of that starting point about understanding what those rules are and asking them not to do things that we would prefer others do. That mental health component that our mayor has talked about. I thank you. I think I've said more than I was entitled to say, given the allotments of time, and so I'll turn it over to our colleagues, and perhaps on a second pass, I might say a few more things. Thank you so much.
I just had
All right.
one quick response, Mayor, if I could, because there's so much
Go
information.
ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
One second. Can
Go
I
ahead.
just ask someone, someone's got their sound on, and I would just ask, can you try to mute it? I can hear someone putting away dishes in the background and things like that. So just asking everyone, reminding you to mute your Zoom, please. Okay, go ahead, Chief Soto.
Just one point that I want to make, and I purposely didn't bring it up in the initial presentation, but I think all of council is aware. Today, we're funded for 337 police officers. Obviously, during this COVID pandemic and retirements and things of that nature, we're probably closer to 315 right now. And those 315 officers are working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, handling 250,000 calls a year. And they're extremely busy. And one of the points that Councilman Delgado brought up was use of force. And I will tell you that you know, and I don't want to intertwine the two, but it's a lot safer when two officers go out on a, you know, a subject that maybe doesn't want to be arrested than one. So there's a whole lot of details within this. Within the mechanism that gets them to that point. So I don't want to just say it's all training. I don't want to say it's all a system that we can use to flag, because those are all important things. But I want our council to remember, you know, we've got 315 officers for a city of 250,000, which is just about one officer per 1,000 citizens. That's extremely low, and I know that our funding mechanism for public safety is extremely challenging, and I thank this council with everything I have for us building those numbers from what was 280 something when I began to 330 today. But our city is growing so fast, and it is such a concern of mine. I've been talking about it for a long, long time. We simply don't have enough people to cover, you know, 7 days a week with the amount of volume that we have coming in. And I would be remiss if I didn't bring that up in this conversation.
All right, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I think this is a really productive conversation. And I've been spending a lot of time trying to think about, you know, our roles, right? We're not lawmakers to the degree that those who go to Carson City are. And we're not really big funders with a lot of resources like those who go to DC and then can push down the grants to us. What we are is we're a policy body, we're a fiscal body, and we hand it over to a city manager, and then he or she, you know, the charter has that person come before us who we want to be the chief, and that's, you know, the day-to-day operations was really arm's length. So how do we, with all that responsibility, have this big important issue come back to us? Most of the time that I've been on council, the concerns that I've heard from the public related to the policing in the community have been not enough presence for, because of the big cuts from the Great Recession, not enough presence in the neighborhoods for speeding, not enough presence when you know, I've got a break-in at my house. Where are they, you know, unfortunately to, you know, render services to the distressed, unsheltered folks. So that's been that, but the tenor has changed to, you know, these other issues of related to the community and police reform for, you know, all the issues that have been brought forward. And I think we were ahead with the Gwen study, you know, looking at that. But I always go back as a council member, and I still carry it around as relevant as the 1998 audit that very much got into operations. And just having a well-managed city that is auditing each department on a regular schedule, so you can look in and, you know, from a very de-aggregate department, you know, civilians, sub-department level, see how you're doing, to then pull that back to your budgetary responsibilities. And I really do and I'm not going to hold off on calling for this, even though we have the Gwen report, which has some good information, but for that audit function. And I've been once we finally brought back an auditor, every time, because she has a list, I've been asking for the audit of that department, because the one that we're sitting with is 1999, 1998, and it's a lot more in-depth than the Gwen report. It's maybe 250, 300 pages. So there's that, I think, is very important for council members, council bodies to have, is all departments are regularly audited, evaluated, and understood. And it's really a tool for management, but it's also a tool for us. And then the other is the budgeting function. I think, like Mr. Reese said, we've been throwing them a lot of jobs. And I do think that we need to aspire to rip down their budget and rip down everyone's budget to go to zero-based budgeting. It's always over increment of last year's. And it is a best practice. Debbie Lochner wants us to get there. Maybe we don't do all of the departments at once, but we do pull them apart, tangle them, kind of threads, and then see, because then as the fiscal body, we see where they're at, and then we build it back up. And could it be other assigned over here, or what are we getting from this? I think it's very important. So the auditing and the zero-based budgeting. And then I'm the liaison to the Civil Service Commission, which they're independent, but I think I think they're making steps, but maybe there needs to be more dialogue with each of us to understand what those steps are that they're making. The GRIP test came through, the implicit bias training is a very excited way for them to move forward with, that Mr. Reese, Mr. Delgado talked to. But, and it's a lifeblood to the organization, because it's the mechanism by which they allow the progression. And so every employee in every department, particularly the public safety, is very invested in that. And then, there's other side issues. I had an issue at one point where I felt I needed to talk to IA. I needed to have a conversation from IA. And I didn't even know if it was within my rights, to go talk to IA, because they're kind of off on a side. And I did establish that relationship with them. I understood their functions better. My questions were answered. And, so I think even for me, sometimes it's not really clear what our roles are with the departments in responding to our community. And I think that's why this conversation is very helpful. But I also want to say that I stand so much with the work that they do. I've seen them do just compassionate work. And I really do feel that, RPD I've worked for 3 cities. I've worked in local government my entire career. And I do believe that RPD, all things considered, and those are resource related, is a good department. And I'll tell everyone, I started my career with the city of Albuquerque, which had oversight, federal oversight, not that long ago. It wasn't a consent decree like Metro, it was oversight. So I do think that RPD, considering the fast growth and the resources, does a pretty good job. Thank you, Mayor.
Madam Mayor, you're muted, but let me see.
Sorry.
If I can,
Go ahead,
there you go.
Councilwoman Tour, and then I'll go to Councilwoman Jordan.
Okay, thank you so much. So much has been said in this conversation, and it's so timely. I want to thank Councilman Delgado for having the foresight to work with Dr. Taylor so early, years ago, to get this whole thing rolling. And you couldn't have started at a better time. I do wish the report had come to us a little earlier, but I'm glad that it went to our RPD so that they could begin implementing. And I wasn't really aware of the whole effort that was underway, and it's just really remarkable what has happened. I wanted to, riff off of a comment you made, Councilman Delgado, about our fire department and in relation to our police department, and I think it's kind of a message for all time. We've asked so much from our police. Every job that doesn't have a home gets sent to our police. They're the compassionate caregivers. They answer the call. we've all had a need, I think, for the police at some time in our lives, and they've been there for us. They also, unlike our fire, they end up having to make us obey the law. So, for example, if we're speeding, there they are to tell us that, no, you got to fix that because speeding leads to death. So we rely on them to do so many jobs, and I think the job has changed so much over time from however policing was initially instituted, even if it was a takeoff of the military. And today they've become social service providers. We talked earlier about the violence, the coming forward when people are in a victim of violent crime, and the role that they play. And the police officers that I've met and worked with have been, frankly, remarkable in their jobs. And that does not mean that they don't make mistakes or that there are not, quote, bad apples or people that don't fit well in that world anymore, maybe once upon a time. So I think that one of the things that we need to do is appreciate the challenges that they're dealing with, do a good analysis of what they can let go. For example, the SAVE officers, just as a smallest example, should that be housed elsewhere? I know they're proud to be part of the RPD, but there's an oversight responsibility. Is giving parking tickets or doing those kind of activities really best? Is that something that our police chief should have to worry about? There's some simple stuff like that. So I'm glad that the world has changed, and we are changing as quickly as the world. We're trying to keep up. One of the things I think I'm looking forward to is this conversation about recruitment. And I know we've focused on diversity in particular, and we heard the numbers earlier from Chief Soto about African American, Asian, Latino or Latinx officers. And it was mentioned last about women. That was the last category that was mentioned. And in some regards, I think it's a category we should actually focus on and emphasize. And the reason is because the world is changing, and sometimes women have a different way of dealing with problems. And I think that we just need to take the best of whether it's a woman, whether it's a cultural benefit that a new officer is bringing to better understand the community that we're working within. Whatever those are, I think that we just need to continue looking harder at this recruitment piece. Certainly, improvements have been made, and kudos to Chief Soto for recognizing the needs there and actually moving out with them. And I'm so impressed with this change with the grip strength, the bio assessment, and in part, I mean, that's kind of a weird word, but I think it even talks about how you grew up. Did you have one parent or two? I don't think that those kind of things should be criteria for selecting a police officer. But there might be other criteria that we need to that we might want to think about adding in, to evaluate for other skill sets, even softer skill sets. We've well established the hard skill sets in terms of strength, endurance, judgment, ability to react, and those kind of techniques. So those are just some thoughts I've had. The skill set maybe the package is changing, maybe the recruitment challenges should be changing. I think peer support within the police ranks is very important. There's been a lot of conversation over the last, certainly last month or two, but even longer than that, about what makes a good police officer and how can they support each other. And there was an earlier conversation today about mental health and that we now have the embedded officer within, and maybe we need more than that. If you, just to take one analogy, if you go to a university, almost every floor has an advisor on the floor that's maybe a little bit older than the current people. Maybe it's a graduate student who's been through it and is there as an advisor. There's not just one, there's one per floor, or even a more experienced person per building. And I guess I wonder if we could expand upon that program. And also just, and this is just an idea about changing the culture in terms of the norms of what's appropriate. We hear a lot about the blue line and people sticking together. But with this change of use of force and this idea of a duty to report or a duty to intervene, I think that that will take a complete support from the police department. In other words, it's not just words on a page, but that's an important thing. People have to believe it. People have to understand that if someone is under the weather or under a lot of mental stress or even physical stress, even health stress, that can reflect in their job performance, and they need support, and they need someone, quote, to tap them on the shoulder and say, I'm going to relieve you in this situation, and why don't you go take 5? I just think those kind of cultural changes may help everyone in the entire police department. And then finally, I just wanted to make a comment about the metrics. Metrics are really important. I mean, it's very hard to make an assessment of our police department. We know the good things they do. We hear loudly the bad things they do. Those are trumpeted in the media or on social media. But numbers help too. And I think the more that we can get a hold of the numbers, it will be good information to help the police department change over time and to meet the new norms. And one of the things I'm thinking of in particular is I can only imagine the stress that our police officers are under. And I've run into it a few times with people having workman's comp claims, suffering from PTSD that is not diagnosed or understood. And I just think we have to do a better job at the city in terms of supporting officers that are feeling those kind of stresses, whether it's programs, whether it's relaxing our workman's comp and those issues and not being so tough and being more understanding. So those are some of the kind of changes that I would like to see over time, just as our community is changing and our makeup is changing and the demands on our police are changing. So thank you.
I'm glad you brought that up, Councilwoman Dewar, especially some of the workman's comp. I think, and I thought I brought this up earlier, but really investing in their mental health and being happy and healthy. Otherwise, you know, I have personally seen where I don't think the city has done a good job of taking care of those who have protected us and not getting the adequate medical help that they need. And I think that has to absolutely change. We can't expect people to go out there and work with the public if we're not investing in their health care. I think that's a very dangerous situation.
One more thing I should have mentioned, which is this culture of continuous improvement. So I just want to leave that word. That just means constantly working on your organization to be better, continuous improvement. And I think if we embed that culture, not just in our police force, but in all our departments, I think we're going to end up being a better city. So thank you.
Okay, thanks. All right, Councilwoman Jordan, I'm going to send it to you.
Thank you very much. And all of my colleagues have said so much that I certainly won't repeat what you have said. What I did want to, though, is just take a moment, first off, to thank Chief Soto for his work that he has done under incredibly stressful times. He not only is juggling 2 positions, but a pandemic and budget issues and all of those things. The stress in which he and his officers are under, it just can't be overemphasized. It is tremendous. And I think something that we can look at, and while we're talking about the Gwen report and the things, the audit functions, I think the police themselves would welcome an audit in order to see what within their own ranks they could do better, that could create more efficiencies, that could make them better as a whole. I think that's a wonderful thing. The thing that I think we as policymakers, and we touched on it earlier today, and Councilmember Dewar hit on it quite a bit as well, is all of the things that we are now charging them with, in addition to all the things that we've always charged them to do, in addition to having numbers that are in the 1970s level. And at some point, those things break. And you can't, always keep at a high octane of all things when you're under such tremendous pressure. And I think it's important that they heard from us today support of all of them and the job that they're doing and the value that they bring, not just in uniform, but as humans that interact with us on a daily basis and eat in the restaurants with us and sit in the pews with us and are there for us. But I do think it's important that we look at the functions in which they collectively think that they would be better served to have served by somebody else. I don't know what those would be, but they need to be at the table. Their voices as officers, and I know the chief speaks as the chief, but I have certainly talked to many officers that have expressed to me the variety of things that they are now being asked to do that consume tremendous amounts of their resources and attention and energies, that it's just not fiscally a good thing. It's not stress-wise a good thing. And those are things that we need to lean on our state and our federal delegation and our county to help relieve some of that pressure valve. We at the city of Reno are not Sparks, and we're not Washoe County, and we're certainly not, some of the other big cities that have seen tremendous issues. And we just have to remember there's a nuanced middle there. But I do think that we need to wrap into the Gwen study and some of the recommendations the things that we're asking our police to do that we really shouldn't be doing. And it's not a matter of a defunding. That's not something that I support. I'm actually in support of augmentation so that we can bring to the table the things that they need, that our community expects, while we still maintain the appropriate number of officers to meet our explosive growth. And as Councilmember Brecka said, I hear it all the time too. How come I don't see as many patrols? How come I have to file stuff on an online report? How come I don't feel the presence that I once did? And balancing all of that is a delicate one. But I just wanted to give my sincere appreciation to you, Chief Soto, to all the officers of the Reno Police Department. You are nationally recognized and you are valued.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Councilwoman Jordan. And if I could, just really quick, since all of you had an opportunity to speak, I know that I have Deputy Chief Oliver Miller, and I just wanted to give him a moment to speak to this body because he has really put his heart and soul into the diversity of our organization. And I certainly think he deserves a moment to speak to the Gwen Center study, if that's allowable by our mayor.
Of course, yes, I would love that. Go ahead. And then Councilman Delgado, I'm going to go to you, correct? You okay? Okay. All right, perfect.
Can everyone hear me?
Yeah.
All right. I apologize. Apparently my camera is a little bit fuzzy. I don't know what's happening with it, so I don't want to confuse anyone by looking at a blurry image. So I'll just speak for the record. Oliver Miller, Reno Police Department. Thank you for having me, Council and Mayor Sheevy. One point I just wanted to iterate was that one of the great things about our organization, for those of you who don't know, I actually started my career with another police organization. So I have a comparative metric to compare things against. But one of the great things about our organization is that we've always been progressive in our approach and our willingness to change and adapt to the needs of this community. I've always been proud of this agency and our willingness to lead the way. And the rest of with regard to the rest of our law enforcement partners, we could not get it done without them. From race symposiums to community forums, which you've all been awesome enough to attend with us and partner with us, to this report. We are always leading the way in changing, altering what we do and how we do, or being open to sharing that information with our community, coming to the table for those difficult conversations. Quite frankly, I'm excited for the opportunity to see what we can do better to better serve this community. I know our personnel are also excited for that, and I can tell you that the men and women of the Reno Police Department are open and ready to the challenge. So I don't want to take up too much time. Thank you for having me.
Well, you're very welcome. You're just not allowed to tell us which police department you worked for.
It was a long time ago.
When you were just a little one.
That's
Okay.
right.
All right, go ahead, Councilman Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So to everyone's point, I appreciate everyone's, I think this is the good piece about all this is being able to present the Gwen report to the community and to all of us to have conversations with the chief. I by no means believe that the Gwen report is the end all in solving all of our issues. It is really a small piece, very tiny piece about where we need to get going and how we need to move and how we need to change, frankly. And so a lot of this really comes down to is, again, holding metrics, building those metrics with the community, with us, and with the departments to say, how is now we moving forward with, again, just a small piece of the Gwen report, which again is just, again, a smaller piece to a lot of these other complicated questions. And it's also just to everyone's point, is just reimagining RPD's role. If we want RPD to enforce, then let's have them enforce and let's advocate on what needs to be their support team. And so they're not doing the other pieces. So they're not overwhelmed, right? I mean, those are all things that we've got to have those conversations, truly have them with our regional partners and with the states. We can support them in that. Chief Soto, I don't know if you, as part of the, if maybe you can answer this, is I know in my previous roles, even in working at Jan Evans Juvenile Facility, and if you came into conflict or there was some type of tension or you something happened, that I had, because I had insurance, I had good insurance through the county, that I also had access to mental health people in the community, professionals. All of our police officers have that insurance. I don't know if it's required by policy that they go and seek counseling after something has happened or not, but that should be part of the policy. And hopefully that answers some of our questions about going in when you go to work every day, right? And when I was trying to break down those barriers, that seeking behavioral health services is actually a good thing versus a bad thing. Sometimes it's required in order to get people to go and see somebody. Is that something that our police officers have the resources to do?
So to answer your question in short, for officer-involved shootings, yes, there's a requirement. For critical incidents, no, there's not. Part of what we have put together, though, with our embedded resource officer and our peer support team is a list of providers. Some of these providers are specific to law enforcement work, which is an important piece of it. When a law enforcement reaches out for some type of assistance or help for something that he or she has gone through. So we do have, we have shared that list with all of our officers. And we're also looking at another piece with ARC, which is our health and wellness that does our physicals every year. We have been looking at a, what's the way I put the phrase this, that we're looking at another portion of our annual physical where it's not just, our annual physical tells us whether or not we have any abnormalities or if something isn't working right, you know, where our blood levels are, so on and so forth. But we're looking at adding another part of that to where we can kind of dive into the mental health of officers, at least those that want to have that looked into and maybe answer some questions. And if he or she is suffering some signs of early PTSD or any other, you know, just challenges where they might need to talk to somebody, where that'll be part of their, something that we offer to them on a yearly basis as well. So we've been working with ARC. I don't have an answer on that yet, but I know we're getting pretty close to that.
I'd love to support you and everyone else at RPD to make sure that we break that stigma of finding and receiving services. It's just something we need to constantly push for people to have that. And again, that's part of the, you know, utilizing our benefits and also having those conversations with union groups, right? Another piece of that, you touched on the OISs, was a conversation I asked during the town hall. With respect to third-party review and investigations. It's a conversation hot in the community in terms of officer-involved shootings. What was shared at the town hall, correct me if I'm wrong, is that there's an officer-involved shooting in the city of Reno, either Washoe County or the city Sparks takes over as investigation. Likewise happens in those jurisdictions. It's the surrounding communities that then investigate. My comment during the town hall was that We often cheerlead how tight of a community we are. We're a region. We work on regional issues all the time. Is that too close? Are we now too close to really present an impartial review and investigation of officer-involved shooting with the landscape that we're living in right now?
I know that there has been some discussion or there's been some discussions that have been had, Councilman Delgado, at the state or legislative level in terms of maybe the Attorney General's office having some oversight of that process. I've stated for quite some time now, I certainly don't have an issue with that. If that builds trust within our community. I know that I've had conversations with our Attorney General Ford about this in the past, and how that would look and how we could make something like that happen. These investigations are quite complicated. They're certainly focused on law enforcement and law, policies, procedures, and things of that nature, but I certainly have the confidence if that's something that is brought forward to work through.
Good. Perfect. I appreciate that. Last comment, and then I'll give it up, Madam Mayor. The last comment, my hope is, and the reason I asked the chief to present is, my hope is through us, and I suppose through Jason and back to you, I guess, or to Robinson, is my hope and direction is that we get, it's not really direction, it's more of, again, more detailed report, is us being able to chew through this a little bit more with, again, looking at the different recommendations, which ones we can say we have successes and why we feel as we can check box it and say there is a success versus just saying we're doing it. To me, again, maybe it's just the metrics. I need to know what success means, whether it's how we have achieved that and what we look forward in terms of putting in time frames associated with some of these recommendations. I think that's what's going to build a lot of trust and transparency with the community, knowing that we didn't just mark a box, that we're actually seeing things progress and move forward. And again, that's just the Gwen report. Everything else is amazing, and I support you guys to the fullest. We need you all to come to the table, and I know you guys have a heavy lift every single day, and our community has a lot of burden on their shoulders as well in terms of figuring out how their day-to-day interactions are with law enforcement and also just with the world, right? So everyone's carrying a lot of stress. I want you guys to know that I support you guys. I want us all to continue to have these transparent, open conversations, because that's essentially what's going to get us, build those bridges and get us to where we need to. So thank you for presenting today, and I look forward to all the details when you get them to us.
Thank you, and I too look forward to continued conversation with our community.
Yeah. I think that's an essential component. I don't think we can, approve this and be like, okay, we're good. And one of the things that's really missing at the table is, our officers that are doing the work every day. I've spoken to a lot of them. They're very, very talented. They have great ideas. I would like, to start hearing from them at council on the ideas that they want to implement, the things they want to see at the department, because they really know how to make the job better. And I even think, it can be a disconnect from the executive level, right? From people that are really at a different level who are interacting with the community so much. I mean, at the executive level, you do as well, but you interact more with us and sort of decisions that need to be made on a daily basis versus the ones that are, doing traffic stops or going to, a lot of those child abuse cases or domestic violence cases, and just really reaching out to a lot of these officers. I'm so impressed with, it really, I mean, they couldn't stress enough how the death of George Floyd just broke their hearts, and how hard it was for them, where, they would go out into the community and people, would yell and scream at them. And these are people that these are human beings too. And these are people that need to go home every night to their children, to their families, right? So we've got to remember we're all humans. And so I really do think that we need to have those officers at the table bringing council really good ideas, because otherwise we're trying to shape their jobs And, they're the ones doing them. They know how incredibly difficult they are. And I got to tell you, I did one ride along, you guys know this, and, it was only 8 hours long, and I had PTSD after one ride along, let alone, these are men and women that are living in it every day. And again, so many of them have said, look, we're not social workers, we're not physicians, and here we are on scenes, and that's what we're used for. And it's really hard. So I'd also, and this is complex too, but looking at ways how we do send, in social workers, so we're not sending in police officers. And you have to be very careful with those domestics because they do get very violent, and they can be extremely dangerous, right? And so you really never know what kind of situation you are walking into. But I do think we have to bring them into the table too, because they have great ideas. And remember, it's interesting, the ones I talk to, they want change because they know it's going to keep them safe. And they also know that, and especially the ones that are there for all the right reasons, are like, bring it on, we love it, right? And I think it starts with that recruiting factor. And hey, listen, if this is the criteria the city of Reno has, and you don't want to be a part of that criteria, then this isn't the job for you, right? And I think it goes back to, we want superheroes. We want people that love and care about people, right? And I have just been fortunate enough to work with many officers who do, like Officer Casanelli and so many that we have. So we're really, really fortunate, and we'll just continue to, keep working on it. So thank you. Sorry about that. Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, I think this discussion is very ripe today for two reasons, and that is, to the point about metrics and how we evaluate. I think the buffer that's been missing for a long time is that city manager, because a city manager who's seasoned, who's worked in different environments, in different cities, can kind of translate that to us. I think that's what a good city manager does. He or she knows the evolution of policing, and particularly as we're getting to a big city, the fast growth, the resource challenges, a good city manager really helps translate what a competent chief with a good rank and file behind him or her has, takes that in and helps the council do our job. And I think that for me, knowing that we're going to be moving in that process, having this discussion today really puts me in that frame of mind to think about that. The second thing is, early on when the BLM and, started gaining steam this spring, is I looked at someone sent me the bill in Congress, the Booker bill, I think it was called, and it really showed what reform was going to look like on the federal, which then comes with a lot of dollars, we know, but it didn't go anywhere. It probably won't go anywhere until next year. But next week, I guess, or maybe even tomorrow, the governor's convening what he says is going to be some state change. And I think in terms of next steps, that perhaps we should keep this in front of us and understand what happens down in Carson in that respect. I have been hoping that maybe they would look at Reno and what we've done and said, you guys are doing great, you're reforming, you're taking this seriously, you're moving your steps, and hopefully we'll have a chance to make that testimony. But I do think there's points, the one about the, the research of the officer-involved shooting or the investigations, I do think maybe those should go to a different place, whether it's a contractor that we have who does that very independently for us. There's a speed issue involved in that. But my preference would be that we have this front and center of us to have a kind of chew on it in terms of what action it appears the state might be taking in the next week or so. Is that people's understanding that the state's going to be addressing this this week?
Yeah, that's the word on the street anyways that I've heard. That next special session, they'll be talking about police reform a little bit.
Okay, well, let's see this back second week in August or first week in September and understand the implications of that, because it is the evolution of the new, change, and we want to rise to that challenge too.
All right, everyone. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? I don't know. Councilwoman Weber, I mean, I know you're not on video, but I want to make sure I'm not missing you.
No, everyone has done a great job, and I believe that we have the best chief, the best manager. We have a great team, and all the hard work that's been done by everyone. And Councilman Delgado, thank you for your leadership here as well. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Councilman Delgado. Great job. Okay. Councilman Delgado, do we need any motion? Nothing? Okay.
Presentation.
Okay, thanks so much. Okay, I'm going to send it back to you, City Clerk.
Madam Mayor, we're on item H2. This is an update from council members on boards and commissions.
All right. Does anyone have any updates on boards and commissions?
I'll give one.
Okay, Councilwoman Dewar.
Well, just since we passed the first reading of the puppy mill ordinance, I've already gotten so many comments flooding in on email and text that the community, remember 294 letters, there's a lot of people watching what we do in many fields. And so as chair of the Animal Advisory Board, I just want to tell you that we as a collective body have made our community very, very happy with the action that we took today, and they're looking forward to crossing the finish line. So thanks.
All right, great. All right, anyone else? No? Okay. Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, transitioning to general public comment, we should note that these are items that were received after 4 p.m. yesterday. These have all been submitted to council and are part of the official record. We received comments from Jeff Dixon, Will Turman, Sherry Rapp, Robin Walker, Jeff Miller, Mary Crowley, Vanessa Rios, William Gardner, Nina Riggio, Lori Lotz, Lindsay Johnson, Daphne Van Wyk, Christine Lapp, Afton Failers, Ann Lemus, Natasha Filer, Elizabeth Simpson, Stephanie Racy McIntyre, and Kathy Barcombe. Again, those have been submitted into general public comments submitted to council for review as they have come in throughout the day. With that, Madam Mayor, we would be looking for adjournment of council before we open redevelopment.
Move to
All
adjourn.
right. I have a motion. Do you have a
Second.
second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Back at you, Madam Clerk, for the roll.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Roll call for the redevelopment agency. Breckus.
Here.
Dewar.
Here.
Delgado.
Here.
Weber. Councilmember Weber, I can see
Here.
that. There you are. Thank you. Jordan.
Here.
Reese.
Here.
Chivy.
I sure am.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You have a quorum of the redevelopment agency. First item is public comment, of which we have none registered for redevelopment. We would now be looking for approval of your agenda.
So
All right.
Move to approve.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second, Weber.
All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, looking for approval of the redevelopment minutes.
So
All
moved.
right. I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next.
Madam Mayor, updates on boards and commissions for redevelopment. I believe you don't have any since we just updated. We'll be looking general public comment, of which there is none registered for redevelopment. Looking for motion to adjourn the redevelopment agency.
Move to
All right.
adjourn.
Breckus.
All right. Good job, everyone. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Great job, everyone. Thanks so much. Appreciate all of you. I know these are long meetings, but I just, like I said, I really appreciate you guys and value your participation. Okay. All right. See everyone soon.